today. This morning. It is morning.
What's up, Jeremy?
Chilling.
Not
Chilling, bro.
these guys in the text. The Stockholm is very high today.
What are you doing?
Well, I showed him another impossibility that the James Webb Telescope found, and they're freaking out. They're not addressing the issue. They're saying, what does that have to do with the globe?
Earth is still a globe.
Yeah.
Which is debatable, obviously.
They don't understand the implications of this ruins everything, their whole paradigm, and they're talking about the globe with a radius of 3959. It's just unbelievable. So this is their excuses. Well, the guy still thinks the Earth is a globe, and
it's fucking
well, the
retarded
Earth
to
is
say.
a globe.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's just a non sequitur, red herring. Or no, sorry, that's an all or nothing fallacy. I don't have to believe everything that guy believes. It's all or nothing fallacy.
Yeah, that's their excuses. Either they throw the guy under the bus. They say, like, he says it's flat, so why do you believe that and only that? And they must have got the measurements wrong. Well, they're away from that one now because I showed them they didn't get the measurements wrong. So now they're just freaking out. Look at the text now.
Is this
One
the
of them
thing you went
addressed
over
the
with Parks?
problem.
Is this the thing you went over with Parks last night?
Yep. This is the thing. He was very honest, and he said, "Look,
He was. That was good.
It.
He said, unless they're wrong about spectral something, then, which they're probably not, because that's the shit Jace runs around here toting about spectroscopy or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, he's one of the few honest guys that you could talk to, and he's gonna say it on the rocks, you know.
Yeah, no, that was nice. I wish we could have just talked to him instead of having Jason monologue in between everything he said. But
yeah, I invited him over. That's why he came. I invited him over, and I liked it. It was great. He's like I said to him, he's a breath of fresh air, you know, talking to him.
Yeah, no. Oh my god, dude! I was listening to. Yeah, no, Parks is good. Yeah, I don't mind talking to Parks. He's not an asshole. He's not too deep in this whole globe flat Earth debate thing. So I don't know. He's like fine to talk to. So we'll see how time progresses. But yeah, I just want to say I was listening to that. I was listening to this fight the flat Earth thing and that Triple M bullshit. And whoever goes, if any of our guys go there, I mean, I don't even know if any of our
bro, it's a disgrace.
Yeah, FTFE was just berating him. The moderation was fucking ridiculous. Like anyone that goes and does that shit, like I don't know. God bless you, man. God bless you. It was a fucking absolute mess. He was just berating him. He was just, I don't know. He wasn't letting him talk. He was over talking him the whole time. And then the one time the guy over talked Fight the Flat Earth, like they were like, oh, one at a time. Like it was just totally so biased modding. Crazy, bro. I feel bad for any of our people. I don't even feel bad. Like you know what you're getting into. I'm letting you know right now. It's gonna be a shit show. You're gonna get berated. You're gonna get talked all over. This is how it goes.
Yeah, you'd be crazy to do that. I've both McToon, Fight the Flat Earth have asked me to go over. I told them, no, you want to talk to me? I'll give you an hour here, 2 hours, as much as you want. Come, I'm here every day. There's no way I'm going to talk to you there. Yeah.
Come right in here. You can't run your game. We don't give a fuck about your show.
Yeah.
We're not stopping the whole combo. You're also not, you know. You got to go to the bathroom. Like the combo's not going to stop. You know. I don't know.
No, we've been doing it. want. If they want an hour, we'll give them an hour or two. No problem, but it's going to be modded fairly. You're not going to be no shit show. That's for sure. We'll
Yeah,
give you as
fairly
much time
modded.
as you want. We're not
Yeah.
running. We're not scared of you. Yeah. You're just like anybody
This
else
just
to
won't
me.
be
I'm one
this.
of
Yeah,
100 other people I talk to. Yeah.
this just won't be their show. Like I don't give a fuck what the format of your show is. This is our format here, and this is how we do it. So
Exactly. Yeah. We ain't changing
yeah,
nothing for you. Yeah.
it'll be fairly modded. Yeah, they don't want to step to this. This is what I don't know.
Yeah, we'll even put Kosho. I'll accept Kosho as a mod. I'm not afraid of these fuckers. We'll put Kosho on as a mod. A flat
I like
baller. No worries.
I like when you swear. I see it's neat. uh,
Well, these guys think there's something special. Like, you're nothing special, dude. You're just another dude. One of them told
the
me
guy
a
was
freaking merry-go-round is 2D, so we can start with that. I
the
mean,
guy was
these
actually
people actually afraid of you? Come on.
the guy was actually getting them. They were going over this phone call thing. That's why Fight the Flat Earth was getting triggered. We were going over this phone call thing. The guy's like, all I see is this thing spinning. He's like, how do I know he's even at the latitude he's saying he's in? You know, there's no like indicators telling us he could be anywhere, which is valid. Like, yo, bro, you're just showing me a fucking rope swinging, a pendulum, a full call pendulum swinging.
Yeah.
He's like, where is the guy? I don't know. Did he never look outside? There's no GPS. Like, what? How do we know where he is? That fucking triggered FTF. He's like, you don't have to know. These guys aren't lying. It's not my fault. You don't trust these guys. Yo, he's talking about the evidence. Like, he's trying to go over the evidence with you, and he's acting like he's not addressing your shit. It was fucking terrible, dude. Terrible. Shame on the Globers for not calling it out. Oh, it was just hard to watch, bro. I gotta stop watching them bullshit. I only started watching them dudes when they start stepping in the Discord arena. But I think I'm just gonna stop because
By the way,
probably
I
it's
did
just
go over one time. And I did have a, well, debate. I had a chat with Fight the Flat Earth for quite a while
did you?
on one of those channels. So I have talked with him. It's not that I haven't went there and talked with him, but it's not fair. It's not a fair shake. Here, he's going to get a fair shake. There's going to be question, answer. One guy talks, one guy stops talking. The next guy talks. It ain't going to be shit show and 20 other people coming in. That's the problem.
Yeah, it was something like him or one of those guys. I would just do mute unmutes. Just mute
Yeah,
unmute. You're done saying your piece. All right, you're muted. There's not gonna be no interruptions. We'll do it real
that's it.
quick. That's the best way. That's the fairest way you can get it. Zero interruptions.
Yeah. Let's see how good they can do in a fair thing. Yeah. And it's not just the ballers. I say the same thing about the flat earthers. Nathan's just as bad. You can't get a debate with him on his show. It's not just the ballers. We have flat earthers that do the same shit as well. It's unacceptable on either platform. I don't give a shit who it is. So it is what it is. You're either free talking or you're muting or you're insulting. This does not happen here. Well, when it does, we chop it down. That's it. And like I said, I'll even put a baller to mod. What more do you want?
You don't even need a mod, bro. You don't even need a mod. You just need to mute unmute. Anybody could do that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no like bias. There's not even a bias towards that. Like, okay, you're done talking, mute. It doesn't matter if it's a Glober, my mom, your brother, one of my sons. Like, it doesn't matter. Just when you're done talking, just mute them, and then unmute the other person.
Yeah, it's not hard. But so they won't say like there's any sway in their in our favor. We'll put Kosho as mod. I'll trust Kosho.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. Like I said, I don't think it even matters if the mod's a Clover or Flat Earther, because if you're just muting on muting, what's the difference?
Yeah, well, they're gonna, how they see it, right? Oh, he was a mod, but he was biased and blah blah blah, and they'll use any excuse. So if you eliminate that, give him a baller mod, that will eliminate that problem.
Nah, oh, Lion's muted. Why was Lion muted?
Well, Lion's muted because he was hot micing yesterday. So we
Oh,
did it for your own protection, bro. Yeah.
no, he's unmuted now. Throw him in a hot mic room if you can. There's been times though where people have been talking, and I'm like, oh shit.
What happened was I
Sometimes
muted him and somebody unmuted him like twice. I had to mute him.
yeah, just move him to the hot mic room.
Yeah, should have done that. Yeah.
That's what we made that for. That's what we made that for. That way, when people realize they're in the hot mic room, they don't have to like ask to get unmuted. They just jump right back in.
Yeah, right. I should have done that. Yeah.
Good morning, gentlemen. Jeremy,
Hey, B-Ball.
Oh, look
Mr.
who it is,
Montreal.
D-ball. How we doing?
I'm good. Hold on. I'm good.
Yeah, you still in Korea?
No, I'm in Texas,
Nice.
the great state of Texas.
Steers and queers.
What? That's Oklahoma, boy. Them's fighting
People
words
waking
right
up.
there.
So I got about 5 minutes.
Okay.
I see you can explain to me what you were trying to explain real quick with the video you sent.
With the galaxy that they found, the early development.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm glad you asked. Okay, so check this out, bro. This is a big problem in your cosmology, right? I'll explain to you why. Your cosmology has a timeline, has a chain of events that happen, has molecules, has stuff that form, and in order for a galaxy like that massive to form, it needs like at least 1 billion years minimum. And they found it at 390 years. So the problem here is very simple, bro. They found, let's say, a teenager where they should have found a baby. In other words, that galaxy could have not formed that big because there wasn't enough stuff to form it. Did you understand what I'm saying? It's not
Okay.
me that's making this up, bro. This is how your model works. So there's a lot of issues there with that.
Okay. So it's a lot older than we thought.
Sorry?
So it's a lot older than we thought. Right?
Yeah. That's a problem, bro.
I mean, no, it's just a new discovery.
No. It's a
And,
problem. It's a problem. It's like your wife giving birth to a 5-month-old baby or something like that. Some crazy, weird stuff. It can't happen.
no, I don't think it's like that. But I mean, like I said, they're discovering new things, right? About things we thought were the way they were, but we're finding new ways to discover things. And I don't think that's a problem at all. I think it's a good thing.
No, because you don't understand, bro. You know Professor Rob Parks?
Yes, I know Professor Parks.
Okay. Well, I had a chat with him yesterday. He was in here last night, and I went through this with him. And Professor Parks agrees with me that there's a
Hmm.
problem there. He doesn't know what it is. He wants to look into it further, but he agrees there's a problem there. I don't know why you
Yeah,
can't see it, bro.
yeah. Okay, it's a problem. Okay, it's a new discovery. They found something new. Okay, that disagrees with what was previously understood. Okay,
Okay, so that's at least you're admitting now it's a problem. Before you
I
didn't
Yes,
see it as a
mean,
problem.
he
right.
acts like he's telling us that it's a problem.
I'm
Yeah.
Okay, like
I'm
okay,
not
yeah,
acting like
no,
I'm not acting
no.
like
Hang
anything.
on one second. Hang on one second. SE's telling you it's a problem. Like that's the whole point. It is a new discovery, but the new discovery is that your shit don't work.
And what does that have to do with the globe model, though?
Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have no clue. You're just saying. You're just
I
speaking out of
don't.
your ass
Okay,
without even researching it. Go
I
research and
don't.
find out what it is. Find out
I
what the
didn't think.
problem is before you sound so ridiculous. But it's too
I
late
don't.
for that.
I don't know what the problem is, right?
I know
So
you
it's a
don't.
new discovery. It's a new discovery, right?
We know
Wow.
that
We
already. We brought it to you.
okay, great. Okay, wow. We found some things really far out in space that we don't know about. Great. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You realize if you just change one thing in your model, it screws the whole thing up, right?
No,
You're
no, it
smart
doesn't.
enough to realize that, right?
That's like saying I have a car with four wheels. Oh shit! Someone across on the other side of the earth discovered that there's a different way to make cars. Oh shit! Does that mean
No,
my car doesn't
no,
exist
that's
now?
not what this is. This is like, oh shit, we've been saying it's a car for a million years, but now we find out it's a bug.
But it still looks like a car in my driveway.
No, it
It's
doesn't.
still a car. It's still a car in my
No.
driveway.
Yeah, it
It's not.
appears to be a car, but it's not. But we can't say it's a car anymore, and we can't
Oh,
do
but it still
everything
has.
that we've done. Dude, just go ahead, bro. You're
But
smart.
it still has four
Is your
wheels and it's
5 minutes
still
up yet? Because you've overtalked me the whole time I've
well.
talked.
Well, me and
Well,
SC
what?
were kind of having a decent conversation until you jumped
No,
in. So,
no, you weren't. You were
well,
trying to tell SC what he was telling you. You
no,
weren't listening.
no. Me and SC were kind of
Go
having a
ahead,
decent
tell her.
conversation. We were kind of having a decent conversation. And you came in, you wanted to be condescending.
No, I just
That's
wanted
kind of
to
get.
tell you what you
That's
were
kind of
doing,
get.
what the audience is
No,
hearing.
no. The audience is hearing. I was having a conversation, being cordial with SC, and you wanted to come in and be condescending.
And
That's what's
when I
going on here.
started speaking, you immediately cut me off because you think I'm being condescending.
Because I wasn't having a conversation with you. You wanted to jump in
This is a
because you heard my
forum, sir.
because
I can jump in
you heard my
anytime I
voice.
damn well please. That's the
Yeah, you
problem.
jumped in because you heard my voice. And you said,
No,
"Oh,
you
hold on,
think
Jay,
you're
Okay,
B-ball, the
guys,
great B-ball. And you, yeah, let's
okay,
calm it
let's
down and
be
not
let's be
overtalk.
gentlemen about this. Somebody go first, and then somebody respond. I'm
No, I
sure.
want to. I was talking to you, Cassie. I wasn't talking to.
Yeah, but it's not just me, bro. This is an open forum. Rakia can't talk.
Yeah, but
Yeah. All
again,
right. I'm
I
here.
was
I'm
having
here. I'm on it. Whatever. What's the topic? Let's talk about the topic.
The topic is the early formation of this new thing I just posted today. Another nail in the coffin, and B-ball wants explanation. And I think I gave it to him, but yeah, we got caught up in the sauce there. He was trying to tell me what I was telling him.
no. I'm giving you my opinion. I'm not telling you anything. Okay, my opinion is that it's a new discovery of things we thought we knew about something really far out in outer space, and I don't think that's a problem. I mean, if you think it's a problem, okay, that's great. That's it.
Yeah, but then I explained to you, B-ball, that I had a chat with Professor Parks yesterday, a man that does this for a living, and he
Hmm.
agrees also that it's a problem. Like, and I'm telling you, I don't think you fully understand the implications of this discovery.
Okay.
But do you really
So
understand? Like, why would Professor Parks say that there's a problem? I mean, that's his lifelong work, right? Why would he say it's a problem, and you're
he
saying
would
no,
probably
it's okay?
he would he would probably say it's a problem because it disagrees with the models we already have of how maybe of how galaxies were formed. Okay, so I guess we have to change some things about what we know about how galaxies are formed. I would say.
No, but you
It
see, that's
disagrees
why
with the Big Bang.
you don't understand the full scope of the problem. You can't just readjust this, right?
I'm not saying
Because
I do understand. I'm not saying I do understand.
okay, so I'm trying to explain it to you, bro, the best I can, because I'm not no expert at it. But you have to understand that in order for a galaxy to grow in your time frame and your model, you need a lot of stuff and you need time. You had
Mhm.
neither of those in this situation. You had not enough stuff and you didn't have enough time, bro. So that's a big problem for this galaxy to be found at 390 million years after the Big Bang.
Okay, so maybe it just needed more time. Maybe they're older than we thought. I'm guessing.
Yeah, but
Well, then
how?
that means the universe is older than you thought. Then.
Yeah, the time is not there. It does need, you're getting it now, B-Ball. It does need more time. But it didn't have that time where it is now. It didn't have
Yeah,
a
but
billion years.
how do we know that though? We really don't know that.
Well,
Well,
just
we know that.
clarify. Let's just clarify. The universe is said to be a certain age, and within that current mainstream Big Bang cosmology model, there was not enough time. So if it needed more time, you'd have to change the age of the universe.
Yeah,
Right. So it was probably older than we thought. Yeah.
yeah, but that's a
Yeah.
problem, bro. It's not
No,
like,
no.
yeah, we're older than we thought. You can't just do that.
Why? Why
You're
not? I
old
mean,
because the whole cosmology goes out. As a matter of fact, there was a scientist who did that. He doubled the age of the universe. Just doubled it, just like that.
But he had to change the definition of redshift.
That's right.
So, yeah, in order to change the age of the universe, that means everything else you guys said about the sky, specifically redshift, is wrong.
is it though? I mean, like I said, maybe it's just older than we thought. That's it.
We just
No,
explained
don't take this the wrong way, bro. You need to do more research on it.
I mean, okay.
you can't just say maybe it's older than we thought. We're trying to explain to you that if it is way older than you guys claimed in your paradigm, that means that your interpretation of redshift has been wrong this entire time.
Okay.
Okay, that changes everything, bro. That's how they built the distances. That's how they
He doesn't see a
claim
problem
that
with
we're
that
in the
at
center,
all.
but it looks like we're in the center.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
doesn't see a problem with that. No
I'm,
problem. Just change the age. No big deal.
well, I'm just glad that you guys agree that space exists. That's a step in the right direction.
It's just a tactic. And
All
you
right,
try to
gentlemen.
respond.
I gotta go because I gotta drive.
Yeah, okay.
See you later.
Yeah,
That guy
imagine
gets
not
on my.
understanding this. Yeah.
He's smart enough. He's got to be smart enough to realize that it changes the whole shit, right? If it's true. I personally don't. I mean, I don't believe in none of that crap. But if it is true in their paradigm, it changes their whole thing. They've been wrong this whole time. And he's like, oh, we've been wrong. Change the
Oh,
age.
if they're wrong about redshift, then the Earth is in the center.
Well, I would think, just thinking on it a little bit, it would change more than I could even comprehend. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can't even think about how much it changes. But it definitely proves that they've been wrong about it.
Yeah, that's
This
correct.
is massive, bro. This changes everything. All they say is, well, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Everything. It has to do with everything. Gravity, expansion, formation, everything. It's insane. They
The
don't
event
understand it.
horizon, the horizon problem, the flatness problem, because they have an inflation theory to try to explain that. But if they need an early formation of galaxies, then it changes redshift and it changes the inflation theory. And if they don't have the inflation theory, then they have very, very serious problems like the flatness problem, the horizon problem. These are
Yeah.
like huge problems, by the way. This is not like it's just the flatness problem. It's like a huge problem.
They revert to the three things we say. They either throw the scientists under the bus, you don't understand, Or what was the other one we said?
Or how does this make
Yeah.
or how does this make the Earth
Yeah.
flat?
Yeah. And
That's the
B-Ball
number
went
one.
through all of them.
Yeah.
Nothing has to make the Earth
B-Ball.
flat. You can't measure it any other way.
Yeah, exactly. Like the globe model actually claims that it's going to always appear flat and measure flat.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's crazy that they can't see this. They cannot, or they refuse to see it. That's why I like Professor Parks. He's the only one that assesses the situation, and and it's fair.
I thought about that this
Somewhat.
morning, Odysee, because I heard him speak a lot last night. Like, what makes? Let's say you're a PhD at a major university. What makes you come on this show and talk for hours?
That's
Like,
a good point. Yeah.
I don't get it, man. A PhD ain't gonna give a
Uh,
shit about SE or Witted or whoever speaking nonsense in his mind.
Yeah, he knows we actually have pretty good points.
It's weird though, and they all know each other. Like him and the chemist and the guy they were talking about that was on the top. He was like, "Yeah, I've met him in person." I'm like, "Man, that's a tight group." I mean, this is a huge world, right? Many universities, and they hang out with each other. They know each other's names, and like he's like, "I know his name, but I don't want to give it out on the internet." And other dude's like, "Yeah, I've met him in person."
Yeah.
Holy
He's
shit!
talking about chronic. Yeah. He's come in here too. He's not bad actually. He's not bad. I gotta say he's just under Professor Parks, I'd say.
You understand what I'm getting at, though, right? Seems like a
Yeah,
tight
yeah.
little group that's coming in here. Like, strange, man.
Yeah,
To
I
me,
hear
it
you, bro.
is. To me, it's strange.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I would say if there was some like group that was created, like why would they ever say they knew each other? What did that
Well,
kind of be?
yesterday it seemed to slip up, but they can't help but say, "Yeah, Chronic's been in here. Yeah, I'm a PhD chemist. I'm at this university. I come in here. The other guy's here, so they can't deny it, right?" Whatever. I mean, think about it. I don't. We're 30 people in here, or whatever it is, and we have PhDs coming in. Either they're curious, like they have questions themselves, or they're questioning the fact themselves, which I don't think Chase is. I mean, he just popped onto the scene, and now he's like this major everyday, giving us his input on whatever. But he actually yesterday said that he thinks light is slowing down when it goes through the atmosphere and goes through diamonds, and that's what causes the illusions and things like that. Well, if that's possible, I mean, seriously, that describes sunsets to a T.
Yep.
6 years, man, they've been fighting that. They would have never have admitted that. He just ho-hummed it yesterday. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see where it slows down in the more dense atmosphere. Absolutely, because that's exactly what it's doing in diamonds. It's more dense, so it's changing its path and seeming like it's taking a longer time.
Yeah, and you notice whenever we explain something, you notice how when I explained it to Jace, it was wrong. But then when he explained it, it was almost identical to what I said, except he used fancy words. You notice that?
Yeah, it's strange, man. I mean, I've been around professors before, so I get it, right? They're definitely like that. Like I have a first cousin he can't tie his own shoes, but he is freaking smart on almost everything else. You know what I'm saying? Just no common sense, and it's just strange to be around him.
Yeah.
But he can pick up an instrument and learn how to play it in a week, or write songs and things, things like that, and then also solve equations or create things or whatever. He's just brilliant. I've been around him firsthand.
Like there's Doofus.
Dude,
it's
I was
all
talking
a house of cards.
Dude, I was talking to Professor Parks, bro, a couple days ago, and so I had shown him. I'm like, well, there's actually no evidence that the Earth's not in the center. Even in your own paradigm, it works dynamically and kinematically. So with the retrograde, parallax, aberration, all that got knocked down. And anyway, I guess after looking at some of the relational mechanics paper, the only rebuttal I guess he gave was that the Earth is supposedly slowing down over time. And how would I explain that if the Earth is in the center? And I'm like, what? Like, so that would mean the sky is slowing down over time? He's like, yeah, you'd have to provide an energy mechanism to explain how that could happen. And I said, oh, well, magnetic field loses its power over time. And if it's losing its power over time, the vortex speed actually slows down. So there you go. But anyway, what is the evidence that the Earth is slowing down? I mean, obviously, it's either the sky's moving or the Earth's moving. But what's the evidence it's slowing down? Has anyone ever? I started looking into that, and all I saw was theoretical models about how the Earth is slowing down, and that they actually measured that it's speeding up the last few years or something.
I think they measure it against the sun in the day, in the hours of the day, or something like that. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, but that shows that it's speeding up the last few years. Like they're claiming that they claim it's slowing down over the course of like millions of years or something. So it's just like a theoretical model. So the only rebuttal to geocentrism at this point is a theoretical model claiming that the Earth is slowing down while simultaneously speeding up, and it just can't be directly measured. Okay, but I always bring that up because don't you think it's very telling that the PhD astronomer, his only rebuttal, now that we've refined it down to the specifics, his only rebuttal to a geocentric model is, how would you explain the Earth slowing down over time? That's terrible,
Yeah,
dude.
they don't know, bro. They don't know. They just read. They just like us. They have well, they have more. They have more papers actually. They have access to more papers. Yeah.
But then you'll talk to some of these people that aren't professors or whatever, and they'll say that retrograde proves the Earth is moving around the sun and parallax and all this stuff. But
Talking
no.
points from 216. Yeah, that's all they have.
This is why the professors don't want to keep coming on my show. Because they go in there all ready to just, oh man, geocentrism, ha ha ha. And then they leave with their head down. They leave with their head down because I'm ready for all the typical answers. And now we've gotten to the point where it's like, oh, well, how would they explain the Earth slowing down? And that if I can't explain the energy mechanism for the cosmos slowing down over time, then it can't be geocentric. I'm like, okay, so then if you can't explain an energy mechanism for the universe accelerating and expanding, then it can't be heliocentric, right? Oh no! With our model, we don't have to answer the questions.
You see what the problem is? They know all the stuff. Most of them. Some of them don't even know their own model. Even the professors, that is. But they're not prepared for the kind of questions that we're going to ask them. Right? They're just used to going easy flow. Yeah, dark matter. Yeah, dark energy does this. They're not ready. They haven't got these tough questions, right? Like what are the significance of this new find of 5 sigma that dispels the notion of dark matter? Most of them don't even know what, like, these new, like I'm not going against Professor Parks, because he's on the ball, but he wasn't aware of this because he's busy. He's doing his semesters and he hasn't heard about this. You understand? But he was honest enough to say, "Well, I haven't heard about this yet. I'll get to it." Right? But the other ones won't do that, and a lot of them haven't even kept up with the model, the new findings, because they're busy doing other stuff. So when you ask them a question, it's like, "Whoa, where did that come from?"
Yeah, so I mean, it's very simple. We looked at the sky, assuming that the Earth's a tiny speck of dust that's insignificant, tucked away in an insignificant corner of the universe. That's not what we saw when we looked out. We saw that everything moves around the Earth, and everything moves in relation to the Earth. and that the distant galaxies, quote unquote, they complete a circuit every year, as if the celestial realm is this beautiful, majestic, intricate clock that was designed in such a way that it keeps like an incredible calendar that moves around the Earth. Okay, that's what we saw. They said, okay, well, it's just an illusion. It looks like that, even though we're not in the center, because the universe is accelerating and expanding in all directions. So everywhere would look like the center. Right? That always seems to get left. That's why they need accelerative expansion. If they don't have it, the Earth's in the center. Literally, right? In their own paradigm. So that's called the Hubble constant. That's supposedly, the expansion rate, Hubble constant, because Hubble discovered these distant galaxies move with the Earth, right?
Yeah, when they tell us the raisin bran model, you're just a raisin, and the cake is rising, and yeah, all that crap. Yeah.
Right. So if the Hubble constant is expanding, then what's causing it? There has to be some type of energy causing the universe to accelerate and expand, or it would defy physics, right? It would defy the law of conservation of energy and momentum if there isn't
Well,
some type of energy that's causing it to expand and accelerate.
that's where they brought in dark energy. Yeah.
There you go. And that's called the cosmological constant.
Which is not constant.
It's not exact. And even the Hubble constant is a constant. They have two primary measurements of the supposed expansion. They're different values. Right? It's like 5 to 7 megaparsecs off. And a megaparsec is 3.26 million light years. And one light year is 5.88 trillion miles. And they try to say, oh, it's just like 7 kilometers a second per megaparsec or whatever. They try to make it sound like it's not a lot. No, it's a lot. It's a lot. We're talking about light years. Okay. So you have the cosmological constant, and like you said, it's the dark energy. So what is dark energy? Like we don't know, right?
Smell it, touch it, measure it. Yeah, but we know it's there.
We know it's there, but we don't know what it is, and we can't find it.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So then you don't have like an actual energy mechanism to explain the expansion, which is needed to explain why it looks like we're in the center. So if the main critique that he had against me for geocentrism is it can't be geocentric unless I have a well-defined and known energy mechanism that causes the cosmos to slow down over time, then he needs to apply that same standard to his model, right?
Yeah. Which is 95% stuff like that, his model. It's so rich, it's not even funny. Like, they're accusing you of not having something which their model depends 95% on that nothing to work. It's just too precious. It's too funny.
Yeah, and you know that for like a couple months now I've been saying, so if there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence of a geocentric and heliocentric model, but the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problems, which comprises 96% of your model, then wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is significantly more viable? Like over 96% more viable. And I've been
Yeah.
asking this over and over and over and over and over. And it gets ignored. It's like, oh, what does this make the Earth flat? Oh, what's it wants to talk about the cutting edge of science to avoid a flat Earth? And they can't answer. Finally, after a few months, one person pretended they were going to rebut it. And it was Kosho. This happened a few days ago. Right? And his rebuttal is, I disagree. The geocentric model would need dark energy as well. Right. And I said, wait, why? The geocentric model doesn't have accelerative expansion in all directions. That's what's needed to explain away that it looks like we're in the center. Why the geocentric model's explanation for why everything looks like we're in the center is it's in the center.
Because we're
Right. Yeah,
No
and
magic needed. We look, we
yeah,
took measurements, and guess what? Well, we're in the center.
yeah,
That's it.
exactly.
Yeah.
So like that's not a rebuttal. He's like, no, you have to explain. I'm like, so what you're trying to say is we'd have to explain redshift. Right. I'm like, yeah. So you're just making the assumption that your interpretation of redshift is correct and the only explanation, and therefore the universe is accelerating and expanding away from us, and that a geocentric model would have to explain how. But no, we absolutely wouldn't.
Yeah, we
So
brought that up to, I think Napalm brought that up to Professor Parks, the star there that's supposedly using magnetism for the redshift. And he was saying he can't see how that is, and because of something or other. It was brought up to him.
I just think it's funny because yeah, I like that's like they have no rebuttal to that. There is no rebuttal. Like every time I ask it, like even when I ask PhD Professor Parks, right? When I ask Professor Parks on my show, he's like, he just disputed the kinematic and dynamic equivalence. So then I'm like, wait, okay. Hypothetically, if there is a kinematic and dynamic equivalence, then you agree that the geocentric model would be way more valid, and it's like,
What would that dynamic part be in the
well,
kinematic?
yeah. So I'm using even from within their own paradigm. You can use Einstein or Newton, and using those mechanics, you can show that there's a dynamic equivalence of the Earth in the center. So kinematic meaning how things move in relation to each other. Like if I walked around a pole, it'd be like Austin moves in a circle around the pole in the
Yeah,
center.
yeah, yeah. I get the
Yeah,
kinematic, but the dynamic is what I'm wondering.
right. Right. So in that scenario, it would be the energy I'm exerting to walk around and move around the pole. So the dynamic is like the force that,
Coming from the object.
yeah, well, it's just like it's the cause of the motion, whatever the
Okay.
cause of the
Yeah,
motion is, right? So
right.
yeah, so it's like kinematics, bodies move in relation to each other. Dynamics is how they do that, why they do that. Like so, if you just take Einstein or Newton, you can show there's a dynamic equivalence as well. Now, obviously, I don't believe any of that, right? The whole point is when people claim to know that there's a solar system and that we're in this huge universe and blah blah blah, I can show from within their own paradigm that's not correct. You're wrong. Like you don't even understand your own paradigm. In your own paradigm, using your own dynamics, that's not true. The geocentric model is dynamically equivalent, right? Like that's all it is. Because obviously, I don't believe in Newton and Einstein, right? I don't have to. So the point is, it's just showing that within their own paradigm, there's such a philosophical bias that they pretend to know that geocentrism is wrong, when in reality, it's more viable in their own framework of dynamics, in their own belief of gravity. Geocentrism is more viable. And that's hilarious, bro. And that's why I'm never going to stop saying it. I'm going to keep bringing it up because it pulls back the curtain. It's like this facade you guys have of how the Earth is not in the center is a lie. It's a misrepresentation because it's not a lie because usually people just are ignorant. They don't know. Right? So, but anyway,
But the
there's no
killer
answer.
is, yeah, the killer is that this stuff was done by their people using their equipment, supposedly. And, the axis of evil, I mean, their own dude came up with it, Max Tedmark, right? I mean, it's just, it's undeniable. It's their own people saying it. So, I mean, yeah, good luck getting out of it. And he even says, Max Tedgard, he says, I had to go and apologize to the first team because we thought the first team, obviously, they had to have their numbers wrong. So he goes, I had to swallow humble pie, and he had to go and apologize to them, telling them, yeah, you were right all along, because they did it twice, and I think 3 times to confirm those measurements. And indeed, it appears we are at the center of the universe. It appears the universe is flat, and it appears that it's not homogeneous. It's not spread out evenly. It's crazy, man, by their own findings. I mean, I was floored when I found that out. I really was.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think of a way because it's like it becomes like boring and nerdy, and it takes me so long to explain that. I'm trying to find a way to make it like much more concise and simple. Because I know people are like, "Oh my God, what's it? Shut up, dude." But I
And
like,
just break it down simply. Use simple words. I think that's the trick. The more simpler the words, like even avoid using big words. That's what I try to do a lot of times.
yeah. So based on how everything moves in the sky, there it's it can be equally explained if the Earth is in the center, not moving.
That's it. Simple. Very simple. Exactly.
But this is the problem, though. When you say something like that, they immediately are like, "That's not true. What an idiot!" Da 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 da. Right? Like it's like, yeah, but yeah, I hear you. But like, because I'm trying to equip the other flat earthers with, dude, you can sit down with any astronomer and make the point I just made, and if you understand it, they can't rebut it. So it's like this tricky thing where I don't know.
Yeah.
If you just
My
say,
point is,
"I promise it's the
tailor.
same,"
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to say is tailor the message to whom you're speaking with, right? You're
yeah,
speaking to a professor, you can dial up the fancy talk, right? But when trying to explain it, I think the simplest way is the best for the masses, right? Because not everybody understands these freaking terms. Let's be honest, right? Like if you say reference frame, you lost like 90% of the people right there in your explanation. Whereas if you say from this point of view, everyone's aboard, right? Like that's what I mean.
yeah, I hear you.
And this is only one of this is like an old problem, the principle. Now we're on to new and greater things. With the James Webb, man, this is really bad for these guys.
Well, this is why, like, I agree with your approach a lot because, like, everyone's like, "What does that do with flat Earth?" And da 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 da. Why are you talking about space? Why are you talking about the sky? Blah blah blah. But dude, if you've spent any time in this, what you find out is that the people that can't even like truly consider the Earth not being a globe, they also cannot consider the solar system and the heliocentric Big Bang cosmology not being true. Like for them, it's the same spell. It's
Yep,
scientists have done this their whole life. They know more than me. They say the Earth is a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun that's shooting through a galaxy in an ever expanding universe. Like that whole thing is a bundle package for them. They can't let go of heliocentrism either. So
exactly.
you might as well start there. You know what I mean? Because in their own paradigm, you have ample ammunition using their own paradigm, their own theories. You can show you're wrong. Geocentrism has not been disproved, and actually,
Exactly
it's
my
proven out.
point.
Yeah,
Exactly my point. In their paradigm, the only way to reach them is if you go in their backyard, because they ain't even looking at you if you're outside the yard. So it hurts. It's bad because you're reaffirming the model, but that's the only way to reach them. I found the only way.
yeah, like um, that's why when you do it, what they start doing is it's like gaslighting you and saying flat earthers are scared to talk about flat earth. What does that have to do with flat earth? They start freaking out, right? When you jump in their backyard and you know way more about every plant that's in their backyard than they do, they start freaking out. They got to get you out of the yard. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, it trips them out. Like, so you believe in satellites now? So you believe in space now? That's the tactic B-ball was using today. Yeah, didn't work, but yeah, that's exactly. They start tripping out. Oh, so you believe in satellites now? You believe in space now? Yeah, yeah. That's a common tactic.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like all they have is tactics. Like I can show well, actually using the math that you guys claim for satellites, it actually invokes real inertial forces as if there is a cosmos moving around a stationary Earth. And they claim that for geostationary satellites, they basically do the math as if they're sending a satellite that's going into a cosmos that's spinning against it, and that it cancels out and keeps them there. Literally, that's how they do the math. They do the math as if there's a real inertial force coming from the cosmos spinning, and that their satellite is stationary because it's going into that just the right amount that it stays still. Obviously, I don't believe in their version of satellites and stuff like that, but it's like even in your own paradigm, you're using a geocentric model not just for the coordinate system, but even for the dynamic physics.
Not only that, we have people that look into this, man. Look at what's his name, Alan. Shout out Alan. He freaking disseminated the freaking satellite thing. That he took it to task, bro. It's like game over, you know? Yeah, we just have so many people that look into that are interested in these things, and yeah, forget about your satellites and your time dilation. That's gone. Bye bye. How can you have two transmissions? How can you have two forms of one that is stationary and one that is moving and have it different times? How is that possible? You got a problem there. Yeah. So everything they come up with, gyro compass gone, satellite gone, expansion gone, Big Bang gone, dark energy gone, dark matter gone. I mean, well, guys, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
It's
like
still a globe, though. It's still a globe, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're about to have some serious cosmological problems here. I mean, that's what this is all about. What's going on? You know, our whole cosmology and shit. So,
Yeah, exactly. That's what
Yeah,
this whole conversation is. Is like we're alternative cosmologists.
like Earth being a planet floating through space, that's cosmology, right?
Yep. Big Bang, that's cosmology. Black holes, cosmology. Dark matter, dark energy, expansion, everything, all that, everything.
I wanted to ask Parks last night about the ground rising up to hit you when you drop an object.
We can't overwhelm them, you know?
I didn't want
He
to
comes in
derail the
here.
whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you even say that, you kind of sound like a lunatic.
That's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Gotta be, bro.
It hurts to even say that out loud. I know.
Which is worse. You can have acceleration without movement. I even forgot. There's so many stuff that you forget how much crazy stuff they say. Remember that one yesterday? Acceleration without movement. Like, really? Who was saying it? Kosho or Zanik? Who was it?
Xanic, but there's a lot of people saying that this shit's not even right. Einstein never said that. That's not what's happening. But then you got Jace and Xanic and them guys saying that is what's happening in reality. I don't know. Fucking weird.
Man, this
It's
is
just
like
fucking
an
Yeah.
stupid.
episode of the Twilight Zone, man. I'm telling you, I think we're living in the Twilight Zone now.
I just think this is the truth, man. I think that as time passes, their arguments get weaker and ours get stronger. And so it's inevitable as time passes that they start to devolve into like more egregious tactics, and they start to disagree with each other more and more, and we begin to agree with each other more and more. Right. So
Yeah,
that's kind of how it's going to work.
when I came into this, I don't know, 4-5 years ago or whatever, it wasn't like this. Like we were, our arguments weren't as good. Maybe some people's were. Mine, I didn't know about it, and now, yeah, I feel like we're just getting better and better. We're aging like wine; they're aging like milk.
Exactly,
Oh, I
dude.
used
Like
to
legit.
sweat. I used to sweat when in the early days, right? You had like Bob the Science Guy, right? All kinds of technical. You had Big Blue with his engineering. We had George. George was an engineer, right? And in the beginning, I used to like, holy shit, man! I used to think these guys, whoa, I got to learn my shit because these guys know their stuff. Holy cow, man! As the years progressed, you find out, man, these guys are just parroting other stuff. It's not that they know anything; they're just parroting. They're just parroting the model. Yeah. Once you realize that, and you realize that these guys, they haven't done nothing on their own. They're just repeating what other people said. Then you say, okay, man, they're actually, yeah, okay, that's how it's done. Got it. Like they don't have one original idea in their head. If you want to know what they believe, you just open up Wiki and you read the current understanding of science. That's what they believe. Nothing more, nothing less. It's astonishing. When I found that out, wow, I gained a new confidence.
It's more like never more, always less.
Yeah. Yeah, like imagine just reading a paper, and because you know it's this guy with bananas on his shirt, right? He has the stripes, you have to accept it. Like, no, man, I don't care how many bananas you have on your shirt. If you tell me that this apparatus arm had to shrink in order for your theory to become true, I'll laugh at you. I don't care who you are. I don't care if your name's Einstein or Newton. Makes no difference to me. You're just another man.
Yeah. Like for me, I'm not the smartest guy and I don't know all the technical jargon, but I can comprehend, like when you guys talk and you get deep into it, I understand what you're saying. Like I completely understand what you're saying. And when they talk and they give their position, it's like it's really hard to take it seriously because it's like doing it like you said, you've been doing it for years. I've been doing it for over a year and it's very apparent. It's like it's just so obvious. They don't know what they're talking about. Like they genuinely don't understand their own model and their own beliefs to come to the conclusion that we have come to.
They would have to, right? Because you'd think if any reasonable person with a brain, right, that can disseminate information, it's okay. Like if you don't understand the theory, I get it, right? But if somebody explains to you, like for example, what they think pressure is or this and that, and you still like don't see an issue there, that boggles my mind. That really boggles my mind.
Yeah, I basically came to the point in where I don't let it bother me because I just realize that they will be blind and they won't see the truth because A, they're not ready to, or it's not for them. So I just come in here and I enjoy you guys and I like hearing you talk, but I I rarely get worked up over their whatever they say. They can throw their ad homs and their BS all they want, but you know, some people just aren't going to have it.
Yeah, they're the way I see it, they're irrelevant right now. Me, I like coming here because really, I think I learn something every day. It's like fascinating, you know. I don't think there's a day where I haven't learned something, or you know, thought like realized I was wrong about something, or rejigged something, or rethought of something. You know, to me, this is fascinating, right? This is like the ultimate. Not like there's no greater. You can't go to any higher class, right? Than this, there is
Yeah.
no higher class. You know what I'm saying? This is
Yeah.
it. This is the spear of knowledge, right? The tip, the way I
We're
see
like
it.
we're like in a Zoom class and we're all sharing notes with each other and like documents and research and like I'm here for
Yeah.
y'all. I'm not here for them because this is Discord. The people who are going to come on here are already anti-flat earthers. They're not going to change their mind. And very rarely, I mean, maybe someone's going to come in here who is actually open. I think it was Beerman, who he's like the exception where it's like he's starting to wake up.
It's beer,
Uh,
man. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, Beer
Beerman.
good. Yeah, I like him. The way he talks, the way he disseminates, he thinks of things. Yeah, that's how you got to
Like
do it.
like he's the diamond in the rough, you know? Like that's what I'm here for. I'm here for those guys.
Yeah, the guys that really want to learn really are asking questions, and not that we have the answers. They're asking the same questions as we are. Yeah, it's nice.
Because if you cannot be intellectually honest and self-aware enough, then what's the point? You know, like why would I even want to talk to you? Because then I see it as I'm wasting my breath and my time, my life on a brick wall.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
there's
wanna
some
I wanna
guys like
address
I tell them I don't want to talk to you, bro. Sorry, like go away. Yeah.
I wanna address this little list here, dude. This is super funny. This dude's like spamming this list about me. Let me address it real fast.
I almost gave him a
All right.
warning.
All right. Look, so number one, electrostatic experiments. I've done electrostatic experiments. It's literally in the Level with Me movie. Number two, we'll design an educational curriculum with books and videos for people homeschooling. I'm literally working with like 5 different parties, and we already have a ton of curriculum, and we're still working on it. That takes a lot of work. Number three, said we're going to send up a balloon 60 kilometers. That's a lie. No one ever said 60 kilometers. It was like 30 something kilometers. And literally, Iru started to do it and then realized that it didn't have the proper helium supply. So it got pushed back, but we've already got the balloon and all the cameras and everything. Number four, what to say is going to go to Antarctica to show this 24-hour sun is fake. Literally just a lie. I've never said that. Every time someone asks me, the anti-flat earthers say, Witsit, why don't you take a trip to Antarctica and prove that the 24-hour sun's not real? We know why, because it'll disprove flat Earth, and you can't con people anymore. It's just a script they say to But I've always said, why would I ever do that? That's ridiculous. I know someone that was stationed in Antarctica for 6 months, and they said they never saw a 24-hour sun, not one time. And why would I go there and say it's cloudy, say I don't see it, right? People just be like, oh well, you just didn't see it or whatever. It wouldn't prove anything. Okay, and that would cost many thousands of dollars. Number five, Witsit's newest "This is Gonna Kill the Globe Forever" said he's gonna go out with Jared and prove that signals can be received in a skip zone, and by that, according to him, disprove the globe. No, according to the globe model, it would disprove the globe. And secondly, it was not with Jared. It was actually with Napalm and hopefully Rakia because he's in Louisiana. And we are actually going to be doing this once I move to Florida in the next month. I move to Florida, and then we're going to set up the radio test. Number six, going to do some sort of time dilation experiment. You just made that up. That's ridiculous. I would never say that because there is no such thing. How could I possibly do an experiment on something that doesn't exist? Number seven has shown the moon is a hologram 5 times previously. Apparently, never shows it when asked. I actually said that Cami Nodell did it, and we have shown it. They did an entire Glowbusters tech show is showing it that you can basically replicate the moon with holographic imagery. Number eight, going to do a cabbage experiment. This is one that I did say I was going to do a long time ago, and I haven't got around to doing. I want to manipulate the variable electrostatics while we do a Cavendish, but we have to set it up very precisely. I just haven't done it. Number nine is going to have a YouTube trial show, Effie versus Globe, jury him as the judge. That's right. I do plan on doing an Effie court show. I think it's going to be awesome. I plan on doing that once I get my new office set up in my new house. Number 10, going to sit for the law bar exam. You don't even know how to coherently speak, but yeah, I actually am currently researching how to sit for the bar exam. There's only 4 states in the United States that allow you to do so without going to law school, and it's Washington, California, Vermont, and Virginia. I'm trying to look up the reciprocity of each of those states and how I'd be able to use that license in other states. So I'm currently researching how to sit for the bar. Okay, your entire list has been debunked. Please stop spamming it. Thank you. Sorry to do that to the room.
Now imagine what kind of a man would follow another man around to know such. Like I had no clue about all this stuff that you
He's
just
a big
spread out,
fan.
right? And I talk
He's a
to you
big.
almost every day. Now this dude made a freaking list of this stuff. Imagine that.
He's a big fan, dude. These guys are big
Yeah,
fans of what's it. You
yeah.
know, I can't blame him.
A list.
It's like, where are the pom poms, bro? You need some pom poms.
I mean, if you want to break out lists, I got a whole bunch of fucking lists.
Looks like Witsa has a Valentine.
Damn, yeah.
Let's see what
Jeremy, break out the list of things you've stolen from me, all my ideas and sayings. Make that list.
We don't have enough
Yeah,
time on the live stream to read that list.
I was about to say we'll be here forever, bro.
Listen, we spent a lot of time in gems. Shit got jumbled up. I don't know who did what. Okay, we're here now. We just have to move on.
Just so you know, good one, Quad. Just so you know, somebody told me that somebody has a file on all of us. They keep a file. Just so you know.
That's gay.
I think it's the Pinkerton. I think it was the Queen, one of them that told me that. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, isn't it? You got to admit that we're kind of like celebrities, bro. We're like celebrities to them. You know how people get like obsessed with a rapper or something, or like the Kardashians, and they research their family and they want to find out where they live, and they find out where they went to school, and they listen to everything they say, and they document it, and they're like waiting for their next show. They're constantly commenting to them. They do that with us. They create entire Discord servers to obsessively talk about us. They come to this Discord server and obsessively talk about us. They go to our comment sections and obsessively talk about us. They sit in the shadows and watch all of our stuff. So we're basically like celebrities to them. So it's kind of a weird dynamic.
It's flattering, if anything, you know?
Yeah. Sort of, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just wild, dude. I just see it as like all this whole thing is a story as old as time. The astrologers could tell you, the common man, the signs and wonders of the world, and we're still in the predicament to this day, it seems like.
So do we have a stenographer just like writing everything we say?
Yeah, that would be cool if we could get this transcripts.
What do they call those guys that they follow around and they write stuff down? There's a name for them.
It's like the dicta something.
Yeah. There's a specific name for it. Yeah, I forget it now. Well, in other words, what it is obsession. It's called obsession. It's called focusing on the person. That's the weakest form of intellect, right? You talk about people. So they have no argument, they have no critical thought. So all they can do is like pick a guy out like that they think is prominent in the community and just dog him and just, tell him how stupid he is, and that's all they have. That's all they have. Like example, the thing I posted on the cosmology on the early galaxy, another one that they found. Not one comment was directed at that. It was either ad hom or what does that have to do with the Earth shape? They can't address the topic. They just can't.
You had some all or nothing fallacies in there too. Let's not forget those.
Yeah.
They still think Earth's a globe, or that satellite was from Earth in space. You believe it's orbiting satellites.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just imagine trying, like, being the type of person that relies on someone else to get your beliefs.
Yeah, that's it, bro. You picked it off. They're waiting for the answer to come from up above, and then they're gonna just, follow that script. Yep.
Dude, one of the funniest parts I think that what they do is like there's literally hundreds and hundreds of people that go around and like I'll just catch wind of it. Like I'll hear it somewhere, or I'll hear them in Discord or whatever. Someone will come tell me, or I'll see in a chat or a comment. Hundreds of people that claim Witsit is so scared of my question, he's been running away for years. And like they'll have some random question, like why don't you go to Antarctica and prove 24 hours? It's like, dude, no one's scared of any of your questions. I didn't know that you existed, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, there's so many people that run around and they're like, dude, the flat earther is so scared to answer this question I've been asking for years, they can't do it. And in reality, we just like don't even know who they are.
It reminds
I
me
don't
of
know why. I think that's so funny.
Sam, what's his name? He's some lefty YouTuber, Sam something, Sam whatever. But he goes around and he'll do that exact thing. He'll be like, "Oh, so and so is so afraid of me, blah blah," just to get clout. Like,
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's so
chasing.
goofy. Yeah, like when I say like Professor Dave is scared to debate me, like I have the receipts. It's like a real thing. What is this guy talking about? The London Underground. He said they had to account for Earth curvature in the London Underground. You ever heard of that?
Metro. I was talking about the metro system.
They claim to account for Earth curvature to build a metro system.
Why would
It's
you
the
have to
first
do
I hear this.
Why?
that? Just doesn't make
In
sense.
what way?
I thought the entire globe position was that we do all engineering on the local scale as if the Earth is flat.
Like, don't trains have to run flat? Like,
No, they
like
can run at inclines.
they can run at inclines.
Yeah, you go up and down. Well, not too steep, but yeah, you got to go out, over some kind of terrain eventually.
Well, isn't that why they used to cut? They literally used to blow mountains to go through them.
Yeah, I mean, they want them to go relatively flat, yes, but you do got to go, What if you've got a train going to Colorado? Like, you're going to eventually have to go up a grade at some point.
Yo,
Yep.
Jeremy, what up?
So trains can go
Hold
up.
on, timeout. I know you fucking hear me saying hello. Yo, what up?
I said hi.
Yo, just to let you know, you're missing Coriolis conversation right now over at FED.
No one cares.
Bro, I pitched him my shit. I pitched Huey my
That's my
shit.
name. Anyway,
He shut me down. Bro, I pitched Q. You were there. I pitched Huey my thing. He shut me down because he said, "Oh, once you start explaining reference frames to people, they're gonna get lost." The next day, he came out with a. The next day, he came out with a video explaining reference frames.
all right, just letting you know.
No doubt.
All right.
That argument's banging. That's the best Coriolis argument anyone ever heard. Leading the target. But they got some Coriolis argument that that's not even how the globe model says it works. With the whole North Carolina to LA shit. That's not how the globe says Coriolis is happening, because they got the atmosphere moving in lockstep with the Earth.
So trains, they can't. So most trains have a gradient of 4% or less. There's one or two in Switzerland that are 7%. So translation: every 25 miles of track, the altitude will increase by 1 mile.
and they can't exceed that grade.
Right.
Especially those long trains that have like 100 pieces on them. Yeah, it's gotta be precise.
So it's like when we say they go uphill, it's like a very, very. It's
Minute.
very.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted a thing. Where was it? I forgot where it was. Where they have like 200 miles of dead straight tracks. I'll try to find it. I'm having a sandwich. I'll post it after. You'll freak, bro. Yeah, trains is another dead giveaway for their fantasy.
Can't even join that room. That shit's full or some shit. They got it like capped out at X amount of people, whatever. I'm not even fucking.
That London
We'll get
Underground
you in.
thing, the London Underground thing needs to be checked because they also have, don't they have like the sewer system underground, like their aqueduct system? And that was built way before that. So did they take curvature into account when they were building that? Like, come on.
Yeah, dude, you wouldn't need to
Why
take
would you
curvature.
take curvature when you're building a freaking tunnel? You can make it any
Because
way
if,
you want.
think about it. Think about
Yeah.
it. If you were to build a tunnel straight and the earth was curved, you would pop out of the ground eventually.
Yeah, on the other side. Yeah, yeah.
So that's what their claim is. So that's what I'm saying. That's hilarious. And that's why they should really look at every single sewer system ever. And there was a guy that came in here one time that claimed that they'd take curvature of the earth, and then we found out, oh no, they were just like correcting for man's error, for user error.
Yeah, and these tunnels that they're saying, especially in London, right? There's tunnels underneath tunnels underneath tunnels. Same in New York. There's people that break, that go in after dark. It's not what you think, bro. It's like we have civilizations on top of civilizations. If you dig down in cities, you'll blow your mind, bro.
I used to work at Disneyland, and I would use the tunnel system. Bro, freight trucks can fit in those tunnels easily.
You ever see those maps of the deep underground military bases? Those tunnels are like connected across America, it looks like.
Yeah.
Washington, D.C. is like that.
Yeah.
And then you get into your mind specs of, how they're laid out, and they're still laid out plumb level and square.
They have to be.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. Yeah.
Bro, these guys think the buildings are all trapezoids on Earth, every single one.
And that continues under our feet too. They are ludicrous.
The guy was showing that he went into a tube in the London Underground from World War II, where people were sleeping, the bombs were falling. And it's like a time capsule, man. He was picking up tickets from 1940, finding all kinds of, bags, and was really freaked out, man.
And then there's some defense tunnel system from the wars up in the mountains, runs from mountain to mountain and all that stuff.
Cheyenne Mountain. That's the leaders in Washington, under the House, where all the members are, they have a train system that, in a case of war, they go under, and it transports them directly underground into a bomb shelter. This is well known. All of them, their families, everything. They have facilities, gyms, kitchens, generators, food stock for like 20 years. They were showing it. It's unbelievable. But for the rest of us, nothing.
Well, it's not going to do them any good.
Well, yeah, they call it the continuity of government. That's what they call it.
And then you get into the tunnels that they use every day in DC. Not just the ones for the emergencies, but the ones that are there that are traveled routinely.
in the Bible, it talks about how God will, like, because apparently people will be living in the sea or something in the end time. And it says God will send a dragon to get them.
Yeah, so like
Yeah.
if they're claiming that there's like 20 centimeters per kilometer that it could deviate because of the Earth's sphere, and I'm asking the guy, so wait, so they claim to have applied a curvature correction. How could they just apply like a constant rate of curvature correction if they claim that the rate of curvature on the Earth is not constant? So if you're talking about a value that small, then you would need to know exactly what the rate of curvature is for each portion of the railroad. So just merely the claim on its face doesn't make sense. You couldn't apply a constant rate of curvature to like correction if it's supposedly not constant. And you're needing to get within, they claim to get within 1 millimeter accuracy.
If anything, they're correcting for elevation changes on the ground. Wouldn't that be the case? And now they're conflating that with curvature?
He said, remember, it's underground, not above ground. He doesn't understand basic things. This is why they have to stay in the text, because it's like they just can't come. They can't come in BC. They get embarrassed. Dude, buddy, the rate of curvature is still supposedly different as you go underground, though, right? Because you're going to go a certain depth below the surface, and the radius value is supposedly different everywhere on the Earth. So thanks for playing.
Yo, what's up? Good morning. What's it?
What up, bro?
Check out the things I posted on the Pacific Railway of Argentina.
205 miles? Wow.
205 miles.
How much
Dead
curvature did
straight,
they calculate into that?
0. Dead straight and dead level for 205 miles.
Man, those Argentinians, dude. They're not messing around.
Yeah, it was the British that built it, but yeah, they're maintaining it. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. That was nice of Britain.
Imagine 205 miles of dead straight and dead level. Imagine that.
What they talking about?
A railway in Argentina.
How about
Uh-huh.
that conversation last night with that serious guy about ether, man? That was pretty gnarly, huh?
Oh, that was awesome. Shout out Sirius, man. We got a star on our hands, bro. Yeah, we need
Yeah.
more of this dude. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's a beast, bro. Like, I wish Wissett was there to hear it, man. It was like, this dude dived into the whole history of the ether, dude, for the most part.
And he
Nice.
freaking knew about Tesla, about the white radiant. He's the only guy I've talked to that knew about this shit. Yeah, this guy is for real.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
serious. He sent me so many PDFs about the history of magnetism, electricity, and ether, dude. He's legit.
Yeah. I think he knows more about all of this than all of us combined. Like, yeah, he's freaking good, man.
Well, I mean,
He is the chosen one.
his explanation on counterspace was pretty good. I think it was fairly on par with what I've explained. Like, I've heard a lot of the stuff that I said just used in different words from what he was explaining last night. I'm interested to have a conversation with him eventually. I just didn't want to interrupt him last night because he was on a roll, dude.
Yeah, the
But
dude knows his shit. Yeah.
I know you've struggled with that concept in the past of counterspace. How did you feel as to what he said about it not being real in the sense that has no like Cartesian presence, but it's this underlying dimension of dimensionality.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. To me, it's still like a bit in the woo department. But yeah, I kind of understand how you guys look at it. And I also understood it in a way Dollard explained it. He explained it, what's in between. You know, when he has those two coils, he has one coil on one side, one coil on the other side, and he shows the lamp, right? And he shows the things going on. Now, the stuff in between that, that's what he calls counter space. It's like a null pressure point, whatever you want to call it, right? So, yeah, if that's what you mean, yeah, I get it. I really get it.
Yeah, like if you look at that hourglass shape, that really fine point where everything kind of comes to like a really narrow hole, I guess, if you will, where things are like the sand's kind of falling through at a slow rate. That is essentially so small to where it has like no, like I said, Cartesian presence. It like literally ceases to exist in the sense that we know it. And things just kind of get sucked into this vortex. And I don't know. That's as far as I could take it, man.
Yeah, like that part is a bit still on the woo side for me, but yeah, I kind of like, I'm not going to make fun of it or anything. I'm just, I'm not fully aboard on that aspect. Because I still think it's space there, but something is causing it. Something is, in the sense of these two coils, right? It's like the counterbalancing of two forces kind of a deal. That's the way Dollard explains it.
Can you guys share something like like this topic? Like, is there anything that I could like get a reference for this?
Oh man, this is
There's plenty of places you can get references. How far are you willing to search to find it is the question.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
that's a very good question.
Yeah, because it's not like not everyone's answer, like individual answer, is going to satisfy. Like, so you've got to find someone that's able to explain it in such a way that makes the connection for you. Like I heard Sirius last night kind of explaining it as being the square root of -1, which I thought was kind of an interesting concept. But yeah, you can look up counter space from Eric Dollard, Ken Wheeler, and then you can go back to some of the greats from back in the day, like Steinmetz, Heaviside, Walter Russell, Maxwell, Faraday, Thomson, Tesla. A lot of these guys understood, like anytime they're talking about this dielectric field, that's essentially what they're talking about. But don't get confused with, like a dielectric insulator, kind of like what Sirius was talking about last night. Like he used dielectric in the sense of being an insulator, and then called the dielectric that we refer to as the primary half of the ether field as being this electric, or how did he call it? I think he said Heaviside called it electricity. Is that the
white light or something like that? Yeah.
No,
maybe
he called it. Yeah, I guess it was coined by somebody long ago, but it just never really caught on. But it was electricity or something along those lines.
Yeah.
The way that
he's just basically saying how magnetism and electricity is like a quadrupole, so it's got like a male-female aspect to it. That was like another way how he kind of spun it off, which I thought was pretty brilliant. But
yeah, if it's anything to take away from this, right, is that there's a different kind of energy that can be separated from the electromagnetic. In other words, you have the electrons, which are blue, but when he put it through a magnet, he realized that a stream of this white stuff was streaming out the other direction. And it was unlike the electromagnetic energy. Totally different, cold. So he named that radiant energy. That's the most important takeaway from all of this. A new form of energy, safer.
Interesting.
Yeah. I would check out Eric Dollard. I think he's got a pretty good video that he put out going through the whole history of electricity and upon its discoveries, and you know all the people that
Right.
that spoke about it long ago, and he kind of breaks it down. I thought it's kind of dry, but at the end of the day, it's packed full of information that you're not going to hear anywhere else, really.
Yeah, Dollard is definitely the guy, the top guy on the planet. I almost said it, on the plane.
Planet.
Plain
Yeah.
You did
Yeah,
say it. You
Montreal,
did say it.
that's a warning, dude. All right, watch yourself.
You see, I'm model afflicted still. You see, I almost said it. Yeah.
No, you did say it.
I
said
mean,
it.
Yeah, I say global politics all the time. It drives me nuts.
I wouldn't let that word offend you. It's got our word in there. A plain at, just like Daiso. So
You see, Chaiki got excited there. You said it. You invoked the god.
they
Yeah, and
call
you
it.
guys still say the sun moves, and you guys still say horizontal. You guys still say that the stars move. So thanks for playing.
A Freudian slip.
Yeah, but that serious guy's a beast, bro. We got to get him to, like, I don't know, do a presentation or something. I don't know, dude.
He said he was gonna. He said he was thinking of doing one. Yeah.
It's like if we got Alan, that guy, Witsit, and a few others together, dude. Like I think we could have like a really awesome discussion.
For sure. Yeah.
One day.
Well, I think that there are some things that we disagreed on back in the day. That's why those conversations are so good, is because then you can like start to try to figure out the next step together. That's like what it's really supposed to all be about. You know?
Yeah. If you all agree on something, there's something wrong there. Definitely something wrong.
Yeah, like we're missing the mark. Like throughout all history, like the brightest minds, they got together and they talked about stuff like the ether or the primary substrate and stuff like that. They talked about cosmology on like a deeper level, and they would that's actually that's how even their paradigm came up with stuff. And like now it's like looked down upon. Like if people try to think through ideas together critically, it's like you're not allowed to do that. Where's your piece of paper that said you're permitted to think? You know, it's so fun.
That's their greatest fear. That's their greatest fear, is when people don't go with the paradigm and think for themselves. Look out throughout history. When people would take over countries and want to do things their way, the first people they go after is the academics, the thinkers. Those are the first people they get rid of.
Yeah, that's why the Globers hate us so much. Like straight up. Because they see that we think for ourselves. And they're like, no. It's like Stockholm syndrome.
That's exactly what it is. They're under the spell. They're Stockholm. They're that agent dude, right? Whenever they hear something, whoop, they have to come up there and defend it. It's like an impulse, like when you're training, right? You're trained to put your hands up, so when you get scared, whoop, your hands go up right away. So it's like an impulse for them.
Well, think about it. Like, so if I go to Flat Earth meetups, everyone there is just having like these crazy deep conversations of what they agree and disagree on. They're trying to speculate about certain things or figure it out, and they're like respectfully disagreeing and having intellectual discussion. Every meetup I've ever been at, you'll hear a flat earther, he has an idea that's kind of out there or different, and you're like, wait a minute, what about this? If you go to like a meetup of Globers, all the thinking has been done for them in their mind, and they just have to discuss what's been figured out for them. So then they just are like, "Oh yeah, have you heard about Trump's indictment?" Because they can't talk about like intellectual things because they think that people have done it for them. So it's just like a fundamental contrast.
It's true. Most ballers are Trump haters as well. I don't know if that has any significance, but they're liberals, a lot of them, right? If I got it correct.
Yeah, dude. Did you see my most recent debate with Kai?
No.
Okay, so there's a dude on the Globe side, and he interrupts Kai at some point, and I say, "Hey, can you not interrupt a lady, please?" And he says, "Can you not interrupt a lady, please?" And then points at himself. And then he makes like, yeah, dude, he makes all these like sexual degenerate comment. He says, just a whole bunch of weird stuff, bro. A whole bunch of like completely inappropriate sexual degenerate comments. He says something about like, I was like, yeah, well, they were telling me I started imitating a Glober, and I thought it was hilarious. I put my glasses on, and then the moderator was like, "We try not to do that," or whatever. And I'm like, "Well, have James reprimand me," you know. And then he said, "Oh, he's like, you can come over. I have plenty of gear to reprimand you."
Come on, man.
Yeah, dude. And I'm like, well, I actually use my male anatomy to make babies with my counterpart here, but thanks anyway. And it's like, he just consistently made like sexual degenerate. I'm just saying, like, that's kind of like their side generalized. I mean, obviously there's differences, but they all defend that guy who's in a debate about the earth and can't contain his sexual degeneracy long enough to have a debate. Like, he has to make like repetitive weirdo comments about like how he's actually a girl, and then he's got his pronouns up, they, them, there, and he's just like constantly making sexual references. I don't know. It's just weird because like every baller like defends his right via wokeness, you know. So it is it's pretty stark contrast, typically speaking, between like people politically and then their ability to entertain alternative cosmology and stuff like that.
It seems like somehow they're intertwined with that war. But that is one movement, like, for real now, guys. That's one movement that has to be squashed. Like, these degenerates teaching children that they can be boys or girls or whatever they want in between. I mean, that's like end of society stuff, man. I mean, if you're an adult, it's one thing, but teaching this to children in school, this is a sad day for the West, man. The rest of the world think we're crazy, by the way, huh? This is like, they're fighting this tooth and nail. In Africa, they're making laws. Russia has laws. China has laws. The rest of the world thinks we're crazy. Really.
Yo, is he the guy with the rainbow colored universe in the background?
Are you talking about Paris? No,
Yes.
The guy with
he's
his
got a giant bowl.
You can
That's
just
it.
look at him and tell like he's like down that path. Yeah, I could just see him being liberal.
What are you talking about?
What's was debating some guy who's like he, they, them, liberal, and I was saying you could just look at the guy and you can tell that that's exactly what he is.
Which it wasn't debating anyone, never.
Good one.
Yeah, you throw your ideas, he throw his ideas. That's not a debate.
No, I'd specifically refute their claims. That's exactly what a debate is.
If you did that, that's a debate.
I always do that. I specifically
doubt
rebut
it.
the other person's claims.
However, I doubt it very much.
Okay, can you name one debate I was in where I didn't specifically rebut the other person's claim?
All of them.
Just name one then.
I don't know the name. Every time I saw you, you never rebutted anything. You throw words in the air. That's not a rebuttal.
No, I rebut every single claim the other side makes.
No,
What are you talking
just say stuff. That's not a rebuttal.
How do you
You
rebut in a
express your
debate
opinion.
without saying
You
stuff?
bring your premises, your definitions, your axioms. You follow the logic. You rebut their claim. You
How do
don't
you
have.
how do you rebut someone's claims without saying stuff?
No, you need to say stuff. The stuff you say needs to be
Holy
axioms,
smokes, dude! This is
definitions,
hold on,
logic,
Strikey. Wait, Strikey, can you hear
logic.
me?
Shut the fuck up! I was talking. Why are you
No, I
talking
know.
over me?
I'm trying to interrupt
No,
you.
why are you talking over me? Why did you
Because
feel you have
I'm
to talk
moderating
over
you.
me?
Because I want
Why
to moderate
do
you
you
right now,
have
dude.
to
That's why.
talk over me?
All right. Well, if you're gonna be a child, I'll just do this. I'm listening to what you're saying to Witsit, and it's not even really an argument. You're just kind of doing this weird rant. Just don't do that. Just have a regular conversation with somebody. Don't try to wind them up. Don't just start attacking their character. You know, I don't know how you guys do it from where you're from. You know, I know there's a lot of like rock throwing going on over there, but we don't do that here.
Where did I
Actually,
take any? When did I take anyone? When did I take a character of anyone? Why you pull stuff out of your ass? I was talking to Witsit. I explained to him why he did not
That's all I have to say about it,
debate.
dude. I'm
I
not gonna argue with you.
explained to him in detail why he didn't debate ever.
Okay, I do though, man. Like I specifically point out like the logical fallacies in the other person's claims. I rebut their claims. I make very specific arguments that go unrebutted. So the only reason that it's not really a debate is because the globe side seems incapable of logical consistency, understanding how to specifically respond to the point without diverting and then devolving.
Diverting.
Or
So
even
rebut my
conceding
rebut
when
my
they're wrong.
argument. Rebut my argument. My argument is very clear, very short, not very complicated. Rebut it. Go ahead.
Well,
Bring
which
me a
argument?
syllogism. The picture that I show you, that you look down, down, and down, and that's not possible on a flat earth. Look down to things that are above you. Rebut it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. It changed angular size in the distance. You have to know the relative elevations, and we have hyperbolic visual space. Thanks for playing. This is where you claim that wasn't a rebuttal because you can't interpret what I said and respond to it.
You didn't say anything.
See?
I didn't hear logic. I didn't hear logic. I didn't hear logic. Go ahead. Bring me your axioms, your definitions, and your logic. I didn't hear it. Anyone did?
Okay.
Dude, this is like a bad episode of fucking Zoolander right now, bro. Honestly.
If the Earth is a plane and you make observations over distance via hyperbolic visual space, then the things in the distance will change angular position relative to that perspective.
Abso-fucking-lutely. I don't know what was that word you say, something space, counter space?
Hyperbolic visual space.
Yeah, okay. Never heard about it.
All right, brother.
Hyperbolic visual space.
Nervous laughter.
Talk Euclid to me. Why you use fancy words? Planes.
What's fancy?
Planes.
What's fancy?
Straight
What's the
lines.
fancy?
Go ahead.
Buddy, we don't see in straight lines. Do you have evidence for that?
Oh, now you made a positive claim. Go ahead. You don't see.
I made a negative claim.
No, it's a positive claim.
I've explained
The fact that there is a negative word in it doesn't make it not positive. You made a claim.
You're saying we see in straight lines. I said we don't see in straight lines. Do you have evidence for that?
Why you don't see in straight lines?
Do you have evidence for that?
Of course I see in straight lines.
Do you see? This is called a shifting the burden of proof, right? So a reversal.
We see in straight lines.
Buddy, you made a claim that we see in straight. Buddy, stop interrupting me, please. You said that we see in straight. Buddy. You said that we see in straight lines. That's a positive claim. I then challenged or denied your assertion and asked you to provide evidence to substantiate your claim. You then responded with, You made a positive claim, support it. That's called a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. It's a textbook.
You made a
reversal.
claim. You made. We
Where's
don't.
your
shit.
axioms, Jake?
So
Where's your
yeah. Where
information
my
site?
axiom is that our eye detects angles. It detects the position of objects in the distance. We have no choice. Simply, we have no choice because we don't see the trajectory of the light. All we see is where the light hit in our eye.
Jake,
All we can do is measure angles, and angles has straight lines. That's what
Jake,
we do.
our
That's what
vision
our eye do.
does our vision converge into the horizon?
Well,
What?
you're muffled a bit. What do you say?
I said, does our vision converge into the horizon at long distance?
No,
Like when we make long
no,
distance observations?
no.
Do you have anything to support that?
Yes, our vision converges to the center of our vision. Wherever you look, that's where it converges to. Up, down, left, right. The center is the convergent point. That's how we see things.
Okay,
Try
yeah.
it.
So
Try it.
there's a horizontal convergence point near eye
No,
level.
I said
It's
no. I said
provable.
not.
It's just provable. I mean, who cares
No,
about
it's not.
actual?
Prove it. Prove
Yeah,
it.
it is. Okay, so
It converges to the center of where
I
we
can't do
of our
this. I
vision.
buddy, I gotta give you a piece of advice. All right? In the real world, when people have
Thank you.
conversations, they don't just incessantly interrupt the other person, bro.
No, that's a conversation. When you converse, you don't start. Why you talk over me? You throw a word in, you stop, you continue. Don't make a fuss out of it. That's a conversation.
Well, it's impossible to have a conversation if every time I start speaking to you, incessantly interrupt me. I'm just saying.
No, I throw one word, not interrupting you.
Okay, there's a horizontal.
I'm not rude. Hold on. I'm not rude like the other one. That I'm talking to you. He start talk over me. Ignore that I'm asking him not to talk over me, and keep talking over me, and then mute me. That's rude.
Okay.
Were you
Let
were
me
you
ask
able
you a
just to
couple
say
questions.
that
I'm gonna
without being interrupted, Jake? Yeah, you were.
No,
Let me just ask a couple questions, and I'm gonna fall back. Let me ask a couple questions. Is the horizon an apparent location? Yes or no?
Apparently, everything is apparent location, right?
Is it? What's the difference in actual and apparent?
There is none.
There is no difference in actual and apparent. Okay.
None. Everything you see is apparent.
Okay. So the horizon is an apparent location. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, in reality, the ground doesn't actually converge with the sky. It's just an optical effect. It's an apparent
What do you mean?
location.
The air doesn't touch the water?
No. The ground doesn't converge into the sky and become the same thing. Okay, that doesn't happen in reality.
No one said it becomes the same thing. The air touch the water?
Non sequitur.
The
Non
clouds touch
sequitur.
the
You
water.
can't say yes. You can't say yes, right?
Yes, it does, and that's a non sequitur.
That's it. That's the horizon. Where we
That's
see
what I'm talking about. We're not
where
talking
we
about if
see
it's
the air
adjacent.
touch the sky. That's the
We're not talking
horizon.
about if it's adjacent. We're not talking about if it's adjacent. We're talking about it converging. But here's the deal,
No,
man.
nothing converges.
The horizon
I
is
didn't
just
say
dude,
converge.
stop it, dude. The horizon is just an apparent location, and you yourself have admitted that when we increase with altitude, that the horizon will rise due to perspective. So what we know is that the horizon is an apparent location, and its location actually changes due to perspective. What we also know is that it changes due to atmospheric conditions, because if you keep the same perspective angle, it'll actually fluctuate throughout the day. So now we know there's actually a limit to our perspective, a convergence point, right? That's an apparent location that fluctuates based on perspective angle and atmospheric conditions. These are just facts, right?
Now,
See,
back
you guys have
to
to
the
deny
horizon.
reality.
Now that we'll go back to the horizon, right? If you look horizontally in rows and elevation, the horizon will not rise; it will start dropping. However, since you tilt your head down and put your center of vision on the horizon, it looks like it keeps rising up. Like I said, It depends. The convergence point is the center of your vision. Doesn't matter which direction you look. That's the center of your vision. So if
Does
you
the
look down to the
horizon?
horizon, it looks like it rose up. But if you look horizontal, you will see it doesn't rise up. It starts dropping down.
Okay. Does the ground ramp up due to perspective?
Like I said, yes.
Okay. So if the ground ramps up due to perspective, and the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, then that means that the location of the horizon changes due to perspective.
No. The location of the horizon is fixed, doesn't move. In a vision, it looks rising up or not rising up, depend which direction we look.
So if I can show you a video where we maintain level and increase altitude, but the horizon begins to rise, then it debunks the globe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
All you need to do is find that video.
Yeah,
Which I think you wouldn't.
I've shown you guys the video. I've shown you the video. Like when you even get in a plane, right? As you get in a plane, the horizon rises towards eye level. It's still below
No.
eye level. It's still below eye level, and then the higher you get, the further below eye level it is. But that doesn't mean it's not rising from its initial position. The
It
actual
doesn't.
globe position, the accurate globe position is that the horizon is an apparent location which comes from a geometric location, but we don't see the actual position of the physical geometric horizon. And then as we increase altitude, it's physically dropping down below us, but due to perspective, it slightly rises. And so it's
No, it
both
doesn't.
dropping and rising. Okay, so you don't even understand your own model, dude.
Chike,
I don't understand.
why don't you wait till he's done, Chike? You, like the whole
Why
time he was
doesn't he
talking.
stop? Why doesn't he stop? Why does it keep talking when I'm waiting
Because
for his
he's making his
video?
fucking point. He's
I'm
making his
waiting
fucking
for his
point.
video. Why spread misinformation and not bring his proofs?
Because you guys are
Evidence.
talking about it right now, Chike. What have you
No, I'm
posted?
not talking. I'm waiting for the video.
What have you posted?
I didn't post anything.
Well, you're just throwing words out there,
You
man.
want me
You
to
haven't
post one
rebutted
of?
anything.
You want me to post one of the Wolfie's video when you'll see that as you go up, the horizon drops below the
Listen, the
horizontal.
whole conversation, Chike, started off with you saying that Witzit's never refuted any of the Glober claims anytime he's ever debated due to the fact that he's not met the criteria that you've specified. And you're doing the same exact thing. You're not meeting the criteria you've specified yourself while trying to simultaneously refute him. So I don't know, bro, what your deal
I
is,
don't.
but
I have nothing to refute yet. I need
Hey,
something to
do
refute.
drones have to be level to fly? Yes or no?
No,
Oh, so drones aren't designed to maintain level?
the designed to maintain level. They don't need to be horizontal or any specific orientation.
No. Do drones have to be level to fly?
What do you mean level?
What do you mean? What do I mean level?
Do drone need to be level? What does it mean that drone is level?
Yeah. Drones have to be balanced and level to fly. That's how they're designed.
I don't know what you mean level. What?
Perpendicular to the vertical.
They don't have to be.
Okay, can you please show me a drone that flies diagonally?
Okay. And if I did,
So a
you
plane.
would shut up forever?
No, the plane can change or the drone can change direction temporarily, but to maintain its position, it has to maintain level. So
You
if I'm
sure?
on it, if I have a drone and it's level on the ground, and then I start to raise the drone up, right? It's maintaining level going straight up, right? Unless I take the controller and change the camera and tilt it down, unless I change the angle of the camera, then it's going to just maintain the same angle of view horizontally as I lift up off the ground. When we do this in the real world, the horizon rises with the drone. I just dropped the video, so I gotta go.
fucking pointless, Chike.
What happened? Went silent?
I don't know. Somehow dogs are real. Is gonna draw. Somehow showing the sun goes below the horizon. I don't know.
Oh boy, this should be good.
He is super vision.
Sorry, I had a crisis.
What's up?
What's happening? Come in VC, B-Ball. Ask your questions here. It's dead right now, so. Don't worry, no one's gonna attack you or insult you, or that ain't gonna happen, so don't worry about that.
You think this debate's going to resolve anything today, SE, or do you think there's going to be like a conclusion made, or is it just going to only intensify or further the division?
I'm kind of like on what Napalm said on this. He said that if they don't come to terms with the words in the beginning, that's exactly what I was thinking. He said it before me. If they don't come to terms, it's going to be a shit show. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, I mean, Nathan doesn't. He seems kind of apprehensive to ever come to terms on definement. Like he always subjectively interprets or like chooses what colloquial understanding he's going to apply that fits his narrative than, you know,
What's going to happen today? What are you talking
what
about?
I'm looking for.
There's a debate today between Nathan Oakley and Jaren.
Today?
Yes, sir.
But not on the FED show, right?
No. Jaren is too smart for that.
Oh, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
12
What time
o'clock
is it, Dice
Pacific.
Law, again? What time is
Yeah,
it?
it's 12 p.m. Pacific Standard. I don't know what the global mountain time is or whatever.
So 3 o'clock for us here in the afternoon in Eastern. So I guess that's 8 o'clock prime time for the UK.
Well, I think we all listened to Nathan enough, so we know what's going to happen, right?
Yeah, that's fair to say. Well, he won't have a mute button, so that's a big thing.
Will it be moderated?
Yes. I believe Apocryphon is moderating it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I thought he said Hammer, but maybe he said Hammer is going to be broadcasting it on OBS or something. I think that's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, I guess.
Especially given the subject.
What's the subject, bro?
Proof.
Because Jaren said, like, science not proving things, and the FED guys being in their protocol with proof and science. Right.
Yeah, the scientific method and all that, yeah.
Yes.
What's your take, ASIC?
Well, I'm not really siding with any side, but for me it makes sense that if you have something which you find empirically, right, that you have kind of proven that, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, not really like trying to grab upon FED's stance or Jaren's stance, just trying to say that we as humans should have a solid foundation on which we base our knowledge, right? And so some things have to be accepted as true or as proven to have a solid building upon the knowledge you gather, in my opinion, at least.
Can that proof that you've determined empirically ever be changed?
Sorry, say again?
I said, can we, whatever we're slapping the empirical proof label upon, is that ever subjected to change, or is it does that remain as proof, empirical proof, and fact for always and forever?
I mean, as anything is subject to change, it wouldn't, right?
I didn't catch it. What'd you say?
I mean, as anything is kind of experiencing change, it wouldn't in a way, right? But I think there are still some things which can be accepted as true nevertheless. Or as proven, like we say. But go ahead, Dicelo, and expand upon what you try to imply.
Well, I mean, I think we're dancing around the idea of relative truth versus ultimate truth. I think ultimate truth is always true and factual, never changes, whereas relative truth is can be subjective depending on the interpretation or the means at which you interpret it by. So that can be swayed or changed depending on whatever other variables.
So, Dicelo, you said an absolute truth exists?
Oh, yeah, ultimate truth. If you want to call it a absolute truth, sure.
So, would you think that that knowledge would follow a rather linear than a cyclical path? Because if we got an absolute truth, and we return to error, this would in a way suggest that knowledge of truth can only correspond to a return to error.
You're saying that if an ultimate truth was found to not be true, that it's just a roundabout, essentially, always ending at a wrong answer. That's kind of how I heard it. I don't know if that's what you were implying, but
Yeah, it's hard for me to word it in a way that you guys understand it coherently. I think let me think about it for a minute, how to word it.
I guess Nathan Oakley would be arguing that there is empiricism, and Jaron arguing against that. What? I don't understand.
yeah, I don't really follow Jeranism. Not that I really follow Nathan, but I've definitely heard more Nathan than I've heard Jaron as far as ideas and just speaking. Period. But yeah, I'm not too sure of Jaron's position. I'm fairly familiar with Nathan's position, but um, yeah, I don't know too much about Jaron's position. So, what is it, SE? That nothing can ever be proven or something? Is that what it is?
I'm not entirely sure, but he says that he takes the position that nothing is definitively proven. If I'm remembering correctly, yeah.
There's like always a level of uncertainty due to the fact that we're merely mortal beings perceiving things through a terrestrial interpretation.
I'm not sure that's his angle. I think his thing is that we can't all the variables. We can't account for all the variables. If I understood him correctly.
What you guys talking about?
We're talking about the premise of the debate, which is going to take place 12 p.m. Pacific Standard between Jaron and Nathan.
Which Nathan?
Jokley?
What are they going to debate about?
If science proves things or not, or something along those lines.
What? In Nathan's server? Where's this going to have?
Pocket phone server.
Yeah, neutral platform.
Can you guys send me can someone post an invite to that server, please?
I'm driving, or I totally would.
I got you.
I see. Yo, that's crazy. Okay.
You like that,
Seems
huh?
like
Oh,
It's
what a
gonna be interesting. Yeah, I
seems like
think
they'd be
everyone's gonna
debating.
be there.
Seems like they'd be debating, like ether or something. Seems like a weird subject for them to be debating, but see.
But
I
like,
just
so
want. Go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna ask. So who's gonna be debating for the argument, and who's gonna be debating against it? Like, who's for science proof stuff? Is
I
it
think
Jaren
that's.
Nathan.
I
Nathan.
think that's Nathan.
Nathan?
Yeah, in regards to the scientific method. And I don't know Jaren's stance or position all that well, but I just hope he starts it off with saying, you know, calling Nathan a scammer, because that's kind of I think what triggered this whole thing to begin with.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting, man. All right. And who's
Yeah.
gonna be moderating it?
Apocryphon?
Um, Apocryphon. I think Hammer might be a mod over there. I know he's going to be broadcasting it on like OBS or through OBS on maybe YouTube. Maybe I'm not sure.
Nice. What time did you say it was again, Dicelo? So sorry.
12 p.m. Pacific.
3 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, it's a bit late, damn. Does the asylum have like a YouTube channel, or will it be like recorded? Or
Well, someone should be nice enough to just invite you. Hell, invite everybody y'all know.
Well, I think
yeah, no,
I'm
it's just the
sure
time,
between
like
Jaren and
3 in the
Nathan,
morning.
they're both probably going to have it available at some point.
Okay, that'll be perfect, man. Yeah, it's just 3 in the morning is a bit tough. Damn.
That's
I'm
3 in
sure
the
they'll
morning for you?
stream it on their channels. You can watch it later. Yeah.
Where are you at, Nate?
Someone said it will be 3 in the morning Eastern.
No, 3
Or
p.m.
is it?
Eastern.
Oh, bro.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
In like 4 hours.
Yeah, that's not even far away. Yeah, all right, perfect. Yeah, I'll just watch it live then. So it sounds like you guys are all rooting for Jaren.
Why does it sound like that?
I don't know what Dicelo said, that he hopes Jaren opens up with calling Nathan Oakley a scam artist, right?
I'm rooting for the info to come out and people will judge for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing, Nate. Like we were even talking with JA last night about this, and Professor Parks and a couple other people that were in here. I think both sides of the FE argument don't necessarily agree on the topic that's being discussed. The topic is science and whether science proves things. And I think there's a lot of nuance into these generalized statements. So this debate going on, I feel like, first of all, Nathan and Jaren will have to get on the same page as to what they, one, call science, and two, what they call proof, or what they consider proving something, in order to really have the debate. Because I feel like a lot of times people on the Globe side, when backed into a corner in debate or can't really wiggle their way out of a logical contradiction in their thinking or something like that regarding science, will fall back on the default, well, science doesn't actually prove anything anyways, right? It's kind of a cop out, get out of jail free card. So is that the usage of science doesn't really prove anything? Or is that an actual truthful statement? And if so, is that relation to
what form of science and what can we call science? What do we consider science, right? I feel like there's a lot of nuance within what sounds like a simple discussion.
Yeah, we were talking about it before. They have to come to terms with those two words specifically, or else this is going to go nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. They would definitely need to agree, what proof means and what science is and what the aim of science is. Otherwise, they're just gonna be arguing different. I mean, it sounds like they'll have to agree on semantics in order for it not to become a semantical argument. Yeah.
Well, any argument between two people on a subject, the first order of business is to come to terms with what you'll be talking about and what meanings the words you're going to have, right? You're going to have to come to terms with those things. Otherwise, there's no use in doing it.
I agree with you. Yeah. I doubt it's going to happen, though. I mean, because you could pull up different definitions of science and find a way to make that definition fit what you think science means, So it'll be very interesting to see if they come to an agreement on terms and definitions.
Well, you have science, then you have scientific experiment. Those are two different things that have to be discussed. And what is proof?
Yeah. Like let you and I try it, Essie. Can we come to an agreement on what proof means and what science means?
Maybe we could try.
All right. What is proof for you?
Well, proof for me would have to be something that is repeatable. Like, it's there in front of you. You have to be able to manipulate it and show it to somebody else, right? Like, example, I can say plants will die if you don't give them water and sunlight. And I could come, I can bring you a plant, I can show you, we can repeat it every single time, and I can prove to you that that plant will die every time if I don't give it water and sunlight or any kind of light, artificial or whatever. To me, that's proof. Something definitive, repeatable, demonstratable. But I keep my mind open for because it's a tough thing, this proof thing, right? It's simple, but it isn't. So what's your take? What would you say proof is?
I would say proof is an extremely high standard of evidence that supports a fact or a truth. And I like the example you gave, but I think your example would need a lot more specificity due to the fact that proof is a really high level of evidence needed, because like you could tell me that you could have a plant that no plant can survive without water or sunlight. But how long are we talking about? There are cactuses that can survive for 5 years without water.
Yeah, well, sure.
And
You could put a time. Maybe I should have put a time to it, right? We
yeah,
could
yeah.
find a
So with
longest
proof,
surviving plant, and yeah, it'll still die though, right? Yeah,
yeah, yeah. So
like
I
there's
agree
no
with you.
plant. Can you think of a plant that can escape those two parameters?
I can survive without water or sunlight forever? No. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's proof right there. No, would you consider that proof?
I would accept that as proof. Yes. I mean, luckily we're using a very simple example there. It's just how would you be able to show that to me? Because you and I would then need to stay alive long enough to ensure this plant dies. What if we die before 5 years is up? Like, have we
Yeah.
proven
Well, you could
anything?
go on to these nuances, but I mean, it's just rhetoric at this point. No, We all know that that's a truth statement. We all know that no matter how long it takes, that plant's going to die. I mean, maybe the cactus could survive for longer, but everybody that's grown a garden, it's even hard to grow them with the sun and with the water, never mind without it, right? I mean, that's a statement that I think everybody could go on board.
Yeah, but then it would be hard to then say that statement is truth, because that's a statement based on past events, based on the fact that we've never seen a plant live forever without water and sunlight. We've never seen it happen before. But we don't know that tomorrow there might be a new plant species we've never discovered that survives without water and sunlight. See what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's
So,
that's an appeal to the future fallacy. I mean, really?
but that's why, okay, I've never heard of that fallacy before, but that's why then we say science can't prove things. You see what I'm saying? Because we
Okay,
don't
okay,
know
I
what's going to
see what
happen
you're
tomorrow.
saying. Yeah. Okay. How
Yeah.
about this one then? How about this one? I hate using this one, but it's more to the point. A samurai swordsman chops the head off of a human being. And I say, every single time that happens, the human being will die. Is that a true statement? Could that be considered a fact?
I I don't know, because you are making a truth statement based on a prediction in the future, Essie, which is what science does. I think you can only talk about proof when you're talking about something that's happened in the past, which is what we do in courtrooms, right? So if you were at the scene of a crime and we caught you on camera at the scene of the crime in the past, I can use that as proof because the past is fixed. It can't be changed. We know what happened in the past. We caught you with your hand in the cookie jar. It's on camera, and you can't really you can't go back in time and remove yourself from the scene of the crime. So that would be proof,
So Charlie,
undeniable. But when you try and use proof to make predictions about things that happen in the future, that's where it becomes a bit sticky.
It's
so
not future.
Charility, is there a time that when a samurai cuts somebody's head off would stay alive?
In the past, I don't think that's ever happened. But as I'm saying, we don't know what can happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, some wild shit could happen that we've never seen before, and then boom, it throws our prediction out of, out of the water. It's very unlikely. I would bet $1 billion on it that if you cut someone's head off, they will die. But it's not a sure shot. There is that 0.0001% chance. It might just carry on living. I don't know.
What?
You see, bro, you think like that, and I don't hold it against you. It's because of your education, right? It's because you're highly educated and you've been taught that in science there's no such thing as proof. It's not on you. I'm not downing you for it, but that's what's been drilled in your head, bro. It's like me when I took martial arts, right? The coach drilled in my head, hands up. Your hands got to be up, so much so now that when I get startled, my hands go up automatically in a defensive posture. It's like drilled into me. That's what I think it is, bro.
I hear you, Essie, but I think I said something that's very important. I would bet $1 billion that if you cut someone's head off, they will die. Right? That already tells you that I agree with your prediction. That if a samurai warrior cuts off someone's head, they will die. And as a common statement, I agree with it. But when we then move into the realms of science, we want to say that this can be used as scientific proof. Only within science, I would be hesitant to agree with it. But if we were just like, walking down the street talking, I would have no problem with it, I see. It's just because science is so nuanced and it's a very specific subject, and we don't perform science every day. Like we hardly do, just me and you living our normal lives. We're not really doing much science, And it's when you start doing science that it becomes tricky, because science is based on predictability and showing at the end that there's some sort of cause and effect relationship. But
But can there be a
because
bigger bro, can there be a bigger cause and effect? Samurai, sword, head off. I mean that's pretty blunt and not and crude and vicious, right? But can there be a bigger cause and effect demonstration than that?
I agree with you, Essie. I agree with you that, if we were just having, as we are having a normal convo, I would not disagree with you at all. But if you were Jaren and if you were Nathan Oakley and I was Jaren, and context matters now. We're talking about whether or not this could be seen as proof within science. I would maybe not agree with you, but just a general convo, yeah, definitely, bro. Like, I'm with you 100%.
Okay, but even in the scientific context, how can you counter such a claim? How can you counter those two claims? The sun, the light and the water for the plant, and the samurai and the head coming up. How can you possibly counter those?
Because black swans, just because we always see plants needing water and sunlight, every plant we've seen before would be white swans. We don't know that tomorrow we might discover a plant, a black swan, that doesn't need water and sunlight, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And because science is making predictions about the future, which we have no control over, which is unpredictable, all we can say is we've gathered good evidence, but we don't have real proof, because tomorrow something could happen that goes against the evidence we've gathered today. It's the whole black
Maybe
swan.
the plant. I'll give you maybe a big, huge maybe. But how about the severed head of a body? You think eventually we'll evolve that we won't need our heads, or we'll be able to survive cutting off of our heads? Like, surely
I
you
don't
can't believe
know.
that.
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, SC. I don't believe it's going to happen, but I can't sit here and say that I'm 100% certain it'll never happen, because I don't know what the future holds. But I'm with you. I would bet $1 billion that if you cut off someone's head, they will die. I will bet, my life on it. But, I'll also leave a little bit of wiggle room to say that there is a 0.001% chance that they might not die. I mean, we
And I
don't know
get that.
what happens in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, as of course to the normal person that sounds ridiculous. No disrespect, bro, but I get you because of your training, because you're in academia. You have to think like that. You're trained to think like that. Like I said, like me with my hands, right? I tell my wife, don't startle me, because when I get startled, I get into a defensive position. I can't help it. You know what I'm saying? If you like come behind me and like tap me and scare me, I'm gonna go into a defensive position, hands up, like I'm boxing, legs apart, ready. It's like bred into me. You know what I'm saying?
Awkward. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like instinct almost. But I mean, Essie, I'm generally agreeing with you, bro. I'm generally saying that 99.999% of the time, you and I would both agree that if you cut off someone's head, they're gonna die. I agree with you.
So why are
Like,
you
I
leaving
really
room?
do agree
Why are
with
you
you.
leaving room
But
for anything else to happen?
because yeah, I'm leaving room for something else to happen, because we
Why?
don't know what the future holds.
Do you think that there's going to come a possibility where cutting off someone's head means they're still alive at some point? Be honest.
In the future, who knows? I
No,
mean, are you
it's
telling me that it'll never happen in the future?
yes. And I will
How do
bet
you know that?
farm on it for sure.
Yeah, I'll bet on it as well. Like I said, I would bet my life on it that if you cut off someone's head in the future, they will die. But
Okay, and usually I'm the kind of guy. Usually I'm the kind of guy who says, "Hey, careful what you wish for." But in that instance, no, dude, you can bet whatever you want, because cutting off someone's head will never not make them die. Holy shit, I can't believe we're arguing this.
yeah, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, but I'm open to the possibility.
There isn't a possibility. There's
Very
not a.
small, minuscule, pinprick possibility.
No, it's not
that
there.
I could lose my money, but I would feel very confident in making that bet.
So just say it's 100%. Just say there isn't a possibility that cutting someone's head off is not going to kill them.
I won't say 100%. I'll say 99.99.
A solipsist.
Solipsist? No. I believe they all, reality does exist outside of my head. They are things outside of my head and mind. that are real. You know, I don't. It's not like the world is in my head. You exist, Napalm. Even when I'm not talking to you, you
Okay,
are
cool. Got it.
live doing
Because
whatever it is
because
you are doing.
You 100% on that though?
I'm 100% on that. No, I'm
okay,
not. I'm
cool.
not. I'm not
So
actually. Sorry, I'm not
okay, so
100% on
you
that.
are kind of a
Oh wow! So
solipsist.
yeah,
I
solid.
could be crazy. I could be hallucinating all of this. You know, I could be crazy, but that's like I give that a 0.00001% chance. We could be living in the Matrix, but I give that a 0.00001% chance. I think it's highly unlikely. I would bet $1 billion that we're not living in the Matrix and the world is real and napalm does exist outside of my head.
So
But
let me ask you this question then, Nate. By all parameters that we would utilize to determine whether a human being is alive or dead, right? What we colloquially would call death, right? Because people have died and come back, right? So that we
and some
know that
people,
is possible based on what we consider death, right?
yeah, and
People
some people
have
have been
died and come back. But the question then stands back to what SE was talking about. None of that has ever happened with somebody whose head has been severed because in order for us to test for somebody to be alive, what are we looking for?
pulse, yeah.
Pulse, heartbeat, all of that, right? So
Mm.
if somebody's head is removed, but they have a heartbeat, that heartbeat will only last for a very short period of time because now you have large openings within your blood flow that are going to completely drain your blood very quickly, not only from your body, but from your head. Your brain can't survive without blood flow. Your heart will not pump if there's no blood. Everything becomes disconnected, and for all intents and purposes, will never come back. You have separated two parts that are necessary for what we consider life within a human being. Why would you ever think that somebody would be? What do you think? The head's just going to start talking? Somehow the head's alive? Or is it just the
yeah
body that's
i
alive?
yeah I agree with you, napalm. The way we define living or to be alive today, I would agree with you every day of the week. But I also leave that little possibility open that in the future, the definition of what it is to be alive or what it is to be human might be different. In the future, we might not pump blood, you know? Um, like things might be so different that, the way we understand things today won't matter. They won't have any relevance in the future. And if you are a truly honest person, you have to leave that um, space open for that because you yourself cannot tell the future, Napalm. You don't know what life is going to be like in 1,000 years' time, in 100 years'
I
time. You
I
don't know
do
what's going to
know,
happen tomorrow.
Nate,
So because
that if I do know that if we change as much as you are claiming that we are going to change in the future or holding out the possibility that we might, I don't think the term death of a human being would be relevant to what you would be considering uh, that creature or that entity. I think it would cease to become what we would consider a human being.
well, a
So
human being as we know it today, yeah.
yeah, well, why would you consider that what SE is putting forth is anything other than a human being today? That's literally
Because Essie's making predictions about tomorrow, and tomorrow there might be a human being that looks just like you and me, lives the same way we do, but when you cut off their head, somehow, they
Reattaches
carry
itself,
on living.
we we would determine
regrows
that
its limb.
if there is
I
something
don't know.
that we can cut its head off and it does not die, like some type of zombie type creature, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
think
because
we
we
could
because we don't
categorize
know
that
everything,
as the
Napalm.
same thing as a human being. I think we would need to recategorize whatever that is into something that's
Uh-huh.
not a human being.
What if it is? What if its DNA makeup is 100% the exact same as yours? You know, I mean, you got to be honest, Napalm. You cannot tell the future. You don't know what's going to happen. Anything is possible. You cannot cut things out and say this isn't possible or that isn't possible. You know, like we just don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, bro.
I mean, if we're playing what if games, what if your mom and dad never
Yeah.
met, Nate?
I might have different parents then. You know, I might still have been born, but to different people, and I might be a different person. I don't know, Jeremy. It's a big what if.
Dude, you chop someone's head off, they die. End of story.
All right, all right. I mean, I wouldn't
No, I
argue.
mean,
You know, I wouldn't like begrudge you over it. I wouldn't argue with you much about it. I would agree with you, Jeremy. If you and I wanted to, you know, go in together on a bet, you know, I put up half the cash, you put up half the cash, I would be there with you, bro. We'd both put down 500 million, you know, and we would bet the same. I would agree with you that if you cut off someone's head, they're gonna die. I would bet my house on it. But, you know, is that little chance that we might lose our money? I don't know.
There is no little chance, dude.
Yeah, this is a bit ridiculous. Anyway,
Bro,
you just said something.
keep
You just said something kind of interesting there, Nate. Is it? You just said I might be a completely different person or something like that. Remember?
Yeah, if my parents never met, you know, I might be born to different people then. I might not be born at all. I don't know.
It's just a funny thing, isn't it? It's funny. It hits your ear funny, doesn't it? Because who's the I? Who's the I?
Me.
Oh, you.
Me. If my parents never met.
I don't think you're quite picking up what I'm putting down.
I don't get it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I might be a different person. It's a funny thing to say. Kind of points to a deep truth, actually.
Okay. I got a question for you guys, like to change the topic, because I think we're beating a dead horse here, and like no one's going to change anybody's mind here, right? You know, because I want to go back to what Napalm said about, you know, if you cut off someone's head, they will die, you know, because that's how we understand and define life and death today. If you needed a liver transplant, Napalm, and you and I, you know, our blood was a match, we were compatible, you know, you could use my liver, but if I gave you my liver, I would die, right? So let's say I'm on my deathbed. Napalm needs a liver. I donate my liver to Napalm. Now my liver is inside Napalm, keeping him alive, but the rest of my body's perished. Would I not still be alive? You know, because my liver is within Napalm. Those are my cells. That's my DNA keeping Napalm alive. Or would you say Napalm is keeping me alive?
Well, what makes you think you are that which dies or lives? Like you're not your body, and your body is not you. Like
What?
that's your consciousness.
Yeah,
Your
yeah. Well,
conscious.
we're not talking about consciousness right now, Dice. We're talking about what we consider within this realm the death of a human being, right? Not
Yeah.
the spiritual side of it, but the physical, the physical death, the death of the physical body.
Gotcha. So yeah, then he would partly be alive still.
All right. Interesting. I would agree with that. Yeah, like somehow Napalm and I are keeping each other alive.
I would find it fascinating if we could learn on the other side whether or not a scenario like that actually has the ability for the spiritual side to still have some sort of tie to the DNA residing upon the organ or whatever that was
Well,
implanted into somebody else.
supposedly there's reports that, you know, if people that do take on like these other organs or or even blood transfusions, they have some pretty drastic changes within the things that they prefer, whether it be, you know, a smell, a color, a taste of food. Like there's things that do change, and it's it's often argued that they're taking on some of the personality traits of the cadaver organ that they took within them. So I don't know if you guys have heard that before, but yeah, there's a lot of stories about that.
Yeah.
I have. I think it was a liver transplant. The guy that got the liver transplant met the person that gave him the liver, or whatever. I forget what it was, right? And that
kidney.
person never liked like chocolate cake, and all of a sudden he had like a strong desire like for chocolate cake, and when he met that person, like that person said, "Yeah, I'm a chocoholic." Like, yeah.
Mm.
So somehow the organ gives traits of the previous host. It's crazy. Yeah.
There's even memories, like people have memories that weren't once theirs to begin with, and then when talking about it, like the family members of that deceased or perished person that gave up that organ to the other, donor, if you will, they took on some of those memories, and they were able to, like, explain that, and the family members were able to, like, confirm that this was something that did happen in this person's life that's now deceased. So weird shit. And that's kind of why I often say, like, I don't think memory is completely stored within the brain rather than within the water of the body, but I don't think science has yet caught up to that.
Yeah. So this proof thing, it's like, yeah, I've had many conversations on this. I had a good one in
You gotta.
Gems. Yeah.
You still go to Gems?
No, this was 2022. 2022 when this happened. Yeah, and they were all
I mean,
like,
if you
"No."
don't, yeah, if you don't think you can prove things about the reality that we're in, you're basically a solipsist. East is a solipsist. You heard him.
So it's Serenity.
He's a solipsist.
Well, we haven't admitted solipsist. What is it? Charlie, his name is?
Charlie, yeah.
Heredity.
Yeah.
Heredity.
No, not him. No. Another
East
one.
is a solipsist. That dog. No, wait. Who was that one guy one night who was telling me he wasn't a solipsist, but I read the definition of solipsism, and he's like, yeah, that's me. That's my position. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's another guy.
But then he told me he wasn't a solipsist. I forgot what his name was.
There is a guy that's a solipsist, and he comes in and he argues, and I tell him, bro, you're a solipsist. How can you be arguing for the globe if you're a solipsist? Like, it just doesn't. Can a solipsist argue for anything? No.
Well,
right? By
yeah.
definition.
Well, no, I mean, they're the only people that could know anything about their reality.
About themselves, yeah.
Like, if their opinion, like if I'm to say, like, I'm a solipsist, right? And that's the way it's pronounced, and everybody else is wrong that says solipsist, right? I'm a solipsist, but I know that I'm the only one that's capable of knowing if that's the way it's said or not. So I do think that that's what it means. I hope that was a great example. Thanks. This was a teachable
That was
moment.
good, actually, yeah. You can only know something for yourself. You cannot know, yeah. But now you're arguing for somebody else's model vehemently, calling other people dumb and this and that. Strange.
Where I tried pitching my Coriolis leading the target argument to Oakley just now. I don't know if he wasn't paying attention or wasn't that into. It didn't seem like he was really into it.
Like they're scared of diving into.
Wait, one sec.
one sec. You've been doing your Coriolis shtick over at Oakley's, Jeremy. Go
Bro,
on.
it's the dopest Coriolis argument anyone has ever.
It's like that whole panel is scared of diving into thinking about the other side. like they can't put
Yeah,
themselves in
no.
that position of like, okay, let's say if their model was true, they can't get there. They're like, no, it doesn't do that. It's it. We're moving on. Like, you got to make their argument. This is their argument, so we're gonna still man their argument. Let's just kick their ass with their own argument.
Yeah, if you have an argument, you got to be able to, like fight for it in open forums like here. And
Jeremy,
you got
what
to
was
be
your
able to,
argument?
you got to have thick skin because you're going to get attacked. And yeah, I mean, I don't see a lot of them doing that.
Jeremy, what was your argument over there at Oakley's? How did it go?
Well, if you're running perpendicular, if I'm standing there and you're running perpendicular in front of me, and I want to travel the shortest distance to get to you, I'm gonna lead you, and I'm gonna run to where you're going to be, as opposed to if I were to run right at you the whole time, it would be a longer path.
Correct.
Yeah, so when you shoot a ballistic from the North Pole to the equator, that goes in a straight line. That goes in a straight line. It appears to curve. It would draw a left to right curving path on the ground, but that is the shortest path that you can take to something. Right? Can you take a shorter path in a ballistic going from North Pole to South Pole?
If you're constantly making adjustments on the way, it would be an equal path.
We're not talking about making adjustments. We're talking about ballistic going in a straight line from the North Pole to the equator. Ballistic, not adjusting.
If you don't adjust, then you'll miss it.
I know, but that would be the shortest. But that would be the shortest path you could get to go to the equator, right?
The shortest path is a straight line, as we all know. But if that line,
can you possibly take a shorter path, Zanuck? Is it possible to take a shorter path than a ballistic going from the North Pole to the equator? Is it possible to take a shorter path than that?
To a point on the equator, that straight line is the shortest path.
Yes. So the ballistic flying in the straight line in the inertial frame is the shortest path you can possibly take to get from the North Pole to the equator. Straight line in the inertial frame.
To the point. You're just saying equator. You got to be
to
specific.
a point on the to any point on the equator. If I want to hit the equator, the shortest path is going to be a ballistic path that goes straight in the inertial frame.
Yeah, you do got to address that, Jeremy.
Address what?
A point on the equator, because you're just throwing out the equator, like no matter like where on the equator, but we have to have a specific target on the equator, which means that you have to lead the target.
We're not there yet. We got to address this first point because they try to use. Listen, if you want to get to the equator, and you're at the North Pole, and you want to take the shortest distance possible, you go in a ballistic trajectory in a straight line in the inertial frame.
Either frame will be the shortest path.
What do you mean either frame? You're saying I could curve. You're saying I could curve in the inertial frame. You're telling me it would be shorter?
What's that? Shorter as what are you using as measuring your distance? The measuring through the air molecules with respect to the. Remember we did this with the merry-go-round. That the shortest path was from the outside to the center, but if it's spinning, it still has the same distance, but it with relative to the surface of the rotating object, which is the merry-go-round, it could be going 1,000 miles before it got to the center. So it's all you have to be. You're not being very clear.
I'm being very clear. If you want to hit the equator and you're at the North Pole, the shortest distance you can possibly travel would be a ballistic trajectory, not deviating left or right. If you did start deviating left or right, you would travel farther.
With respect to what?
With respect to the distance the plane traveled. The distance the plane traveled.
See, this is the problem. There's so many things. That's why they have true airspeed, and they have all sorts of adjustments to certain types of things through the air, because with ground speed, airspeed, those are different things. Are you talking airspeed, air distance through the air?
Talking about the actual path that the thing travels, the
What
plane, the
actual path?
ballistic,
You're not
whatever it
being
is.
clear about what the actual path. Okay, let's just pick one. How about this? We'll go with respect to the ground, because that's solid and that's tangible. With respect to the ground,
No, when Coriolis is involved, that's the non-inertial reference frame. That's the frame that you can make it look like any. If you were to, okay, if there's a plane from the North Pole going to the equator, or sorry, a ballistic one from the North Pole to the equator, it travels. If it goes in a straight line, the ballistic itself will travel 6,000 miles. Meaning, if you had to lay a string out everywhere that plane went, or everywhere the ballistic went, you'd have a 6,000-mile long string. If you curve that path, if you curve the ballistic, the string's going to be longer than 6,000 miles. You understand that?
with respect to the ground, just like the object
No,
on
a
the edge of the ground.
string. We're going to put a string everywhere the plane goes. We're just going to pretend we can toss an imaginary string out right behind everywhere the ballistic goes. It's going to go in a straight line from the North Pole to the equator. You're going to have a 6,000-mile long string.
Whether the Earth is moving underneath it or not, yes.
Yes. Okay. So if you wanted to curve that line of the ballistic, the string would be longer, right? It would be a longer string.
Right.
Right. So the shortest distance you can take is the straight line ballistic path from the North Pole to the equator, right?
No.
I'm not doing this with you. I'm done.
No, you just contradicted yourself. You made it very clear at the string that we lay a string out like it's shitting out a string as it's flying, and that as it gets to the equator, that string is totally straight. It's a certain length. It's the shortest path to the equator. We all agree. You agree as well. And if you curve it, it becomes longer. I also agree. But it is a
And why'd you
curved
say
path
no to my last question?
because you're not something's not clicking with you. You're not paying attention. With respect to the ground,
It's
if you
your
want to lay
argument and you're
string,
not paying attention, Jeremy.
no, yeah, they're not. It's not paying attention argument. It's a appeal to not. It's appeal to not paying
Yeah.
attention. So, Jeremy, if you're laying this string out on the ground as it flies in the non-inertial reference from a non-inertial reference frame, then to keep it straight in inertial reference frame,
We're
then
not worried
the
about the
curve
ground.
path. You keep on talking just before I get to the punchline, and you're not listening to what I'm saying.
We're not worried about the
Okay,
ground. We're
back to
worried
the
about
okay.
the
You know what? We
path
got to
the
start from the
plane
beginning now.
takes.
We got a plane. The plane's going straight in inertial frame, but it's doing a curve path with respect to the ground because the Earth is rotating. It still means
Okay,
the
but
Earth
we're
is
not
rotating,
worried.
even though we're like, oh my God,
Just let him lay it out, Jeremy.
It's
Just
almost
let him make
impossible, Jeremy,
his point.
because Dyslo knows where I'm going, and you won't accept the fact that I might have a contrary opinion to this. You take off from the North
Okay, go
Pole.
ahead.
You take off from the North Pole. You're crapping out a string as it flies, like you got a guy in the back there with a reel, and he's reeling, letting the string out as you fly, and you go from the North Pole to the equator. That string is totally straight because we're flying a straight path in the inertial frame. Inertial frame is straight. It's a straight string. You know it's 6,000 miles
You
long.
ain't
And when you
saying
land,
nothing.
and it's taut too. But when you land, the path it took along its path was a curved path with respect to the ground. And the string doesn't mean the string's any longer. It just means with respect to the ground, it's longer. Does that make sense?
Okay, but we're not worried about what the ground says. We're worried about the actual path the plane took, the string. It's
Right.
irrelevant because you could spin the ground faster. The string would still be 6,000 miles long, but
Yes.
it would be longer on the ground. It doesn't matter about the ground. The ground is irrelevant. The ground frame, the non-inertial frame, is where you start bringing up pseudo imaginary forces and shit that aren't even really there.
I think my example is pretty clear and pretty
You
straightforward.
didn't say nothing just now. You didn't say nothing
I
just now.
did.
We
I
know the
said the
string's
string.
longer on the ground.
Yeah. So no matter what the Earth does underneath it, the string is 6,000 miles long, and it gets to its point, and it gets to the equator. It's the shortest path. 6,000
It's the
miles.
shortest path
Exactly.
the plane can take. Yes. Okay. Now, if you were to curve that, it would obviously be a longer path, right? The plane would have to
Yeah, you
travel
already
a
agreed to
longer
that.
path.
Yeah, I
You
already
I
agreed
know.
to
So
agreed
I
to
don't
that.
even
all
know.
that.
See, everybody's
Okay.
listening to
So
me except for you,
okay.
Jeremy.
So therefore, if planes were traveling in the shortest distance possible, they wouldn't trace out a great circle route because the route on the ground would have to trace out a curved path left to right because we know the shortest path is a straight line in the inertial frame. That does not trace out a great circle route. It never can if Coriolis is involved. That line would have to be deviating left or right.
If you were in fact, this has been the,
Are you
I
going
know
to
I talked
address what
about
I
it.
just said, please?
I am.
Please.
I'm going to address it right here. I'm going to right here. It would actually be a spiral path if the Earth is spinning fast enough. It could be a spiral path over the ground.
So you're
But
not
the
going to
string
address
would
what I
still
just
be
said then?
the string would still. You can't look, Jeremy. You're either matching the ground or you're not matching the ground. You seem conflating the two in your mind, confusing the two, not conflating, confusing. Yes, you want to take a curved path to that object, but that's in the inertial frame. That's in the non-inertial frame. It takes a curved path. It's only with
Yeah, you
respect.
guys.
It's only with respect to the ground.
So what are you ultimately trying to highlight here with your Coriolis thing, Jeremy?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know as well.
I'm showing that in the inertial frame is where you get the shortest distance. That is where the
To the
actual
equator.
distance of the plane. That is where the actual distance of the plane happens. So
To
if
the
you're flying
equator.
in a straight line, in the inertial frame, that will be the shortest distance that object can travel. However, they say that they're flying in great circle routes with planes because that's the shortest distance. That's obviously not true from what we just said because if they were flying in planes over the shortest distance, that path would not be a great circle route. It's impossible for it to be a great circle route because if you go in a straight line in the inertial frame, that's not going to equal a straight line in the non-inertial frame, meaning left to right curvature, left to right curve.
Right. Okay. So if we're flying a straight line in the non-inertial reference frame, let's look at it from that perspective. What did the plane do? Did it make any turns? Did it have a string and a string out the back? Did it travel further than if the Earth was stationary and it flew that same exact plot?
I
In
don't
other
know. Are
words,
you going to
if you're
address
flying,
anything I just said or not?
well, I heard everything, and I think you're just missing the ball like unbelievably obvious to everybody but yourself right now. You're flying
Okay,
for the
who
North
here doesn't
Pole, and
understand? If you
listen, you
fly
know
in a
what?
straight line, hold on. Who here doesn't understand? The actual path of the plane is in the inertial frame.
Actual
And we
with
know
respect
that
to
from what
what?
we just said. The
Actual with
magic
respect.
string we leave behind.
Yeah,
The
actual
actual distance the plane traveled. We know
with
that from the
respect to
string that
what?
it pooped out. With respect to the string, because we know how far the plane traveled, because we'll be able to measure the string it left behind after.
You
And that
keep on
string, if we
saying.
go into a straight line,
You keep on saying. Oh my God. You keep on saying with respect to the spring, but you keep on implying that's respect to the ground. So that's why we're getting confused. There's a distinct difference. You know what I like to do? Two scenarios. Object not rotating. Earth not rotating, go from North Pole to equator. Now, Earth rotating, go from North Pole to equator. No point involved. Tell me which path is going to be longer. Is there any difference? No, there's not.
dude,
Now,
I don't know.
at
This
a
is
point,
simple. Let me lay it out for the audience. Let you're
hold on.
done. Let me just lay it out for
Isn't
the
this the best
audience.
way?
No, you were
Isn't it?
done, dude.
I know.
Dude,
The second part
you
of this.
stopped talking for like
Yeah, I know,
10
but I wanted
seconds. I
it to
waited.
sink in. The second part. The second part is now have object leave the North Pole, go to equator, a point on the equator. Earth stationary, not rotating, Earth rotating. What's the difference in path length? String length.
Okay, the actual distance that the plane flies, just like Zanuck just admitted to, the shortest distance you can fly is an inertial frame, is a straight line in the inertial frame. That is the shortest path. It's the frame that the plane's in. You can have a string let out, some magical string let out. It'll be a 6,000 mile long string. If you turn and adjust for anything left to right along the way, the string's going to be longer, meaning more distance. We agree on that, right, Zanik? The actual distance the plane flew with the string?
With respect to what?
The string, the distance the plane flew by the string with respect to the string. We know how far the plane moved from because it left string behind it.
The string will be the same length.
The same length as what? You're not making sense, dude. Yo, I gotta go, man. I gotta go.
I know, because you're missing the point that you're flying through the air.
Merry-go-round
More air.
nonsense.
You've flown through more air to get to the point on the equator. That was a punchline that we were going to get to before you had to leave. So I'm sure we can't go into more detail. If you just think about the fact that you're confusing the air that it's moving through with respect to the ground, that's the problem you're having right now. You're not taking that into account. Both distances.
You're not understanding that the geodex is curved due to the bending and warping of space-time, Jeremy, and that the plane's not actually moving to the South Pole. It's the South Pole moving to the plane.
Fuck off.
No, you don't need to confuse things even further.
See,
but now,
Jeremy's-
if you let the string out and you flew from the North Pole to the equator and the Earth is spinning wildly fast, we're like spinning like a quasar. Not a quasar. What's the one that spins really fast? Anyway, the string would be that same exact length if you flew from the north to the south.
Because you're eliminating what he's talking about. He's not just talking about going from the North Pole to the equator with no specific point on the equator. He's talking about a specific point, and that specific point is moving. You're trying to say, well, it's stationary. Whether it's moving or stationary, it's still going to be the same distance, which is complete bullshit because you're eliminating the target that you're either chasing or you're aiming to meet initially.
And that's why I originally said that he has to have a point on the equator. Otherwise, this is just going to get carried off into the weeds. Like, you got to lay it out precisely.
Zanuck wants to remove the point. Zanuck wants to remove the point to muddy the water, to act like he's winning the conversation when Jeremy has him up against the wall and he has no way to get out of it.
Why do?
Napalm, let me finish.
If this is
let me finish real quick. Napalm, I don't. I want to give you a point. We're going to go from the North Pole to some city right there in Ecuador or something. Okay?
No, we're not.
Go right to that city. Yes.
No, we're
going
not.
to that city.
You know why we're not going? Because I'm not playing your bullshit games.
It's not a bullshit game. I'm playing along with you. You set the stage. We're going to the same point. That flight to that point is going to be the string is going to be the exact same length, 6,000 miles. That's how long it will be. I don't care if the Earth is spinning or not. If the Earth is spinning 1 million revolutions per second, and with respect to the ground, you'd be taking a spiral graph. The distance of that string.
If we take off from the North Pole, you're on one plane and I'm on another.
Let me finish. The string would be 6,000 miles long. He keeps on conflating the distance it runs or flies through the air with the distance it took over the ground. Even though you're leading or lagging some target, it doesn't matter because the air travel is different than the ground with respect to the ground travel.
You're just wrong. So
hey, if this is a shorter route,
if we are at the North Pole and we are going towards a specific point on the equator and the Earth is moving, you and your plane, you take off and you follow that point, making constant corrections, meaning that point is always going to be directly in front of you as you're traveling, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're making a constant curving, great circle route towards that as it's moving.
You're not making a curve. You're making a great circle route over the Earth.
You're making a curved path.
Whatever. You're taking the curved path to meet this thing as it is moving.
Nope, we're taking the straight path.
Dude, would you just fucking listen without interrupting?
Stay out. Stay out, please.
Chill, shut the fuck up.
Zanuck and Napalm right now.
If these guys have a shorter route, why don't they tell the fucking airlines this?
Shut the fuck up.
Why don't they show the fucking airlines this?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
All right, I'm just going to mute him. Just for a second.
Gonna mute me because I have
guys,
viewpoints.
Give me a second.
For fuck's sake.
Guys.
It's the first time I've ever muted somebody.
What are you doing?
No, listen to me. If you have a shorter route, the airlines
Nobody's
come to your
listening to you,
fucking
dude.
door.
You can't just
So
fucking
airlines
bully
come to
your
your
way into a
fucking door,
fucking
dude.
conversation and try to mow everybody over, dude. And
Dude,
you wonder why your
if you're
pants are
gonna let
all the
Shill
I'm
make it
driving.
funny
Can
for you,
anyone mute him? Is anyone not driving so they can mute him?
He's muted now.
Yeah, I got him. That was the first time I've ever had to mute somebody as being a mod here. Paid, bro. Have a little bit of courtesy and self awareness, bro. Go ahead, Jeremy Napalm.
Yeah,
And what about
so
me?
we're at the North Pole.
Part of it as well.
Zanuck and I, dude, it's not your time to fucking come in, Zanuck. Jesus Christ.
No, he left me
So
out in
we're
triad. Go ahead.
both at the North Pole.
Let
We're
Napalm
both in
go.
plane.
Xanac, you're next. Napalm, go ahead.
We're both in a plane.
Napalm, make sure you go next.
You guys.
So Zanuck and I are both in planes at the North Pole. This point on the equator is where Zanuck is going to point his plane towards the destination. You're going to constantly keep heading towards that destination, making corrections as you travel. I'm going to do the calculations in my plane to figure out where that point is going to be in the amount of time it'll take me to travel in a straight line path from the North Pole to the equator. I point my plane directly towards where that's going to be. I fly that path. Who flew the longer path to get to the destination?
With respect to what?
Who flew the longer path with respect to the amount of fuel that is being utilized within our conveyance?
So this is why we've had the problem. I mean, Napalm, I know what you're saying, but but Jeremy has missed this point, and you might be missing it a little bit too. The string is. I like the string example because you can, in your mind, think about it's keeping taut the entire way.
It's your exhaust.
Hold on. I'll give you your answer right there. I just want to preface it with that. The string is being taut. You're turning the plane to try to get to the object because it's the Earth is spinning underneath you, going southward. So you're using more fuel because you've flown through more air. That's why I asked with respect to what. But with respect to the ground, no, you've done the exact same distance, the 6,000 miles, whether the Earth is spinning or not. You went 6,000 miles with respect to the Earth underneath you. Through the air, you went a lot further. You took the curve path through the air. But with respect to the ground, by making those constant adjustments that you kept on making a point to, which I appreciate, and it's important to think about that you now kept that string taut on the Earth, on the North Pole. The plane traveled a great circle route to that destination, even though through the air it went a further path, a curve path. I hope that made it very clear.
Right. So I would have actually traveled the shorter distance to get to my destination. And when we say who is traveling the shorter distance, we're talking in reference to the pilot, the plane specifically, right? And we can prove this when we land and we see that I have utilized less fuel to get there than you have.
So you're saying so the person actually points the plane in the different direction is going to travel further than the plane that just
shorter. I was
So
the one leading the target. You were the one following it.
How is there any difference?
Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm
No,
done.
no. Think about it's a serious question because I don't think you're really thinking it through. If I'm traveling north to south and I'm going to follow
Shut the
target,
fuck up with your bullshit. You don't understand. You're not thinking about it, dude. Fuck off, Zanuck.
Oh, then I won't say that anymore. I'll just okay. If you're leaving the North Pole and you're pointing it toward, you're leading the target because it's actually the Earth is spinning, and you're going to have to travel through more atmosphere. But as far as the ground path, we all agree that it's taking the exact same distance ground path, both planes, whether they're leading it or not leading it. I don't know how you take that path and not lead it because that's exactly what the curved path looks like. It's leading the object. It's a straight inertial path. It's straight in the inertial path, but it's curved in the rotating frame.
All right, I'm gonna take paid NASA shill off mute now, so I don't have to worry about it because I'm gonna be at my next stop here in about 4 minutes and I can't deal with it. So, all right, someone else is gonna have to babysit here. So, give me a second. All right, you're off mute, paid.
Have any of you ever flown an airplane and done the fuel calculations and the route plan, the flight planning? Any of you?
It's not really relevant. You can demonstrate this with a ball or a drone over a merry-go-round and shit. Like, it's not. It ain't even about. It's about which is the shortest path: the distance in the inertial frame or the distance in the non-inertial frame. We all know the non-inertial frame distance can change depending on how fast you spin the object, but the inertial distance always remains the same no matter how fast or slow the thing's spinning.
Well, Jeremy, if you had this, you've been on this for months, and I've told you the same damn thing every time. Do the math. Prove it. People will flock to you. Copyright the idea. Trademark the idea. Do whatever you need to do. People will pay you money. Airlines live and die by fuel. If you have more fuel-efficient routes, go to them. The thing is, they probably thought about this, and it doesn't work. I've never heard anybody except you say this. Never.
Yeah, because the Earth's not spinning.
The Earth is spinning. We know it. The Earth is spinning.
Yeah, you know what gets you though is those emergency landings.
That's all with great circle routes, and you
You know
guys
what I mean? With the
misunderstand the globe.
not real. Well, I mean, like you say that, but it's like it's
No, it's
really
totally
interesting.
true.
Well, you know what's cool is how it looks so perfect on a flat map. It just
Well,
looks
not
like,
in the
wow,
southern hemisphere. It
that's
doesn't.
where you would want to land, right?
Doesn't work in the southern hemisphere
Yeah.
at all. Sorry.
Well, you know, you can get angry about it, but
I'm
those
not angry about
emergency
it.
landings are just such a great kick in the nuts to the
No,
I
whole
think
it-
what's
industry
even
talking.
better. I think what's even better is the naval laser beams that shoot targets. I think up to or over 7 miles away using direct line of sight.
Wow, those are like
No target being led. So
those are
welcome.
airplanes, aren't they? Wow, they're above
No,
the
they're
horizon.
naval. I said naval, i.e. ships. Yeah, they got laser cannons on top of ships that shoot targets direct line of sight. No arcing, no leading, none of
How
this.
high? How high above the ship are they? How high above the
I
water?
mean,
Are these lasers?
I'm not talking about the dip angle here. I'm talking about your Coriolis, bro. Stay on point.
No,
Coriolis
if you go
has
20,
shit.
if you're going 26
Coriolis has
miles,
shit to
you
do
will
with
be
lasers.
100 yards off. You'll be 100 feet off. Sorry, 100 feet off. You'll be 100 feet off. So they definitely
Take
leave
it up
those.
with the Navy, bro. Take it up with the Navy.
I gave you declassified documents that talk about the Navy and Coriolis effect for those 16-inch 50 caliber guns shooting 26 miles off 100 feet. If you
Bro,
don't,
stay on point.
what
I said
that is
laser
point.
cannon. I said laser cannon.
Laser
I didn't say
cannon has-
ballistics.
Lasers have shit
Right,
to
because
do
they're
with
guided.
Coriolis. Huh.
They're guided. They're
No,
guided.
it's a fucking laser beam that shoots a target.
Which
It's
has
not a
shit
laser
to do with-
guidance system. It's a laser fucking cannon,
Which
bro.
has shit to do with
Heed my
Coriolis.
words. Heed my words.
Dicelo, that has nothing to do with Coriolis if you're aiming directly at it.
Correct.
Yeah, it eliminates the fact that Coriolis is non-negligible, non-existent.
No, if you're going
due to the fact
26
that
miles,
let me fucking finish, or
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
back out, and you guys can fumble over each other.
No, we don't want that.
I'm
Go ahead.
saying, if this thing is shooting a target using direct line of sight at 7 miles, where's your Coriolis if there's no need for leading the target or arcing your shot?
At
There's a
Coriolis, correct.
deviation
There is
over
no
7 miles.
Coriolis
It's not
involved.
well.
We agree with you on this one. Because
Yeah,
you're firing
it's not
instantaneously or pretty damn close to it at 7 miles with the speed of light.
right. You don't have to worry about this deviation over that speed of light. When you're shooting a cannon over 26 miles, Dicelo, there are declassified documents talking about how much they have to deviate. It's about 100 feet deviation at 26 miles they have to adjust for. Otherwise, they will miss it by 100 feet if they shoot just straight at it. That's a document. I posted it 1,000 times here and over at Nathan's channel.
I'm pulling up to my job here, so I can't really, go any further than that. But
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was the point I wanted to make.
Don't look, Everett. Don't look. Don't look. Go to your job. You'll run your mouth, all right? But you can't
Bro,
look.
finish your locks and bagel,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Okay?
Sorry?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
No, the bagel is for all the day. Keep me alive.
I guess Napalm, you should look at it from this perspective as well. If I took off and the Earth was spinning really, really fast, like let's say it spun a revolution every minute, and we wanted to follow the object, we would have to do what? How would we do that if it was spinning that fast? What would the actual path be in the inertial frame? What would it be in the non-inertial frame? And how would you adjust for either one? If you take things to the extreme, suddenly all this makes a lot of sense. You start looking at it subtly, like I'm making small adjustments and I'm going along, how far, which was a farther path. You start getting confused on what actually happened because you're confusing the two frames and you're confusing the reference points.
which you're measuring distance. I guess you can compare it to, let's say the Earth isn't spinning, we have crosswinds. What path did the plane take? Well, it still took the same distance. Even though it was fighting a crosswind, it's crabbing the whole way, going through a lot more air along the way, but the distance it traveled with respect to the ground is the same. The distance to the air would vary by the amount that the crosswind was. If you think of it that way, then it all makes a lot of sense. But Jeremy and Napalm, both of you have completely confused what exactly is happening. And there's no shorter path than just going to the object in the distance and making adjustments along the way for the crosswind. Or compare it to going across a river that's moving.
Okay. All right, Zanuck, listen to me one last time. Let's pretend Earth isn't rotating. There are no reference frames. Nothing's going on. If we fly from the North Pole to the equator, any point on the equator, doesn't matter. We just want to get to the equator in the shortest path possible. We're going to not deviate left to right, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you start rotating the Earth underneath that, do you think that somehow changes? Do you think somehow the plane needs to deviate left to right? Or is it still the shortest path to go for the plane to go in a straight line in the inertial frame?
It's remember the 6,000 mile string out the back of your ass of the plane will be taut.
Just answer the question, please.
That is, I'm asking, saying yes, it's the same. That's the same distance, whether it's spinning or not, to the equator. Because we don't have a point. We're not.
Okay, so the shortest path. Okay, so the shortest path is a straight line in the inertial frame, then, right? No matter what, if it's rotating or not, right?
The shortest distance it would take would be. There is one distance it would take. It is that distance, the Great Circle route from the North Pole to the equator.
Whether Earth is rotating or not in the inertial frame, the shortest distance it can take is to not deviate left or right, right? Regardless if Earth is rotating or not, correct?
Well, yes, because we're only going to the equator. We don't care what. There's no point that we're aiming to. We're going to.
Jeremy, you're
fine.
You're skipping a whole bunch
Hold
of
on,
stuff, including the winds and all sorts of other shit.
Yeah, he's getting there. Shell, he's getting there.
Just stop, man. This is why I haven't added a point on the equator or none of this goofy shit. Just everyone relax. So regardless of what I want to do, the shortest path is to fly in a straight line in the inertial frame. We're clear. Even if we start rotating the Earth, it's still the shortest distance we could take. Would be to fly the plane in a straight line, not worrying about if the Earth's rotating or not. If you start rotating the Earth now, it doesn't change, you said, right?
It doesn't change.
Okay, so the shortest path is to fly.
No.
Okay, so the shortest path.
Chucky, we're not talking about the air.
Come on, man. I almost got him, dude. Don't try to save him, please.
I'm talking about Coriolis now.
No. We're not talking about the air, though. We're just talking about the ground.
Ground, yes. If you start rotating the Earth.
If I fly from North Pole to the Ecuador,
Shike, you're barging in the middle of somebody's conversation.
Shut
Let
the
them
fuck
hash
up!
it
I'm
out.
talking to Zanuck.
Let them hash it out, and then you can talk to Zanuck. Okay, just give him a minute. Jeremy's almost done.
No, Jeremy's been on this for months. He's not done.
Well, let's
what?
Let's let him finish real quick
It's
because
the
I
same
think
shit. He's never. You need math, Jeremy. You need math. You need to prove this. You need to go to the airlines. They'll pay you lots of money if you're right.
Guys. I mean, settle the fuck down. Let Jeremy finish his fucking point, dude.
Danzo, you're not adding anything to the conversation. You're just commenting on it.
I'm modding.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, so we agree the shortest path is for the plane to not turn left or right, regardless if Earth is rotating or not. And so basically, in the inertial frame, the plane going in a straight line in the inertial frame is the shortest path, yes?
It is the path. The path is 6,000 miles. There's no different. You can't change it. Doesn't matter what the Earth is doing. Stop referring to reference frames because that just makes it more complicated for you. Doesn't matter what frame.
Okay, so regardless of yes, but when you start rotating the Earth, it still doesn't change the plane's. The plane's path is the shortest distance to get to the equator in that straight line. And once you start rotating the Earth, that straight line is going to be considered the inertial frame, right?
No. The frame is what you look at the motion from. is how you look at the motion. Where you look at the motion from is what
I'm
your frame
done.
is.
Never mind.
All
Go
frames
carry
exist
on, guys. I'm done.
simultaneously. No, I mean, the distance is the distance. If you go from the North Pole to Ecuador, that distance is 6,000 miles, whether the Earth is rotating or not, across the ground. It does not matter if the Earth is rotating or not. You're not getting this. If the Earth is spinning really fast, it's one distance, 6,000 miles. Now, how long? What did you do to get there? Along the way, you went through a lot of air, and the air could be spiraling. You could have traveled 50,000 miles, 100,000 miles to get to that 6,000 mile point because the Earth is spinning and the air is spinning. You got to fight
This is
against
dumb.
it. You're seriously not getting it. I understand what you're saying, and I'm completely convinced you are confused.
If you're done, rather than critiquing him himself and what he does and doesn't get, he's triple speaking. I didn't even know that was possible.
Me or him?
Because somebody mute him, please.
I'm good. Go ahead.
No, you're not good. Somebody mute him, please.
No, I mean, I'm on cue. But pardon me. I'm talking to Zenek. So
If
Zenek,
he speaks
Earth is
again,
not
like who's gonna
Zenek.
take responsibility for that?
Next guy that interrupts Eli is gonna get muted.
Shut the fuck up, you idiot.
That means you're gonna get timed out now for a little
Yeah,
while.
go
You're
ahead.
not
You
gonna
double
talk to
face
people like that.
mother.
So anyway, here's the thing. The flight is as long as the flight is. That's one of Xanix's points. We already know that. You take a flight, the flight is going to be what the flight is going to be. No shit. But this is a hypothetical situation in which, if the Earth were a globe and it were turning, then it couldn't possibly be the case, because if the point was moving, you would have to correct to continuously be on track to meet with that point if it was moving. And since that's the case and it's deviated from the straight path that you would have taken, there's no way in hell it could fucking be the same distance. So I don't understand how Xana can say whether it's spinning or it's not, because he's just saying that, but it's not connected to any logical form. He's saying it can do anything and do nothing and still be the same distance that we all experience. That's
Correct.
just wrong.
Yeah, real quick. You're flying the plane. You're flying the plane. Hold on. You're flying the plane. You're flying the plane. Earth's not rotating. The plane's traveling the same distance in the air and the same distance on the ground. Now, if you were to fly the same exact path with the plane, the same exact path, and you start rotating the Earth underneath it, the only distance that changes is the distance that the line you would draw on the ground. The plane's still traveling the same distance.
You said two different things there. Yes, the distance, the line on the ground is going to be the same, even though the Earth is spinning, if it is constantly correcting. What Elijah asked me, or asked everybody, I think, he says, I don't understand how I can say that. And I'll explain why. Because we're not talking about the distance it travels through the air. We're talking about the distance it traveled over the ground. That distance is always the same, whether it's spinning or not. That's what I meant by that. So that should be very clear. If we're talking about how much fuel it used, because it's going through more air, no different than if it's fighting crosswinds. Yes, that for sure is different. That is what we're talking about here. We're talking about the Earth moving, and now the plane having to go through more air to get to that distance because the air is moving with the Earth. Does that make sense?
See, you did it again with your speak. He said you're moving through the air to get to that distance. No, the distance would be different.
No,
Okay, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. You have two adjacent cities, let's say New Jersey and New York, and you're in Pennsylvania. So you're driving straight towards New York, but then you decide, no, wait, is that does that work? No, because it's
not gonna work.
what's next to
Do Chicago to Dallas. How about that?
I don't even know. I don't even know what that
Just
looks
go
like
straight
right
down.
now.
Chicago. Let's say Chicago
Anyway,
and Dallas are right in north and south to each other. Okay. And
so
then
if you go down, if you go in a straight line from Dallas, you hit Chicago, right? So what's adjacent to that, to where you would have to make a left or right turn?
Like Austin.
Okay, so if you went to Austin instead, obviously that would be a greater distance.
Correct.
All right. So the thing is, the point is moving. That's the part you're not getting.
I'm getting it. I just
Planes are not ballistics. Please stop it.
yeah, Elijah, we're talking about driving on a road now. That's a better analogy now, because I think we need some concreteness to the examples. You're driving to Dallas, and then at the last minute, and then we have a distance. We know it's 1,000 miles from Chicago to Dallas, or maybe it's 2,000 miles, probably 2,000 miles. 2,000 miles from Chicago to Dallas, and we want to go to Austin instead. So we know if we were on track to Dallas and suddenly we wanted to deviate, we would have to have a longer. And even if it wasn't a last minute deviation, if we decided to go to Austin instead from the very beginning, it would be longer because now it's a hypotenuse of this triangle rather than a straight line. We made a triangle, and that hypotenuse is always going to be longer than the one leg that was going directly to
Well, that's
Austin.
a horrible example because Dallas is not due south from Chicago, and Austin is further south from
Well,
Chicago.
But it's not
whatever
aligned
it
with
is,
Dallas.
he gets it. Like
I just
whatever
wanted
it is that he
we
gets
just want to
it.
find
Like
two cities that
if
were
you're
not.
going in a straight, if you're going in a straight line and you have two cities adjacent next to each other towards the way you're going, and instead of going one way, you take an arc path towards the other city, or you're just basically veering to the next city instead. It's going to be a longer travel. If you let's say you're perfectly in alignment with the one city and the other city is off to the left and you decide to go left instead, that's going to be longer than if you'd have just went straight. If you were consistently curving along that path, that is maybe a little wonkily analogous, but not really analogous to if the city would have shifted because the ground is moving and you're not connected to it. And he just agreed.
I agree that this one city, one is directly beneath it, and one is over to the side of it. Let's say 100 miles. Let's say there's some city in Texas that's 100. Let's just assume that whatever city we're looking at is directly south of Chicago. So it's going to be a shorter distance to the city. Let's say it's Dallas, and to the right, let's say Austin is over to the east. Then that distance would be a little longer because that would be the straight. Right beneath it is one line. It's the 2,000 miles and the 2,100 miles to Austin. So it's longer. So yeah, if you're going to be going to Austin, even if you're going in a straight line, it'd be longer. Now you're saying that maybe we have two cities at the exact same distance from Chicago. Doesn't matter where they are. There's south, and you're saying you're heading to one, and then you're going to make a turn and go to the other. Then that would be a longer path, even though the distance between the two cities, all three cities, let's say it's an equilateral triangle. They're all the same. But when you're heading to one and then you decide to make a change at the last minute, then you make a curved path, that curved path will be longer. That's not what we're doing, Elijah. We're saying that we're traveling directly south and the earth is moving underneath it. And the distance to that city is still the same across the ground, but we're going through the air to get to it. So by going through the air to get to it, we're traveling a longer distance through the air. That's true.
It's exactly that last scenario you laid out. So like cities that are equilateral from one another, right? So take Chicago. If you drew a 600-mile circle around Chicago, right? Any two cities that fell on that circle, Earth stationary, you're flying to one, you start your path angled towards one, and you're constantly correcting and moving around and going to the other city. Or if you just fly directly to that city, same scenario as Earth moving, right? And you're going in the direction and constantly updating, and correcting, because it's always, if the Earth is moving, like we're talking about on the equator, that city is always going to be equidistant from where you take off. Depending on how you fly to it is what's going to increase or decrease your distance to it.
But it's no different than I mentioned earlier in that you have something that's, whether it's moving or not, you're flying the ground path, which is a straight line. That ground path, which is a straight line in an inertial frame, or if everything was inertial, the Earth was not rotating, would be this let's say it's 1,000 miles. That's how long the distance was. Now, if the Earth is rotating, the distance you travel over the ground to that object is still 1,000 miles. However, you took longer through the air to get to it. You traveled through more air to get to it because you're flying in an air mass that is moving with the Earth to get to it. So you had to fight this wind, which basically amounts to a crosswind along its path. So you use more fuel. You traveled
it's not you again.
farther in the air. You traveled farther in the air because you had this crosswind, or because we had Coriolis. There's no difference between the two, by the way.
Coriolis is just an apparent deviation, pal.
No, it's an actual deviation in the rotating reference frame. Sorry.
No, it's not. It's an apparent
deviation. You can't debate me and say no without having any facts.
You mean apparent as in it appears, we can see it. Yes, that's true. Not apparent as in
yeah,
fake.
it's not actually moving. No,
no, it's actually moving because we can see it. It appears.
No, it's apparently moving, not really moving.
It's not real, Moo. It is real.
You don't know what apparent
it is real because we have to account for it when we fire naval shells and stuff like that.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you don't.
Like, so our argument done. Zanuck already agreed. He's just saying that he doesn't agree. Like, I mean, what are we doing here?
Hey, Elijah, if you and Jeremy should get together and do some math and actually do some calculations on
fuel. No, that's a fucking red herring. What the
no,
fuck
it's not
matters?
a red herring. Fuck you. It's not
It
a
is
red
a red
herring.
herring.
No, it's not.
It is a red herring.
No, it's not.
I just gave the example.
Listen to me one last
he
time.
disagreed to the premises.
Fucking listen to me. Fucking listen to me.
What do I have to do math for?
Hey, because listen to me again. Because that's how you prove stuff. You prove stuff with
no,
your
it's
math.
not how you prove.
Yes,
it's
it is.
not,
That's
no,
how you prove.
that's how you prove math.
You need to do math.
You check math is to check math. We're talking about doing something actually.
You need to actually
you know what?
show.
Never mind. I'm going mute. It is a red herring. It has nothing to do with the. See, he doesn't want anyone. He doesn't want the. He doesn't.
I was talking. I was talking.
Actually,
okay, guys, this is radio chaos.
Elijah is.
Thank you, whoever did that. Who wants to go first? One at a time, guys. Come on, man.
I was saying you've only got to use the two examples of obviously Neil deGrasse Tyson uses the rugby ball example of why it goes in the net because Earth's turning underneath. But then if you looked at why helicopters don't appear to move when they're hovering, it's because they're moving with the atmosphere. So you've got contradiction in error here.
One is a ballistic.
Look, I'm still waiting to finish, and this guy just unmuted now.
NASA, let Eli go just for 30 seconds, bro, and then you can go next. It's not difficult.
Well, his shit
go ahead, Eli.
His shit was a red herring, and it did a disservice to the audience because the audience heard Zanuck agree with my premises. I'm hoping that they can understand that it's as analogous as you're gonna get is a point and then there being another point adjacent to it. Well, if the Earth is moving and then that point is then adjacent to the point it was, then the example works. And Zanuck agreed to it. And therefore, him saying, therefore, the distance would be the same is wrong when he just said the distance would be longer. But NASA Shill had to come in with a red herring so that the audience wouldn't hear that defeat and let it breathe. And that's fucking disrespectful.
Elijah, can I please respond to that real quick? I think it's important. I didn't agree to that as you laid it out. I did agree that it's the same distance on the ground that you traveled, even though the object moved and you had to correct to get to it. You traveled a further distance through the air, but over the ground, if you plotted your path over the ground, it would be a straight line to that city. You're traveling a straight line to it. That's the distance you took. You didn't make a curved path to it. So you haven't really thought that one through all the way. You're traveling a straight line. The path it took in the inertial frame, non-inertial frame, is a curved path. In the inertial frame, it's a straight path.
Okay, we got it now. Either Elijah responds or NASA gets to say what he wants to say.
You have to prove, if you're going to prove that the distances are shorter, you need math, Elijah. Your words are very nice. You need actually to prove math. You need to go to the airlines. You need to show them that they will save fuel. This will involve math. I'm sorry, but it will. If you have this and you can show it, you will get lots of money because you will save the airlines fuel, which is money to them.
Well, NASA, I think you're
okay,
actually
whoa.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. No, I don't have to do that because the bottom line is the first thing I said when I started talking in this conversation was what Zanuck is misunderstanding is the distance in reality is whatever distance it is. I don't have to go to an air carrier or wherever and say, "Hey, look, listen, you got the wrong." No, no, no. Reality is already the way it is.
And you misunderstand
The
it because
bottom
you don't
line, the
have the
bottom
math to
line. I'm
prove
sorry.
it.
Excuse me.
Oh, you
Second of
weren't funny
all,
mute me, but that's
excuse me.
no,
Second of
I
all,
can't funny mute you, but you can funny
Let
mute
him
me.
finish,
excuse
Nasta. You
me.
go next. Control yourself.
Well, God damn it, he mutes me, but I can't respond to him, and he stopped
Let
pause
him
there.
finish.
Anyway, my only second point was that if you listen back to the recording, NASA Shield did say that you would be correcting, just like you would be correcting if you decided to go to the other city instead of the initial one. So he agrees to suck my dick, suck my dick.
Suck your
Stop
own
that.
dick. In the
Come on.
meantime, though, if you don't have math, if you can't prove it mathematically, you are just flouting words. You're just bloviating unless you can show the math and show that you will save fuel by flying these routes. Otherwise, you're just speaking. You're just saying words and disappearing into thin air.
Hey, NASA, I got
The,
something that
the
maybe
funny thing is, the
I think
route
I
that
kind
you
of was
would
my turn. I was
take.
trying to get in. I was trying to get in for a second, and you heard me before.
The
Let me
funny
do it
thing
real
is, NASA, the
Napalm,
route
can I
that
do a
you
quick
would
one?
take in that scenario is the route that we travel. You want to know why?
Oh, please tell me.
Yeah, because you
Because the Earth
don't have
isn't
to leave the
rotating.
target
That's correct.
Okay,
You fly
to
away
have the
from
can
it.
shortest path because the Earth isn't fucking
The
moving.
earth, the
I
earth
need
is
to jump
rotating.
in, guys. This is getting painful. If I'm the best analogy I can think of is going across a river. We talked about this before. If I have a moving stream and I have a little boat and I want to go across to an oak tree across the river, do I aim at the river and keep my bearing to that oak tree as I cross over, or do I have some other type of weird path that you're implying here that I would on the Earth if it was rotating? No, I would go right to that oak tree. I'd point my boat into the direction of the flow of the against the flow of the river, and I'd be crabbing while I'm powering all the way across the river. So my path would be exactly the distance between where I left and where the tree is. Even though through the water I traveled a greater distance because I was
Oh my
angled
god.
at a 45-degree
That's
angle.
totally
The
different.
entire That's not different. It's not different at all.
Yes,
This
it
is
is.
exactly what I'm talking about.
It's
Even
totally the
Is your
same
target
thing.
moving?
yeah,
The
well,
river's
no, the
moving.
river's moving.
Is this
There's no
fucking
difference.
Yeah,
globetrotting
so
us?
it's different.
Okay,
It's an
let's change it.
analogy. For fuck's
Okay,
sake, it's an analogy.
yeah, it's an analogy. Now let's take that move. Let's take a non-moving river and a car is in idle. Someone left it in gear, and you realize that you're in your boat across the river. Oh shit! I left my car in gear, and it's rotating. I mean, it's moving along the riverbank. So you want to go to it? Yes, you would be leading it across the river. But guess what? The river's not moving. To do this, to keep this analogy simple, we're talking about
Yep.
something analogous to the river
And com-
moving, and we're going to a fixed point, like the Earth, where you have a fixed point. It's not moving. The air is moving. The rotating Earth is moving, but we're trying to fight the air like a crosswind to get to that point. I see what you're saying, but you're not thinking all the way through.
no, you're laying out a scenario that's completely not analogous to what we were talking about, and then saying that I don't understand and I'm not thinking it through, like you
Okay,
always do, just to
well,
muddy the waters, just to poison the
I'm not
fucking
trying
world,
to.
because that's what
Napalm,
you
I'm
do.
seriously not trying to muddy it. I promise you, I'm not.
The
I am. I'm
analogy, the
sorry.
analogy, the analogy is a merry-go-round. Center being the North
The
Pole,
yeah, I like that. I was just going to bring
Jeremy,
that up.
and the edge being.
I have told you for at least 6 months since you brought this thing up that you need to prove this to the airlines. They will, if it's true, they would buy it and do it. It's not true though, because they don't do it. They've thought about this. Come on.
Because the Earth doesn't move. Thank
No, the
you.
Earth does move. Thank you very much. We have proof of that.
Prove what?
So Zanuck agreed. NASA show also agreed unwittingly when he said you would have to correct. Now the only thing is they're both disagreeing with what they're both double speaking. That's all.
They're
And
not.
NASA's just adding. Yo, shut up. And NASA's just adding an extra red herring. That's all it is.
No, Elijah, fuck off. This is not the red herring. If you had proof, if you had evidence, you could go to the airlines and save them tons of money, but you don't because you're just speaking. You have nothing of which you don't know of which you talk. You haven't taken any airline training. You've never been a pilot. You have never done
You
fuel calculations. You have no idea how airplanes fly. None of you do.
NASA, you keep
Can,
repeating that
how
we
are
would
we,
have
Yeah,
to
they
go
how
to
are
true.
we
the
allowing
airlines
this
and let them know so that they could save fuel,
You
as
and
if
then
that's
muddying the
somehow
water telling us
proving
we don't
your point,
understand?
How are they going
when
to
all
save
it's
fuel,
doing is
Napalm?
actually proving our point.
How are they
And
going to
that's
No,
what
save
I'm
you
fuel,
not
don't
proving
Napalm?
your
comprehend.
point, Napalm. You're proving mine. You don't have the evidence for this. You're just saying this shit. You misunderstand how the Earth works. You misunderstand how airplanes fly. You don't know what
No.
you're talking about.
They're
Why is this allowed?
using fuel in a straight line and then adding a globe curve into it.
Fuck you,
Yeah, man.
you idiot.
Yeah.
The
You're
whole
the
point
idiot.
is
None
we
of you
don't
know
have to.
anything about aviation. I'm serious.
The whole point is that we don't have to lead the target. You don't have to, if you're flying from Cleveland to Tampa, right? You don't have to aim directly east and fly almost directly east to meet Tampa as it moves towards you because the Earth is turning. Nope,
Because
you just point directly at Tampa and putter right along.
you're not in a ballistic vehicle. You're not in a shell. You're not in like a big naval gun. Yeah, if we traveled by big naval guns, you would have to do that. We'd have to put all the correction in at the very beginning. That's how that works. And the airplane makes small corrections as they
But
go along.
but that's not what takes place, though.
No,
That's the
that's
funny thing.
exactly what
Can,
takes place.
can I be heard?
Rotation of the Earth is a minor effect in all this.
Yeah, go ahead, Rakia.
Well, I don't get why they're saying that the Earth moves, so the target moves, and then they say it's not moving. They're flying in the. I don't get that, but if that's the case, if you flew east and west, the city would be getting closer to you quicker. And if you were,
No, and Narkia doesn't understand the conservation of momentum.
I'm tired of this guy telling me I don't understand and I'm stupid and all that. Yeah, I do understand what you're trying to say. Quit saying that. It shouldn't be allowed. It's called muddying the water. You've done it like 10 times and it's been allowed every time. They asked Zanuck to quit doing it and he kept doing it. Quit telling people they don't understand. Maybe tell them, right, how they're wrong. Not that they should go to the airline. But anyway, not addressing you because that's exactly what you want. But if you're saying that the earth and the sky, the air, the atmosphere is moving at a certain rate, then if you take off in a certain direction, whichever way you say it's moving, and I think y'all say it's west to east, or whichever way, it doesn't matter. That city would be getting closer to you as you're in the air. It would be getting closer. The air's moving and the ground is moving at the same rate, right? So the travel time.
Which there's no evidence for whatsoever.
No, I'll complete then. But so the travel time is if you went to that city in one direction and went to the city in the other direction using the same exact plane, speed, airports, the travel times would be different. Forget about Coriolis. You're talking about the earth and the air moving, causing Coriolis. Well, if that's the case, then the city in that direction would be getting to you closer, faster.
Yes, and that's what happens.
So the travel times are different.
Yep.
Yes,
and
going north over those period of times, it will be slightly
I didn't
less.
say north. I said east. It's spinning east to west, right?
Yeah, and
Right.
actually flying east, the direction you think should be shorter is actually longer because the winds in the United States generally blow west to east.
Correct.
So flying
And
from Los Angeles to New York is actually
NASA's
shorter
totally right.
than flying New York to Los Angeles because of the winds which are caused by, wait for it, Coriolis.
Correct.
So now you're saying
you don't laugh at that. That's the truth right there. That is the
Winds
truth.
are caused by pressure mediation of high and low pressure.
Yeah,
correct.
And they
also correct.
Yeah,
and thermal
it's hot
input.
on the equator, cold on the poles. The winds flow toward the poles and are bent by Coriolis.
Hello. We're not talking about the cause of the winds here. We're talking about now you're saying the flight is the same because of the winds?
No, the distance is the same. The airplanes fly through the air. That's why they're called airplanes.
That's what I just said.
And
the flight time is the same.
The wind is blowing
because of the wind, and you said no.
They're not the same. It's less time going eastward than westward. But even though in the Earth is rotating to the east.
Why are you talking
rotating
to these
how fast?
Why are you talking to these muppets about airplanes?
Rotating how fast?
Yeah,
it's
how
rotating at
fast?
1,000 miles an hour.
So how fast are the winds?
Or
pushing
let's say
the plane?
700 miles an hour in North America.
So it's still a 300 miles an hour difference.
But the air is moving with. Hold on, guys, please. The air is moving with the Earth.
Yeah,
The
so
Earth-
it
the
doesn't
air-
matter.
Guys, we don't need
So
three people talking at once. The air is moving with the Earth.
No, it's
So
not.
when you're traveling
The
eastward,
Earth's not moving.
it's going.
Can
Stop
I
doing that.
please talk?
There's
Can I
1,000
please go
miles
through
wind
this?
at the equator.
You
Let
just
me
keep
lay
making
this
it
out.
the fucking Earth moving. There's no
Let me
proof
lay
of the
what
Earth
I was
thousand
talking
miles.
about out, please.
All right, it
Y'all
seems
know
like we're gonna have
this.
to make a list. We're gonna have to make a list.
Well, it was
Just
my
finish the
scenario.
sentence.
Let's
Let me
Finish
lay
it
it
go
out.
out.
I was
with.
responding
Let's
to Iraqi.
go, dude.
I was responding to Iraqi. Let me respond to Iraqi.
No, you don't. You can't respond to
Hold
me
on,
because you don't know
Rakia.
what I'm saying. Let me
Hold
lay it
on,
out.
Rakia. Yeah, hold on, Rakia. I'm making a list. First is Rakia, then it's Sanic, and then is who was the other guy that was trying to get in? I heard somebody else.
The older gentleman.
Yeah, it was
Sounds
the
old.
poet. Okay, well, Rakia, you're first.
No matter what, let's say 1,000 miles, airport to airport, east to west, and the Earth and the wind. I mean, no wind. There's no wind. Take all the wind out of the scenario, but the Earth and the atmosphere are moving 1,000 miles an hour in one direction. Then that airport that you're flying to in the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation would get to you 1,000 miles an hour quicker. So if you turn around, stop interrupting me. Yes, it would. There's no way around it. The plane and everything is moving when it's on the ground and in the air, backwards or forwards or wherever you want to say it. But once you take off and you're moving in that direction, it's hauling ass towards you. 1,000 miles an hour. So when you go the opposite way, you're going 1,000 miles an hour with it. You would have to go 1,000 miles an hour plus. No matter how you say it, the plane would have to go 1,000 miles an hour plus. It wouldn't have to go anywhere. You could rise up and have it. I don't get it.
Okay, I know you don't get it. So let me help you with that because it's just you're being silly now. If you're in a train, the train is going 100 miles an hour, and you're inside. I throw a baseball. The baseball would go 50 miles an hour from the back to the front, or from the front to the back, regardless of the direction of the plane. You're throwing the ball back and forth. It doesn't know that you're going 100 miles an hour. Just like the Earth itself, with the atmosphere moving. You even said this. You made it very clear. You understood it. You're not actually putting the pieces of the puzzle together. If you're
A train's
on
not
the
the
Earth,
Earth, mate.
if you take off
Excuse me,
west,
a train's not
I'm
the
still
Earth.
talking. I'm still talking. If you take off going to the east with the spin of the Earth, you don't get to Chicago at like you're going 1,000 miles faster than your airspeed. You're going to get there at whatever your airspeed is with respect to the ground. If there's no wind, as you said, we are going to get there. If the plane can fly through the air at 600 miles an hour, it'll get there just the same as it would if I went west or east. It wouldn't matter because the Earth and the atmosphere are moving the same speed.
Okay, perfect. Then that nullifies the 15 degree an hour drift. It nullifies the NASA shill saying that they would have to correct ever so slightly. Thank you very much. Can't pick
Wow, I don't
both.
know where that
Oh
came
my
Double
from.
God.
features.
You
That
guys
makes no
don't
sense at all.
understand simple concepts of the conservation of momentum. The fact that the rotation of the Earth and Coriolis has to do with the fact that because the Earth is a sphere, the equator is rotating faster than the poles and and what that causes. This is the whole argument. You guys need to go back to 5th grade physics and study some basic shit.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing that we're not able to get a common ground and understanding here. Again, Elijah, going southward, for example, we're going from an area of a lower tangential velocity to a higher tangential velocity, and the Coriolis is caused by that disparity in tangential velocities. We leave one city, the Earth rotating, we're going to a higher tangential velocity area, and the straight line path would be actually curved from the non-inertial path. Non-inertial frame, if we are looking at it from the non-inertial frame, and you went in a straight line path, projectile type of path. All we're saying is that we're steering the plane along its path, and that's going to be the straightest path through the air. the shortest path through the air that you possibly could take. There's no other way around it, and the ground path will be equal whether the Earth is moving or not, because you don't take these, you don't lead the target like that, like Jeremy was alluding to. You point your plane to the city, and you fly along that path, and you adjust along the way. Now, if you were a projectile, you would have to do some leading or lagging. That's a different scenario. And it'd be very complicated if the Earth was rotating like a merry-go-round really fast, where multiple revolutions would take place before you got to your destination. That'd be a tricky leading and lagging, right? How would you lead and lag it if, as you travel from the center of the merry-go-round to the edge, and you had several revolutions, where would you aim, right? Think about that for a second. That's a really critical thing to think about at this point. Not just a slight movement where you kind of lead or lag, but if it's spinning a lot before you get there, multiple resolutions. How would you lead or lag it?
The Earth's not a roundabout, idiot. And it's not a train.
The Earth's not a roundabout. The Earth is rotating and the roundabout is rotating. That's the only similarity we're taking.
The Earth is not rotating. There's no proof of the Earth rotating.
There is. The Volko pendulum shows that it rotates.
A hovering drone, a hovering helicopter doesn't move.
That's because
it's in the atmosphere that's actually moving with the Earth. So
yeah, so is the pendulum. The pendulum's in the same area.
The pendulum though is slightly different, yeah, because it's not.
Yeah. So who proved it? Who proved the Earth was spinning before the pendulum, and how?
Well, they thought the Earth was spinning, but they couldn't really quite nail down, is the Earth spinning or is the sky spinning, because they couldn't do. They thought the Earth was spinning, but Foucault was the guy who actually came up with the deciding evidence.
Think about the example if the Earth is spinning really fast, where let's say you spin 2 revolutions before you got your path completed from the North Pole to the equator. How would you aim for the path? How would you aim for the destination? How would that be possible? Where would you aim? And what would be the shortest path?
If you wanted to lead the target, you could plot your course as the curving. We know how the frames translate. If you wanted to lead your target and fly the shortest path, you could plot out, you do some math, figure out how the Coriolis is going to affect it. You plot it out on the ground where your path would be to lead the target, and you would make sure you stay on that path.
Excellent, Jeremy. Please do it for real. Please do it.
NASA, it's more basic than that, NASA. He's not getting this. Jeremy, if I'm flying at 100, let's say I got a
fuck off with you're not getting it and you don't understand.
Okay, I'll stop saying that. I'll stop saying that. Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I cut out there, guys. Sorry.
No, let me. I'm responding to Jeremy. It was clear I was talking. Very clear. It was very clear I was talking. Let me just finish my point.
Earth spin before the pendulum.
Please yield the floor to me. I was talking to Jeremy.
I got cut out, mate.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, One Deck. Thank you. So Jeremy, you're flying. Deck, stop it. So Jeremy, I'm flying from the North Pole to the equator, and I'm going in a Cessna at 100 miles an hour. So it's going to take me multiple days to get down to the equator. How would I lead the equator if the Earth is going to be rotating multiple times underneath me during my trip to the equator?
The Earth's not rotating.
Was I talking to you, Jack?
I'm talking to you.
No, I was talking to Jeremy. It was a very honest and simple question.
No, because you're
flying 100 miles an hour to the equator. The Earth is going to be rotating multiple times.
No, it's not. There's no evidence of Earth rotation.
Why are you doing this?
There is, but you ignore it. That's okay.
No. You said pendulum. Who discovered it first of all, and how?
Why are you doing this, Jack? Seriously.
Because I'm fucking exposing you, mate. That's why.
You're not exposing anything other than how silly you're being. You're not staying on topic.
Who discovered the Earth rotation?
We're talking about what you would do if the
Earth you can't answer rotating. The question then. You can't answer the question.
You're obnoxious. I'm bowing out.
He's proving, guys, he can't answer the question.
I'll answer any question you want, but you're not being polite. You're being rude. I was talking to Jeremy about something completely different from what you're saying. You're saying I'm saying certain things about my example, and then you're taking apart the example and saying certain portions are not true. Right?
I see. It
has nothing to do with the argument. By picking apart something, a part of my presentation, and saying
You're
that it's
talking
not
about
true,
Earth
blurting it
spinning,
out there
but
like you have Tourette's or something is
you've
not
got no
helpful.
proof of Earth
It
spinning.
doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't matter whether the Earth is rotating or not. We're talking about the scenario.
Which involves, in your opinion,
It
Earth
doesn't
spinning.
matter whether it's mine or anyone else's. We're talking about if it
You've
is
got no evidence
rotating.
of it.
How
Why
would
are
you
talking
explain?
about? Why are you
Not
talking about
opinion.
it?
All right,
Not
forget it.
opinion, established scientific fact. We have the Foucault pendulum. We also have what not magnetic compass. What's the other compass?
Pendulum isn't proof of Earth spinning.
Yes, it is.
How?
Look into it. I'm not going to explain it to you.
Well, you need to put some proof on the table.
I have.
And
All
who?
right, I'll explain it to you really quick. It swings back and forth into a fixed plane. That fixed plane can show a precession with respect to the outer ring if you let it go back and forth over a period of time, and that precession will comply and comport with exactly the proper latitude that we can predict it precesses at.
Okay. Where do you see this in nature occurring naturally?
This is a natural.
A chimpanzee swinging on a vine.
No, that's ridiculous. Grow up.
No, it's not ridiculous.
This is a natural thing.
Chimpanzees swing on vines all the time.
No, so
That's not a
this shows. No, this is not.
pendulum.
That's not what natural
It's not a
science means.
natural phenomena, right?
That's not.
You're
That's not
telling
what
me about a
natural science
man-made.
means.
You're
That's
telling me
not what
about a
natural
man-made
science means.
contraption.
That's
You're
not
talking
what
about
natural science means.
You're talking about a man-made contraption.
No, things don't swing all the time.
Where do we observe Earth spinning in nature?
So what?
What's the natural phenomena?
It is a natural phenomena.
No, it's not. It's man-made contraption.
Natural phenomena means not supernatural phenomena. Man is part of nature. We can
No, it
build
doesn't.
tools.
The pendulum
Yes,
is a man-made contraption.
It
Where
doesn't
do you
matter.
see
It's
Earth
not a
spin?
supernatural.
You're talking over me because you don't like it.
No, because you don't know what the difference between natural and supernatural is.
I understand your frustration.
No,
yeah,
I understand my
your frustration. I understand your frustration. Where do we see Earth spinning as a natural phenomena in nature?
Why am I being muted when this guy's over talking me? How come he's not being muted? He's saying bullshit.
Where do we observe Earth spinning as a natural phenomena?
The Foucault pendulum is a natural phenomenon.
That's a man-made contraption.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't
It's
mean
a
it's not
man-made
natural.
contraption.
That doesn't
You're not
matter.
answering the question.
So,
it does matter.
So is this computer. So is the computer you're on. So
We're
is
not
the
talking about
internet.
computers.
So is
We're
your
not
car.
we're talking about Earth spinning.
These are all natural phenomena
Earth
because they're part of
spinning,
the natural world.
Phenomena.
That's
Natural
correct.
phenomena. Scientific method. Go.
It is scientific method using a tool that we built called the Foucault pendulum.
Man-made.
It doesn't matter. Everything's man-made. Everything we use to measure is man-made.
Not in nature.
You don't know. We are part of nature.
Not happening in nature.
You don't know what natural science means.
I know pendulum is a man-made contraption.
It's still part of the natural world because it's made
not
out of natural
nature.
materials.
No, it's not nature. You're incorrect.
It is nature. What do you think we made it out of? We made it out of iron. We made it out of steel. We made it out of aluminum. Yeah, so what? So what?
Hold on, both of you, right? So you guys are arguing over what's natural. So we have a term that's antithetical to that, which would be synthetic.
Nope, supernatural.
NASA, what would be your definition of the term synthetic?
Nope, the opposite. In this case, the opposite of natural is supernatural.
Is that the case?
Yes, that's the case. Look it up. When we have to go back like 400 years when they start calling science natural sciences. That meant
okay. So no matter what takes place, right, in this world, if man does whatever, everything is considered natural. So a bike is natural, a car is natural. All these things are naturally occurring phenomena.
They're part of the natural world. They're not part of the supernatural world.
I think he's asking for phenomena, not just things that are part of the natural world.
He doesn't understand what natural means. Neither do you. The opposite of natural.
That's why I'm trying to get you guys to flesh out the definition.
The opposite of natural in this world is not synthetic or not man-made. It is supernatural.
Okay. So then in terms of natural science, because I think the gentleman is talking about natural science. So natural science is the study of man-made objects?
The study of everything that is natural in the world, in the universe, that is not supernatural.
Okay, so natural science involves anything and everything that is not supernatural.
That's correct.
So,
you don't need to invoke
anything that is not of spirit, it is strictly based on tangibility, physicality, regardless of how it's made or constructed. So when I took natural science class in school, I was dealing with trying to study how man-made objects do things.
I have no idea what you study when you had natural sciences. This is like a 400-year-old word. What were you studying?
We studied the natural world, meaning
400 years have got nothing to do with anything. When you look at the Greeks 2,000 years ago claiming to measure Earth curve, what's time got to do with it?
What's that?
so regardless of whether it's natural or unnatural, that would only have a relevance to whether you're trying to prove the cause of a natural effect, right?
No. What
And if the
I'm trying to say
natural
is that
effect would be, in this case, what?
this is a typical flat Earth argument where you guys say, "Oh, it's man-made, therefore it's not
Dude, I'm
natural,
trying to get
therefore it's
out
not
of
natural
that.
science."
If
Yes,
you would,
you are. He's trying to get
I am
out of the
trying
fact
to
that the
get you guys
Foucault.
out of that argument.
He is trying to say that the Foucault pendulum is not natural, therefore it's not. We can disregard it, and that's bullshit.
It's a measuring device. Cool. So a measuring device can be used to measure some sort of natural phenomenon. So if we're measuring it, right, it's not an experiment, it's a measurement, and it's a measuring device. What was the naturally occurred phenomenon that this
The
gentleman's
rotation of the
requesting?
Earth.
Cool. So where did you see the rotation of Earth?
The sun.
Yeah.
You can see the rotation of the Earth. You can measure the rotation of the Earth with this pendulum. You can see the rotation of the Earth by watching the sun rise and set. It's really quite easy.
So the sun moving
Nope, sun doesn't
means
move.
that the
Sun
ground
stays
is
in its
moving.
plane, and this Earth rotates around it. That is shown by the Foucault pendulum. Before the Foucault pendulum, you had an argument. After the Foucault pendulum, you're pretty much no.
So the sun moves, so the Earth's spinning, is what
No,
you're
the
saying.
Earth moves, so the sun spins. That's correct.
So talk me through that then.
With the Foucault pendulum. Thank you. Or you can use a gyro compass. That's another one. Bob Nodell, rest his soul, he showed that the Earth was moving with a gyroscope.
A ring laser gyroscope deals with the Sagnac effect, which has nothing to do with Earth's rotation, because when it was used to try to measure the orbit around the sun, they weren't able to do that, right? So it's not proving that motion.
But when
Actually,
they
they
pointed
used
it
it.
east to west, they found it did.
They
However,
used it.
so you're wrong there.
They used it differently in those two experiments. You're conflating the two, of course, because you have
But the
to.
east to west is, never mind. I'm not getting into this with you guys because you don't comprehend what light is to begin with, so there's no point.
What?
Okay.
What?
Come on. So no,
I mean, that's a nervous laugh.
They use the Sagnac
It's
effect
not a nervous
right now.
laugh.
You guys
It's
are
a
the ones that
hilarious.
understand light. The
Sagnac
Discord
effect is
internet
used
people.
today to determine the 15 degrees per hour anywhere. Every airliner before they take off determines and verifies that the Earth is rotating. If it's not rotating, they got a problem with their navigation system. So
It's not verification of the Earth rotating.
It is.
It is
That's
actually.
how they
not.
correlate it. That's
Yes,
how they
it is
calibrate it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's a correlation.
Yeah,
You're correct.
to
They're
make sure that it's
correlating it
rotating.
incorrectly to Earth's
It's a
movement.
correlation.
It's not.
Yeah, it's caused
Yeah.
by exactly.
It's
Thank
caused
you.
by the rotation.
No, it's not.
It is. Although a gyro at
I would
rest
love to hear
not
you
have
talk
this
to a
effect.
pilot and say that's not due to rotation. See what he
Oh,
says
he
to you.
doesn't know anything
So
about
what does the
aviation.
pilot know about the Sagnac effect except that he uses the ring laser gyroscope to measure what they call a 15 degree per hour drift?
What do you
What's
know about the
drifting?
Sagnac? What do you know about a Sagnac
They
effect?
don't
Other than
call
what
it
you've learned
15 per hour rotation because that's not what's taking place. There's actually a
Well, the
drift.
actual measurement
what
of
do you
the
know about the
rotation is the
Sagnac
drift.
effect that you haven't studied from, that you haven't learned from Discord or YouTube or something?
No, he learned it all from Witsit.
So you have no idea what is the Sagnac effect.
The sun sets,
Why
therefore
don't you
Earth
tell
spins.
me here? I want to.
Master Shill, what is the Sagnac effect?
Quite frankly, the Sagnac effect is something very simple.
I'm not
You
asking you,
shoot a
Zanuck. I'm
you
asking
shoot a
Master
laser,
Shill, who always tries to talk as
and
if he knows things, but then says, well, you just look it up. You just figure it out. Because he has actually no clue what he talks about, ever. He just wants to argue from incredulity.
Me argue from incredulity? No, that's funny. In the meantime, though, you're saying nuh-uh the entire time.
Oh, I said nuh-uh?
Yeah, basically.
So where's your proof that the ring laser gyroscope is the cause of the effect that you think it is proving?
No, the ring laser gyroscope
No.
measures the
You have to manipulate.
the ring laser.
You would have to
ring laser
manipulate
gyro
something in
measures
order to prove it.
the ring laser gyroscope
It's
measures
ether
the
drift.
rotation of the Earth.
Disprove
Not ether
me.
drift. How do you get ether
Disprove me.
drift inside? How do you get ether drift inside? Oh, disprove you. I see. I have to prove
Yep.
you're false now. See, now that's called shifting the burden of proof.
Well, you claim it's the Earth rotation. I claim it's ether drift. Which one's right?
I am, because you have no proof of this ether drift. See, how can
Yeah,
how
I
can
do. The ring laser gyroscope proves it.
No, it
The
doesn't.
ether
I
drifts
can
15
rotate. I
degrees
can
per
rotate.
hour across the surface of the Earth in relation to where you're at, and actually, it increases and decreases with elevation.
Wow, that's pretty neat. Yeah, it's sort of like the Earth was rotating. Only we're gonna call it ether drift instead.
No, the ether is drifting across the plane. That's how
Oh,
it works.
the ether drifts
We've
faster
known
at
this
the
forever.
equator.
We've known this
You've
since
known this forever.
Stagnac came up with this effect. Do you know what Stagnac thought about the ether? Yeah, funny. That's weird. You probably don't.
Neither do you, actually, probably.
So
Except
can you
for what I
disprove
just
that
told
it's
you.
the ether?
Yeah, there's no ether. That's proven by Michelson Morley.
So nuh-uh. So your answer is nuh-uh. There isn't one.
Michelson
Cool.
Morley.
I'm going to say nuh-uh. The Earth doesn't move.
Michelson Morley disproved the ether.
No, they didn't. You don't even understand
Yeah,
that.
Michelson
You,
Morley disproved the ether. If you don't think so,
no.
you're a witch.
You know what
You're a
Michelson
witch
Morley disproved? That
Oh,
the
please
Earth has
don't.
an orbit around the sun.
No, they
Dun,
didn't.
dun, dun.
They disproved that ether exists. That's why they didn't see it.
How so? How so? Explain how they disproved the ether.
Because they didn't. We have redone the Michelson Morley experiment time and time again over the last
Millions of times,
30
actually.
years.
Yep.
And guess what?
Millions
We
of
keep on
times.
proving that there is no ether.
Explain to me how it proves there is no ether.
Explain to you those experiment that you don't understand. Yeah, why don't you look it up yourself and tell me? I'm tired of this shit.
Yeah, everybody just realized what took place. Everybody in this conversation realizes exactly what's
Everybody
taking place.
realizes that you are talking out your ass, is what they mean.
Well, when he has to start saying things like talking out of ass and using curse words, you've got him cornered. So there we go.
Yeah,
Says
always.
in
Every
every
then he
time
laughs.
he
And then he
laughs,
laughs nervously.
tries to project his
That's not
lack
nervous
of
laughter.
understanding onto the person he's arguing.
That's called
Any
laughing.
laughter, dude. Any laughter from you is nervous, old man.
No, it's not nervous at all. This is hilarious. Here again. Oh,
There it
Michelson
is.
Morley.
There it is. Keep laughing.
You're the one that brought
Nobody
up
thinks it's not
Morley, and you
nervous.
have no idea what is
Totally
what was the test for?
Totally misunderstanding the Michelson Morley experiment. I understand.
What were they testing for?
Why don't you tell me, Whitsit?
I'm not with it. What were they testing for?
Clone. You're parroting his bullshit.
Parroting Witsit's bullshit? What are you talking about? I had this understanding well before I even fucking knew Witsit.
No, you didn't.
The fuck I didn't, dude. You have no idea.
I do.
You're just throwing out names and claims and all this bullshit like you always try to do. You always try to say, oh, well, that's just some QE stuff. Oh, you're just parroting Witsit because you have actually no rebuttal to any argument ever. You just want a nervous laugh and say that you don't understand or that you need to go research it. I'm not here to explain it to you. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because people who understand things can explain them. And you don't have the ability to explain anything.
You don't understand Michelson Morley. I'm not going to explain it to you because you basically lack the fundamental foundation.
So we get it.
You lack the fundamental basis to understand Michelson Morley. If you think that they didn't disprove ether, which everybody else says, then you obviously have some misunderstanding that everybody else.
How did they disprove ether? Yeah, you're a joke. I'm done. I got work to do anyways.
You're totally done. You're toast.
Okay,
He's
bud.
right. You do that all the time. When put up against the wall, when asked, okay, you explain it, your response is every time, I'm not here to educate you. I'm not gonna teach it to you. Look it up. That's what you do, man. We know your tell, bro. We know your game.
I'm not here to teach you, SE, because you especially lack the fundamental basis to understand stuff.
There you go. You just proved me correct. There you go.
True,
Instead of
SE.
saying, no, SC, you're wrong, and this is why I think this, and that, you do exactly what you just did.
You lack the basic basic understanding to have, the basis to understand any of this. I don't know why you're here constantly.
Exactly. There you just proved my point again.
Exactly. Now continue to prove it because
And napalms. Yeah, exactly. That's what you do. We know.
Yeah. And
you're just a waste of time.
You expect me to explain to you. I mean, I would have to start with like something like 1 + 1 = 2 and build upon that and no, I
Nah,
don't
so I don't
understand.
think anybody's expecting you to explain anything. Napalm was asking you a question, and you just ignore it, right? And then, so how is that productive? And then you just sit here and trash us like you don't
Well,
like the way we answer the question. So
you can
I
ask
don't
me.
understand how any of that's productive. Did you
Well,
want to answer his question?
I can't answer his question, but I can't make him understand Michelson Morley. If he thinks that Michelson Morley did not disprove ether, no, we're to a point where we would have to start all over again from the basics.
Okay. So here's your opportunity. You can
Oh
get
no.
to educate us. Go ahead. The floor is
Oh no,
yours.
no.
Paid.
Okay, well, see, the first thing you have to do is go back to high school and take high school physics, and then maybe a little bit of college physics, and then maybe you'll have the background to understand this.
But if you're such an
You
expert in
see?
Nash skills, shouldn't you be able to just explain it, quite
To
concisely for everybody in
people,
the room to understand?
no,
I mean,
to
just
people that don't have
denying and saying you're not going to do it. I mean, it's
to
not really a
people
great look, is it?
to people that are so wrong they think the Earth is flat. No, I'm sorry, I
Hey,
don't
yo,
have
Shill,
time.
have you ever thought about the idea of like, wow, I sound like an angry teenage girl right now? You know?
Oh, you do actually, but that's not me. But that's okay.
See that, like, just like that. That was a good one.
I mean, if you want to sound like an angry teenage girl, then go right ahead. In the meantime, I'm not here to explain basic physics to you guys. If you don't,
I'm not here to explain basic physics to you guys, okay? Okay, because that's what you sound like, Rachel.
well,
Okay,
that's what you sound like.
okay, okay.
You're gonna mock me,
You
then
sound like you should be in like a locker room with cheerleaders, dude.
gotcha.
You
You don't
sound like,
understand that. You understand the rest of you are those teenagers,
yeah,
right?
no, really lay it out on us, Paige. She'll tell us, explain us.
Got it. Okay.
So
Please, like,
Shields, we
take.
all heard of Sun Tzu, right? The Art of War. We all heard of the Art of War. Well, he says that if the private on the battlefield doesn't understand the order, got it wrong, somehow the battle didn't work out properly, guess whose fault it is? Paid Nasser Shill. It's the general's fault, not the soldier. The general didn't explain the plan properly. You understand that?
He left the VC, but he's typing in the text chat right now.
Thank God he's
Yeah,
gone.
of course.
Fuck that guy, dude. Such a waste of my fucking time ever hearing his voice.
Is this a place
Yeah,
to come and
unproductive.
express our
Yeah.
ideas?
He's got that kind of tone of his. He's got that kind of tone of his voice, like the guy at the video store that's mad at you because you didn't rewind your VHS tapes, and they're gonna scold you about it.
His text insulted the main argument for flatties. Like that's all he did throughout the whole freaking argument. What is he talking about?
He refuses to show you how to rewind the tape again.
He is a projection within a projection of himself in everything that he says. Literally, it's a projection of his
Oh, hey,
misunderstanding.
Nasser, you're back. Oh,
Oh, hey, we can have more of our time wasted.
Everybody's welcome here, guys.
Yep,
Just can't, you
everybody's
can't,
welcome
yeah,
here.
you just can't help who doesn't get it. You know what I mean? Like, it's all good.
Dude, like I don't mind disagreeing with people. I don't mind having back and forth conversations with people on things that we disagree upon. But when it just comes to nothing but insults, adding nothing to the conversation,
Hey, bro.
literally the nuh-uh, which is
You know,
his biggest response back to anything that we say, even if it's specific and with very detailed responses. Oh,
hey,
well,
bro.
that's just a nuh-uh. So you're
Are
just
you
hand
new
waving
here?
it.
Hey, bro, are you new here? Like, no doubt, that's all it is, man. And so you gotta make it funny when you retort it. You know, that's what I think anyway. Because it's all you're gonna get. It's like,
Then
you
it's
know,
just gonna be a fucking
That's
clown show.
I don't know
that's
why.
what I
Right,
did
but
to
like you
just
can't get right.
expose
You
him.
can't get upset about it. Like, I mean, like when do you realize it's like the insanity argument of like when you're doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. You know.
No, I just expose him until he leaves the VC. Otherwise, he stays around.
Right.
Look, we all know what people like that do. I mean, the whole community knows. I mean, like, it's not even worth talking about.
Yeah, I
Time
like
to
all
move
these.
on.
I love all those guys, man. They're great. I think they're great. I have no real like,
Yeah, they
like I
serve
just
a purpose. Yeah.
well, there's no animosity. That's the trick.
In a way, they do serve a purpose. The people listening could, see for themselves which people are the logical, calm ones, using rationale and, like thought process, and which ones are just getting mad and just championing a certain model that was made 400 years ago. Yeah.
You know what it is, man? There's ways to argue anything and make it somewhat agreeable. And like, and the trick, or I think anyway, is like it's the agreeability. And some people have it, some people don't, man. And I don't think the litmus test even is flat earth. It's like the litmus test is beyond that, something else.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure you agree with NASA Shill on a lot of things, right?
You're more
Well, how about
the
this?
sand than you are
Hey,
rock.
hold on. I'll show points of agreement. These are usually my points of agreement with these guys, and they are. It's because, like, I'm the type that's like, yeah, United States is the greatest motherfucking place ever. Like, you know what I mean? And a lot of them Americana fucking anti-flat earthers, they understand that sentiment, and so like that's why I've always used that idea is like to remind them that like it's American to disagree and be cool with it. It kind of quells their anger too to realize like, hey, if you're trying to mute somebody, it's some fucking un-American bullshit, dude. Like, you know what I mean? If you're trying to cancel somebody, or if you're trying to like shut down a group of people that aren't harming anyone, you know what I mean? Like, you're not an American. And those are like little fundamental arguments, and I've made a lot of headway with those arguments because you're right, I could agree with Nasty Shell on that, but we're gonna contentiously disagree about shit like Coriolis. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I would think.
Yeah, well, your headway's not getting too far, man, because he still has the same tactics.
Well, remember this, bro. This is the thing that gets me lately, and has always gotten to me. It's like the idea that, like, we've all heard the terms like, divide and conquer. So, like, if you're constantly creating more and more division, then who are you working for? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, kind of a thing. Like, because we're fighting evil or something. But the fighting evil might look differently than we think it looks. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I find I'm with somebody like Shell, like some kind of like elements of I have to be like a dick and certain like making fun of him a little bit because that's funny to me, but it's not harmful. You know what I mean?
No, it's just a
Not
tactic, right?
animosity.
That he continues to use over and over again to come in, interject himself into conversations that many times are being somewhat fruitful or productive, in order to devolve the conversation into a complete shit show, right?
Right, but there's ways
Intentionally.
to dismiss those. I've just learned in conversation, let's say, that there's ways to dismiss those arguments and ideas without offending them to the point where now they're really angry and they're really trying to interrupt your conversation.
Well, that's un-American.
Well, no, it's just called tact and diplomacy. Do you know what I mean? Because like if somebody comes up and like tries to interject some crazy idea in the thing, I might agree with it and be like, you know what, you're right, but we're going to come back to that and carry on with your conversation. Do you know what I mean? Like instead of being like, why are you interrupting me? Where's the moderator?
Oh, so you agree then that
That's
the
just
Earth
how I
rotates
feel.
then? So you agree that the Earth rotates then? Okay, cool. So we are on a globe.
What are
So
you
the
talking
flat
about?
Earth isn't, right?
What are you talking about?
No, I'm just playing NASA Shill's role, right? When you agree with him, hey, I agree, but we'll come back to that later. Oh, so you agree? So the Earth isn't flat, so that we are rotating, and then he just goes on another spiel.
Well, the point is that right, but that's where you could say we're going to come back to that. Like
And
I'm just saying, like
he
I've
just
had my
interrupts you,
tests with these cats. And
or he'll
granted,
just
like who am I
continue
to
to
say?
interrupt.
Who am I to mod and whatever the case may be? I'm just saying, like I used to host this little thing, and I've dealt with Paid Master Show for a while. He used to come to my channel
Whoa,
all the time. I'm just saying, I
bro,
know all these people for a long time, and I've dealt
you
with
must
these
have
like
the trophies on your
no. I'm just trying to say,
shelf,
like,
bro.
there's a way to
Oh,
dismiss
the
these
gold
people without
stars.
being contentious. That's all. Too contentious.
Those are pretty cool. Fuck are you? What the fuck? What's the topic?
Because the topic
Having like
obviously
about the
NASA
awesomeness
took.
of America. What's wrong?
When did America begin?
We're having a Monday morning quarterback conversation.
Yeah. Well, what else? What do you want to get into? What are you getting into lately? Shit, I'm out of the loop. Other than Maui. Maui's kind of the front center of it all, I guess. Center of it all.
I heard there's some sort of harp-like facility on the Big Island. Actually, some sort of giant array of antennas pointed towards the sky, something like that. And there's these like old trails. Then like royalty in Hawaii is called a lihi. They're kind of different because they're kind of like primitive or whatever. They didn't have like metal or anything. But these elite would just like walk around on these like sacred trails or whatever, and apparently people were walking on these trails, and they said they found this like government facility on the Big Island's a separate island than Maui or whatever. But apparently that's where the fucking facility is. I don't know how much like fact is behind that statement, but
I think the craziest shit is like a couple weeks ago they had a meeting about turning Maui into one of those like smart cities, and like and everyone was on board with it. And then like all of a sudden like it all gets burned down, and they're like, "Oh, don't worry, we're coming to rebuild it."
I heard they're trying to like. Well, this isn't even a conspiracy, but I heard the insurance companies are like not trying to pay. That's normal though, but like fucking pour for the course, fucking insurance companies not paying what they get paid to do. Like, oh, I pay you to fix my house when it goes on fire. All right, let's just not pay you for that. But yeah, I guess so. This one guy's, I guess, friend or cousin or something lives on the Big Island, and he works for some sort of like, I don't know, like how like rangers go around the forest and cut trees down and shit. Essentially, something like that, where they have to go around the island over the course of a year and like, I guess, maintain all these places. And like, this guy said he's seen some sort of harp facility over there on the Big Island, which is kind of interesting. I find, which would indicate that like whatever they're using to cause these fires doesn't have too long of a range. Still longer than the Earth's globe to block it though, because obviously distance is bigger. But yeah, that's I guess the rumor on the street over here.
Yeah, it's just kind of crazy. I like that kind of, or I don't know, like yeah, interesting with the whole. I like the Trump shit too, man. What the fuck? It's pretty crazy.
Zenik,
What
are
happened
you?
with Trump?
Just all these indictment, or like well, I'm not liking it, but I mean it's fucked up though. Like he's getting all indicted and shit, but then like all these people are kind of. It's just interesting the
But is that
political,
actually gonna stop
the
him
political
from being
world.
the president?
What was
Is
that?
that gonna stop him from being the president though? Like, are those indictments gonna actually stop him, or is he just gonna do like a flounder show, like a fucking puff up, make some funny statements, embarrass some Democrats, and then just like all of a sudden it's Trump in the office again, and then the most communist edict of all fucking America coming down the pipe during what's supposedly supposed to be some free Republican capitalist non-controlled guy, when it's like, are you Captain Warp Speed?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting the idea that even if it is like just optics, or I don't even know, because I know everyone, who knows what's really what. But it is interesting that like certain like heads that have been in control of a lot of that real communist takeover, it'd be nice to see like some fucking retribution against these people. I think the only way that would happen, even in like the script, is if we're Trump to be in office to be able to do it. But
Why
you
do
know
you
what I
think
mean? Like,
retribution for what?
well,
Retribution? Like, how
well,
have
like
you been? I'm a,
take like the head of the
let me
WHO,
tell
right?
you this.
Take like the head of the WHO, the guy who was think he was from Ethiopia, but he was also like a paid, like, you know, he was like a rebel in Ethiopia, paid for and backed by China. And he became the leader of the WHO, and they instituted all the things in the last couple of years. And it's just interesting now. All these kinds of people have come out of the woodwork and been in these positions of power and been highlighted throughout these last couple of years as potentially the people that have been orchestrating something that would be interesting if Donald Trump actually could fucking fight, like the WEF, and you know what I mean, all these kinds of things, like even these quote unquote globalist organizations, you know what I mean, like at the root of the whole fucking thing. You know, it's just interesting to watch. Like, you know, now granted, maybe I'm too invested in the soap opera of it, but you know,
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be completely
nonetheless,
honest, dude. I'm gonna be
nonetheless,
completely honest. Who was it? Obama before Trump or whatever, and then it was Biden after Trump. I'm gonna be honest. None of those fuckers fucked with my lives. None of them did any dumb shit. Operation Warp Speed, lockdown, no going in public spaces or the cops harass you. That was Trump, actually. The most communist president that I've experienced in my life, like real life, not looking on the TV and seeing a crowd or looking on the TV and seeing people chant. No, like actually my life where restrictions on my rights, ruining my shit, ruining my opportunities, fucking with my business opportunities have all been done by Trump. And I'm not a
Really?
Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not in that whole fucking liberal whatever. But like
In
there
what
was
way?
the lockdowns were extremely bad when he was here. He did that whole I'm talking about COVID, dude. That whole thing was a big Trump fucking thing. He's the one that let all the bills come through. He's the one that let them all fucking restrict us and fucking ruin our shit. And
That was
it's just
your
kind of
state,
weird that you
bro.
guys are
What are you talking about, bro? That was your state.
it's just kind of weird, bro, that like you guys are defending like a president who
Hold on,
really
hold
is
on, hold
just
on.
a puppet.
Hold on,
He's
hold
just
on.
a
Was
fucking
that
puppet.
what does Trump has govern can Trump govern individual states?
Bro, he's the president, yeah.
Nope. Well, you're
yeah,
wrong.
man, that's what's called cooperative federalism, man. We have distinct governments in states, and that's why the governors of different states were the ones who were liable. A good point, brother.
There is a bit of context here as well, though, right? Like, it wasn't just America that was locking down; it was the entire world. So it's like, I mean, how do you even? There was obviously like an agenda, a globalist agenda to do that. So I don't know.
Right, but it exposed that whole like Event 209 and stuff happened. A lot of people don't know about that. You know, whatever like that.
Yeah,
They
no
drive. They
states
drive.
have any fucking rights. What are you talking about?
Well,
I'm just
Our
saying,
states
man, it
don't
wasn't
have
an
rights.
American only
Like
thing.
it might say that on some paper somewhere, but that paper doesn't apply to whatever you call America today. They took the gold in 1933. Did the states have rights when a fucking foreign bank took everyone's gold? Was that the states
Well,
asserting
no, the
their
states
rights?
have
Yeah, but then you go
jurisdiction.
somewhere else, dude. Like let's pretty much just say let's go back to the pandemic. The in the pandemic, bro. Like pretty much. Let's say I live in Texas. Governor here was actually no restriction, yada yada yada. But then guess what? The judge, the district judge says nope, masks everywhere. I don't give a crap what your schools, everything. You have to wear them.
What's a
So, I mean,
district judge? Not like a smaller region of Texas.
but you understand that. That's what I'm saying. Should I blame that on the governor or should I blame that on the president? No, I mean it's just everything has its own little shit. Like the district has its own little shit. The that's why they have a mayor, and then for mayor there's just the governor, and then and
Right,
the
but what I'm saying
different
is
senators and senators there for the president and shit. So it's a whole different other shit, bro. You like completely oblivious to.
Well, like the federal
yeah, but
government is just
this
the
is what I'm saying.
international face.
Wait, Issa, wait. Let me respond to I think that was Elbow. But here's the difference: is like if the federal government really wanted to shoehorn in something, or they really wanted to actually stop something all the way down to the state level, they could. They could pull those strings to do that, but
No,
they
you can't.
didn't. So yes, bro. They took the
Look,
gold in 1933. They took the gold. No, imagine this. You went and took everyone's gold. Of course, you can do whatever you want after that. If you can shoehorn in everyone, give me your gold. You can shoehorn in whatever you want into law.
they take legalizing marijuana. The federal is still federally banned illegal.
But look at California when they first legalized it. How much DEA got into it, but then state-wise, what happened? It still continued.
Yeah, it's technically its own country. Each state is its own country. Yo, you should check out. It's a little thing called cooperative
No, you don't get
federalism.
it. It's not its own state or its
I
own
don't get
country.
it.
A military force can come in and
Yo,
steal
you
everyone's
should check
property at
out.
any time.
Hey, yo, there's a little document you should check out. It's called Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown, and I highly recommend. Just read the first fucking opening page of the whole thing. But like government isn't what a lot of people necessarily think of it as. That's all I'll say about that. But like, I just think like it's interesting that they're all going after it. Like, because whether it be for, I mean, literally, like the sheep can't resist it, right? You know what I mean? He's like, John, whatever you want to do, but either way, it's being given to the people perfectly. And and I prefer the ideology of Trump over the rest of the globalist fucking shit show. You know what I mean? So like, and they hate him, so it's kind of just fascinating. Like, and you can meet people in the real world that think he's really evil, and they're really retarded too. It's just unreal.
Yeah,
Just
like how
like
many times
it
did
pisses
Trump
off
try to
all
do
these fucking
something?
idiots, man. I love
How many
Trump for that.
how many times did Trump try to do something and then a judge will overrule him?
What about it?
I'm saying I'm just saying I'm talking to Issa. Well,
Yeah.
who
No,
was
you
it?
know what my
Uh,
theory is on that, brother? Is that look, anytime you've got an attorney, that's where you call. It's like you gotta remember, attorney works for the court, not the client. So it's like if the attorney's working for that particular court, that judge has discretion over the case. That's what always terrifies me a little bit about the whole Trump issue is that he is
no,
going
no,
in
no.
there
I'm
with.
not talking about the issues with that's
But
going
why are
on
they getting
now. I'm
dismissed?
not. No, no. I'm not talking about the issues that's going on now. I'm just saying let's say when Trump was president, when he wants to do something and close borders, do whatever, yada yada. But when he would do something, like say, okay, this is gonna happen, and then all of a sudden he would get overruled by some judge, some
Well, that's what I
Democrat
was saying
judge.
is that
Yeah.
if that judge is coming in, like you got to think of it like the president's going to have an attorney that's going in, and I'm just saying like as soon as you're in that ball of wax, right? Which whether or not he, you know what I mean, like he could get out of in that position, I don't know. But that attorney gives jurisdiction over to the judge. Like as soon as you get the attorney, it's like you are no longer anyone, that you are the attorney, right? And the attorney works for the client. You've returned your rights to him, and they've given over everything to the judge to make the discretion. If that judge is a Soros instituted judge, blah blah blah. You know what I mean, bro? You know what I mean? You do walk into that level of corruption under those circumstances, I think. But I also think some of it's for show, man. I think a lot of this thing is like
100%.
I think a lot of this thing is like appear to be weak when you're strong. Is kind of really what I think, dude. Like I just can't see like our I just can't see it being let to just happen. You know what I mean? The whole like I just can't like this idea that like think of the idea that like people needed to be woken up, and like right now the last couple 2 years whatever woken a majority of football fans up. You know what I mean? Like it's taking them away from the football. It's taking them away, and they've made them realize that they need to do other things and just understand different things. And like I think that's why it's like even when that question of like the Illuminati being bad or good, it's like I don't know. Like, are they trying to wake the people up right now? I don't know. It's really like, I mean, the idea that flat Earth came out. You know what I mean? Like, that's interesting. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like we're all kind of going through this. Like, I always thought of it like materialism has only gotten us and can only get us so far, and we've become way too materialist, and it's like we've necessitized. I don't necessitated the like software upgrade. So that like the software upgrade is like flat Earth and fucking the last couple 2 years for these people that have been able to wake up through this shit. Um, that's what like this grand show is fascinating to me. And the fact that Trump pisses all these assholes off is just glorious in the process. I just think it's like a movie. You know, I don't know why you wouldn't root for Trump in the movie. You know.
Don't you think
So
it's
you're both
possible
saying
that
that Trump is actually some renegade capitalist, and he just took over the government against the will of the higher powers. That's really
I'm not
your
saying none of that.
that's really your contention because
No, okay. I'll go. If you want
what
to
I'm
know my
hearing,
deep,
because according to me, bro, like it seems like the guy is a puppet and he does all kind of puppet shit. And during his reign, my life has been more fucked with than any fucking quote unquote Democrat, which is supposed to be closer towards communism. When actually under his reign, it was closer towards communism.
No, what Noah's saying, I like to add on that in at least my lifetime and all of ours, we've never experienced a lockdown through any of the Democratic presidents. We've never had a lockdown. Under his presidency, we did. Under his presidency, we actually had mandates for a new vaccine. I
Yeah,
understand
that's
it
the
was
funny thing, bro.
state by
Like,
state.
the people that championed him. I mean, he was running, and one of the tropes against him as he was running was that he was an anti-V person running
Yeah,
for president. And then what does he do when all these people are championing him? Right? Like, oh, he's great. He's fantastic. He's rabble-rousing everybody. Everybody hates him. This is fantastic. What does he do? He actually is the only president in our lifetime to fast track a V and get it out to the public
exactly.
prior to any long-term things being done with it, and not necessarily mandating it himself, but not being against or trying to work against having this foisted upon the American people. He was the
Right.
catalyst for it. The irony in that is not lost on me.
I'd like to add that he has stated, I think several times, he calls himself the father of the vaccine because he was the one that pretty much signed off on funding Operation Warp Speed. He pretty much gave it the green light for Operation Warp Speed. He said numerous times, in his voice, we did a tremendous job with Operation Warp Speed. Under my you know how he talks
Yeah,
like
I
that.
mean, pretty much. I even got a post from Washington Post. The vaccines do work. Trump says he's proud of I'm not gonna say the words vaccines, but rejects any mandates. That's a Washington Post posting that, bro. So like he did the whole shit about let's make a cure, yada yada yada, but he wasn't saying everybody has to get it.
He was trying to kind of
Right,
be
that's the
neutral.
ruse though, right? That's the whole ruse. Is the
Wait,
people who
so
would be
he
hesitant, people who are going to be hesitant are going to do it because they agree with him, right? He's out there promoting it, talking about how great it is. Now he's not going to mandate it, but then a bunch of states act like they're mandating it, right? That's the whole game, bro. Like people on the
but
right
hold
who
on.
normally would have been like, if it would have been somebody on the left who is doing this fast tracking of this, everybody on the right would have been like, hell no, we ain't down with this. But what he did convince
99%.
was a bunch of a shit ton of the boomers who are going to go along with whatever a Republican says. They're going to do well. The president's kind of on board with it, so why would I resist this? I mean, that's the whole game. It's the whole game.
99% of Dems were the one that took the shit. What are you talking
No,
about?
but the thing is, Trump has stated on TV, he said, I took it. I
Okay.
think I recommend you all should. So when he's recommending his fellow Republicans to take it, many of them took it as well.
Right.
Yeah, he, in my
He
opinion,
convinced
was
all the
a good
boomers,
guy.
bro. All the Fox News watching boomers are just going to fall right in line with it. Now, had it been somebody else, had it been the current president that was in office when this was all taking place, guess
Would have
what? They
never.
wouldn't have been on board.
Okay, so
Shit.
let's say that there's a let's make an analogy. We're a little kid on the schoolyard, and then there's a group of bullies, and that's the government. And the group of bullies has guns and shit, and like we're just little kids, and they have guns, and they're at elementary school with guns, forcing us to do shit, and we can't do anything back. That's our analogy, right? All right, so they're all in a circle around us, bullying us. One of them goes to the toilet, takes a shit in a bottle, grabs that bottle full of shit, and then just throws it out. The rest of them try to force us to drink it. Is he not complicit in the group of bullies trying to get us to drink his shit? Even though he didn't try to force us to drink the shit. He's there laughing and pointing out, ha ha ha, drink my shit. and then they're the ones trying to force it in your mouth. But he's like, "Oh no, it wasn't me. I only made the shit. I didn't force you to take it." Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
I hear you.
It's fucking obviously collusion. He
Yeah,
kicks out his daughter's
you're
kid.
definitely
Everyone else tries to force you, and then you're trying to defend this guy when he's the one who fucking started the whole thing. He's the
okay.
Yeah.
daddy.
He started. Okay, whatever. Like, I don't give a shit
If
about none of that. The most. I can tell you this is the most. Uh, uh, uh. The president that was the most communist was Obama, forcing everybody to pay a fee for medical services.
I think this is worse than that. What Trump did is
Hell
worse.
no.
I
You
don't know.
you are when you are born, you are therefore charged a fee for being born, practically.
That's
Just for
terrible.
just
Yeah,
for
if you didn't have medical insurance, you had to pay a fine every year.
I'm not saying that's disagreeing with you guys, but locking down
it
every
wasn't
country.
only him, dude. Like you think like that was his choice.
That's kind of non sequitur, though.
Well, in my opinion, if he was pro-choice, he could have easily wrote an executive order and pushed for it, stating no state can mandate this vaccine.
And
Instead,
then he'll get a judge to overrule him, bro. That's all. That's what
well,
you.
there was no push for that.
Oh, it
He
doesn't
was
matter.
just
The fucking executive government took the gold. But all the states were like, "Nah, fam, I don't want you to take my gold." And he was like, "Nah, son, I'm taking all your gold." The fucking United States, half the United States didn't even want to be part of the United States. None of them voted for Abraham Lincoln. They didn't even want to be part of this country. And the federal government was like, "Nah, fam, you're gonna be part of this country, and we're gonna kill all your children." So you think that that the federal government doesn't have control all of a sudden because Trump threw up an act and said, "Oh, it wasn't me"? It's crazy, dude. The federal government has been in control of this country since Civil War. And it's just been a tighter and tighter grip ever
And then
since.
when you say federal government, do you mean president, or are you talking about just the full entirety of the government? That's a whole different thing.
Dude, the president is part of the federal government. He's like the
Yes,
fucking
yes,
when
but
you have a
he.
chessboard, when you have a chessboard and there's the queen and there's all the black pieces, and then you're like, well, it's just the queen. It's like, yes, but the queen is one of the black pieces. They're
Yeah,
all the pieces on the same
he's the
side.
king in the back that
Except
can't really do shit.
no, he's the queen, bro. He's the
Oh,
queen. He
bro.
ain't no king. There's no
Who the fuck?
kings in America. He's the
Bro,
queen.
there is no queen in America. Bro, you
The
tripping.
queen, dog.
Bro, the
You're like,
queen
you're
is the
like, you're
Supreme
like,
Court,
but
bro.
the
Fuck
queen
you
didn't do
talking.
anything. You're like, wait, the queen put my king in check, and then they checkmated me. And you're like, yeah, but it's not the queen's fault. The queen didn't checkmate me. It's like, bro, the queen is on their
So you
side. It's
bring
not
out chess,
the
and
chess
you
piece.
say you say that well that's the king. I tell you he's the king. You know there is no king. There isn't chess.
Donald Trump ain't no king. He's a queen. He's a fucking pawn.
Okay, then he's even weaker.
Yeah, I tell you, I can talk about the federal government more than any of us wants to hear right now. So I'm not going to get into the whole history about like the gold, as fascinating as it'll talk is. Um, but I will say this: what's interesting with Trump is that he's also drawn out all these characters that have over the years, like Dr. Fauci and all these people like that. They've come out of the woodwork. People know who they are because of this, like almost like preemptive Event 209 thing that they were going to run. Like, it's almost like
Sure
you made
was.
them play their hand too fucking fast. It's like, I think there's something at play with that. Like the idea of um,
Or was the
there's
Trump
like
card the
something
ace up their
tactical going
sleeve?
on. Cause think about it, like,
Or is he the Trump card?
let's say like, here's the theory, right? Like, let's say like, like Hillary Clinton, for instance, was like, got rid of all those files and should have been arrested, but she wasn't because she was pardoned by Obama, right? So like, they had to like they've almost like entrapped these people into another big scheme, and hopefully one day freaking you know what I mean our justice departments could freaking handle it. That's the ideal. And if you want to talk about like even just on simpler ideals, like Trump represents Americana. What does these other people represent? So if you're representing the fundamentals of Americanism, I dare say that the individual has more authority than the federal government. And if we can keep to, like Benjamin Franklin said, when he was asked, what did you give us? He said, a republic if you can keep it. And our government is based on the fact that the individual has the supreme rights of it all. Like I
The
said,
Republic has been
go
gone
look
for
up
like
cooperative
150
federalism.
years now. Sorry, you're a little late. The Republic has been gone for 150 years now, so it's kind of
Well, I think you're a
over.
little late then too, because you obviously haven't read what you're talking about. Nor
You
do
mean the
you
Civil
understand.
War?
Like
I haven't read the Civil War.
No, I'm saying like for instance, are you familiar with the Treaty of Paris, 1783?
What about it? Yes, yeah.
Okay, so who won the Revolutionary War?
The king exhausted all of and the founding fathers essentially taxed the people in America and got the people in America riled up against the king in England, and they essentially had a war and then exhausted the colony's resources, and they ended in a treaty where they would pay tribute to the king, something like that.
Right. Who writes the treaty?
But then the king also had agreed to not have like redcoats lining up in the street, which is like kind of a fair deal. Like if you're over kinging a place or overruling, I don't, there's a technical term like being too totalitarian or whatever. Like obviously people are gonna try to like get pissed off, right? But
Well, what if there's this idea in international business of 70 years and all these different concepts of how countries do business. And so, because, let's say the U.S. maybe didn't win the Revolutionary War and they're still indebted to England, and because England actually never really passed, the Magna Carta because it was considered null and void by the Pope. Everything kind of goes back to the Pope, even in a weird way, right? So, it's kind of like this idea that we're going to put your angst on the federal government. What I'm saying is the documents of our institution and the fact that it goes back all the way potentially to the Pope, right? All right, our documents say that God gave man rights, and these things have been kind of accepted. You know what I mean? So, I think, if we understood, I think more the integral nature of how, let's say, the ecclesiastical nature comes into line with our business structure, and we realize that the codes of the business also exemplify the individual and allow for you to get recompense should the corporations come against you. And I think we've lost sight of the value of that. Forgive me 1 second. You know what I mean? So I'm saying what if there's even further alternative information? And what I find fascinating with the whole Trump thing, shut up. Hey, what I find is the idea that he may have drawn out these fucking evil bastards that have been running these medical institutions for however long now. I mean, that's fascinating in its own right. I get it if it's if everything's negative, but in another sense, never before in the history of our time as conspiracy heads have these fucking people been made to come forth. This is interesting. This is interesting shit. And now every one of them could be in trouble for what they've done, which is wild because they've overstepped their bounds. They don't have the pardon. They don't have, you know what I mean? It's really interesting. And I think far more complicated than people give it credit for. Instead of just oh, it's Trump your daddy? Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. There's more at play than that kind of shit.
so you don't think Fauci was a fall guy? Like you think he was actually the guy like at the head of the charge? Because here's how I see it.
You think Fauci was a fuck?
I'm not even trying to argue Eats or whatever. I'm just saying.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
I don't think Trump actually exposed anyone. Like he was just a puppet, and then he did an acting job to where he exposed the other puppets who were already the fall guys. I don't
Right.
think Fauci was like the leader of anything. He's just like a dumb puppet with a fucking hand up his ass, and he's literally like the fall guy. But he's like, I don't care. Like, I'm not actually gonna go through any real punishment. These fucking higher up fucking black suit guys with no names are gonna assure my comfortability after they supposedly lock me up. I'm just gonna go to a fucking island resort and probably touch kids or something. And yeah, there's really nothing's going to actually happen. And then people are going to be like, yeah, like Trump helped us expose Fauci and now Fauci's in jail. And it's like, Trump didn't expose anyone. Trump and Fauci are like drinking champagne on the side. And we think that we got justice when really we just got ass fucked
Yeah,
and
what about whole Epstein thing getting
asks and
exposed
shit in our
too?
veins. Go
What
ahead.
about the Epstein thing getting exposed by Trump?
Dude, Trump was on that guy's island.
But what have been the recourses there?
Like, yeah, like, and who else has been like? Oh, so there was an international kitty fucking ring or whatever, and 3 people got caught. You're saying that 3 people, there was 3 conspirators in internationally trafficking thousands of kids? Like, that sounds kind of like it's a tall tale, to be honest with you.
And even
I
the
would
biggest
think there's more than
conspirator,
3 people.
and even the biggest conspirator, allegedly died in jail, right? So we have
Right.
this. If you want to believe the official story, let's just say he died in jail.
Well, too,
I think
who
we all know
activated?
that
Hold
that
on.
didn't take place. So basically, he got removed and moved along without any punishment. So
He went to
who
another
suffered
island.
punishment
All
from
right,
that
can I
whole
ask a
thing?
question? Can I ask a question? Okay, so who activated the
His
CIA and 50 CIA agents to come out and say that Russian disinformation and everything is what got Donald Trump elected? Who controlled the CIA at that time? Just looking at it, like,
dude,
granted,
Well,
I know we're gonna parse.
uh,
Well, we're gonna go into the soap opera a little bit. I get it, but my point is like, you're trying to lump all this shit on Trump as though like whatever. But it's like, dude, these people on the other side like manipulated the CIA, the fucking world. Do you know what I mean? To like try and
right.
condemn this dude, impeach. I'm just saying, like, this guy, if anything, has brought these cockroaches out to the surface level, man. I get it. The
You're
I
Pope's
saying
not
that he's
arrested yet,
the
and everyone's
lesser of
upset
two
about that, but
evils.
That's
it's
the point of
interesting.
controlled opposition,
That,
though.
wait. Oh, this guy just. That's like if I was a girl and I was like, yeah, this guy just beats my ass really badly, and it hurts a lot, but it's not as bad as this other guy who
That's not what
fucking
we're saying. Well,
whips me with a barbed chain. Like, oh, this
well,
guy
well,
only uses a belt instead of a barbed chain like this guy, therefore he's a good guy. It's like, no,
that's
they're
not
both
it
just
really at
bad
all.
guys.
well.
You're just looking at
Hold on. We
one
moved.
bad guy and you're saying this bad guy is worse than the other bad guy. That's not really. That doesn't actually like stop the point that the
No, I
first
said
guy
who
is bad.
activated the CIA? Who activated
We
the CIA to come out
That's
and
what
do
I'm
it?
saying. That's what I'm saying. For the whole conversation, we're talking about Trump and how he's a puppet, and then you're saying like, oh, but these puppets are worse, and it's like, dude, that's literally like being like, oh my god, like Nero, he's coming killing us, and then someone comes up, well, he's not as bad as Genghis Khan. It's like, well, yeah, but Nero is still bad, dude. Like, yes, we know Genghis Khan is worse than Nero, but like, really, like Nero's still a bad guy. Like,
Well,
we
what
can
I'm
all
saying is
agree.
that actually,
Not,
like I prefaced it, was that the individual has the supreme authority, right? This is why it's like if you go in, like that's why the Americana ideal is
that
like
was
more,
God that had supreme
what's
authority.
that?
I thought that was God that had supreme authority.
It's the
no.
individual has authority within the government. Like we just don't know how to do that yet.
I
That's
agree
all.
with you there, Issa. Right, but a lot of these things that are being pointed out about the soap opera, there's no like, there's no character within the soap opera that is any better than another, right? They're all playing their part. They're all playing a part in the game. So you can't just be like, yeah, but this side of the soap opera seems to be like they're much better. Like they're literally all behind stage, shaking hands, going out, playing their fucking part. Because the thing is, when, if you want to bring up another part of the play, it's not talking about the behind the scenes, right? It's like, yeah, but what about when Epstein got exposed? Yeah, what was the recourse? What was the recourse of that? You're
And that's
talking
why I
about a
said
guy
who
that has
activated.
all these
Bro, think about it like
political.
this. Think about it like this. If Jeffrey Epstein was killed in a prison cell, right? Who do you think did it, right? The president of the U.S. who's getting shut down by
Irrelevant.
fucking by Soros judges and all the rest of it every time he's trying to do anything, or fucking the people who fucking activated the CIA and like 5 other intelligence
Irrelevant.
agencies to come up with a
It's
bunch of bullshit.
irrelevant.
No, it's
What
not.
happened
I mean, I
with
get. Look.
with
I
the
get it. Like,
exposing? Let me just
I get
finish
that.
this,
Like,
bro,
you
because
see
you're
it
not
as like
answering my
some.
question. You're just talking over me.
What's the question,
So
then, bud?
yeah. The whole exposing of Jeffrey Epstein and the vast networks of people within um, the political realm, within high within corporations, especially investment firms and things like that, that are dealing in these realms, right? That he's blackmailing them, right? He's getting them to do these things. They're all involved in this thing that is criminal. So you got this huge web of criminality. It all gets exposed. Who actually got punished for that?
Dude, like nobody. And this is what I'm trying to tell you is that
There you
what if
go.
all the people that were involved with it were on the same side of the people that could activate the CIA and get
Yeah,
50
but
CIA guys
you
to come in?
brought it up.
My point is that no, dude. Well, you
Was
think,
on
okay,
this,
look, I get it.
and Trump was
You
on
think,
that
hold on one
plane.
second, bro. Can I
Trump
speak
was
for a
on
second?
those planes and
Can I
on those
speak for a
islands.
second? Can I
Trump
speak for
was
a
there
second?
with Epstein.
Yeah. Well, you think, I know that you guys all think like these guys all hang around at the pool club and like, you know what I mean? They're all friendly and shit like that. And like, you know, there's no reason
Literally
to even,
pictures of him on the
you know what
island
I
with
mean? There's no reason to pay
like with
attention to it
their
because
hands,
just
literally hanging out with his
they got
hands.
matching tattoos and shit. Like, dude, I get that. Like, you know what I mean? And I can understand the perspective. I think it's far more nuanced than that. Having like seen even just like the business world and things like that, people are different, and there's different camps in this world, man. And like, I don't think it's necessarily as orchestrated as one might, you know, as like a conspiracy theorist might think. I think we're also, you know, our clues that like, you know, get us to be like, hey, these people are working over here have led us to this position in history where a lot of the conspiracy heads are like, wait a minute, all these bastards we've been looking at knowing are fucking evil fucks hate this guy. Now, granted, are we set up? Are we meant to like, you know, now I don't know that. It's like, is flat earth a psyop, bro? Like, have you fallen for a CIA trap, man? Like, you know, like that's where I feel like it's like, you know, you know, you have your own discernment, right? So, like, if you
Yep.
have like right now, in from what I gather, it's like all the people that have straight up fucked over the world that I've studied for the last fucking over many years hate this dude Donald Trump. Now, it may appear to you that that's fucking just irrelevant and part of a TV show. I take note of it as something a little bit differently because I think it's a little more nuanced. I don't necessarily. I'm not bought in the store. You know, like bought in the show where I'm going to try to whatever about it. Even with flat Earth, it's like I try to, like I said earlier, unite versus
Bro,
divide.
you're all over the
But
place. Come on.
well, I don't know. I think I'm making a coherent point. But my thing is that like, you know, the throughout like what we've been studying as conspiracy heads, it seems that all these evil bastards like BlackRock and all the rest of them hate any notion of Trump and the idea of the freedom of speech and trying to cancel the shit. If you think that that's orchestrated, I think you're full of defeatism.
Do you think those people hate Bush and things like that as well? Or is it
Of
just
course.
Trump?
Well, no, Trump is. I think that's what's so fascinating about Trump, dude. Is that he like Bush and Obama? Like, dude, Obama used to go visit Bush when he was a little kid, dude.
Yeah. No, they're all
Yeah,
interconnected.
I
So let
don't
me.
think that Trump's
So
in on
you
it, though.
so
I don't think
you
so.
alluded to because of working in business, right?
No,
So
I'm just saying I've seen the
you,
ruthlessness of people.
just just talk. What I'm saying is all these people are connected. They are connected. They might not all get along, but they're certainly all connected and they all work for specific vested interests, whether you think
Wait,
that's the
okay.
case or not. And I don't just say that because I think it's a conspiracy theory. First of all, if you work in large enough businesses and you deal with large enough businesses, you would realize that they are all on the same page. 100%.
They
The
are.
agendas are being pushed through them. And not only that, they are all intertwined monetarily.
Yeah, it just sounds
Yeah, I
like
want
you've
to get.
never
Okay,
been on a golf club with these guys and had like seen their competitive
Can I
nature,
get in,
dude.
my dog?
That's all.
Can I just get in between real quick? Real
How do
quick.
you know?
Have you ever had a family member that you don't like, coworker that you don't like? What? Is still paying you to do the fucking job. So it doesn't matter if you don't like Kenny, because you're gonna go and do the job with Kenny because boss says so. So it doesn't matter if fucking pawn number one Hillary Clinton says she doesn't like pawn number two Donald Trump
I mean, I get
because
it, you guys.
the
Do you
chess
know the
player, the
monetary
guy
influence
playing
that
the
takes place
chessboard.
between these people?
I'm done. I can't even get in. I'll just go to listen.
Do you know the monetary influence that takes place between these people, Lisa?
The fuck do you mean by monetary influence? You know what I mean, man? Come on, what are we on about?
Just break down the sentence. It should be obvious. The partnerships that are had between people, the money that flows
All right,
between
what's
all of
like the
these people.
business relationship of Donald Trump and like Hillary Clinton then?
Wish I could tell you, but I can't. It's proprietary information that I'm not allowed to disclose.
So
I
you
know the
work.
social security numbers and the
So
EIN
do you
numbers of
work
all
for
their
them
businesses.
where you have access to the proprietary information? Are you a
I
shill?
fucking do.
Do you work for what do they call it? Correct the record?
Why are you trying to dox me? Let's just say I have information.
Well, I mean, why would you be so forthright unless you're an imbecile? like, no, like, I think, man, there's more nuance than all the conspiracy theorists think it is, man. I get it that the idea of like,
Yeah, it's nuanced on the outskirts, but when it comes to money, money is money and business
well,
is
right, and
business.
that's why I get to
There's
the
not a lot of nuance
Illuminati,
there.
right, and that's why I bring up like the whole concept of like, if you want to get into it, it's like the idea that these people follow the stars, and the stars dictate that we have to come into like a better age of like more intelligence, more enlightenment, like the software upgrade from materialism, So like, the Illuminati looking out for good conspiracy theorists and people with a head on their shoulders, like, you know what I mean? They laid out this shit show so that, like, only the conspiracy heads and the smart people would fucking realize, well, we're not doing that. We're not joining that. And then, meanwhile, all these evil bastards would pop up so they could cut them all down when the time comes, and we enter into the golden age. And it's going to be done under the banner of Trump and the fucking U.S. flag, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Whether you want to, like, the Illuminati, like that golden play that you're talking about, this is the way I see it culminating. And it's so long as it cherishes freedom of speech, individuality, and whatever, then fucking L'chaim, bro. you know, like all I mean is that like I think that we are moving into it. Like on the conspiracy level, if it is a grand skull and bones play, I think it'll play out for the beneficial of the intelligentsia, and it's interesting to watch because all these people are losing their fucking minds about Trump, and it's just hilarious to me. I think.
Yeah, for me, it's all a show. I like the soap opera.
Right, bro? How could you not love Trump right now, dude? How do you not
Right.
love Trump? I don't get it. Oh God. Yeah, like I love it. All of like people are all talking about how like, well, Trump's the only one that gave us money. You know what I mean? Like whatever it takes to get the masses like moving, dude. I don't know. Because Trump is also the only president that gave out like checks, right?
Well, while you guys are watching the show, watching the soap opera, a lot of shit's being consolidated behind the curtain monetarily. Let's just put it that way. And it's not just money. It's hard-earned assets, it's commodities, all that shit. Big consolidations taking place. I'll just leave it at that.
Right. That's why we need an executive to fucking to handle some of this shit, this antitrust shit. You know what I mean? And like, I don't think you're gonna get it from like these other guys. I don't know. It's just interesting right
But
now.
do you think Trump is going to come in and break up BlackRock and Vanguard and
Yeah, maybe.
State Street? Nothing.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. And if it does, do you think that the breaking up of those is going to be something where the dissolution of these three don't just go into corporations that are all still controlled and their investments and partnerships are all with the same people to begin with?
I mean, I don't know. It depends if there's any semblance of justice brought to them, or if they've even broken a law. Because just because you might not like somebody because of their capitalistic abilities, you know what I mean,
Never said
doesn't
that.
mean that they're an evil person either.
Did I say that?
No, well, I'm
Why
just
would you
saying
even
it's like,
go down that road?
well, what I'm saying is like, listen, I'm just trying to say that, like, even if you were to break
Apparently,
up
he ripped
this,
off a bunch of contractors, didn't pay them for building entire skyscrapers. He's a piece of shit before he became a politician or an apprentice
there you go.
after.
It's funny. Every anti-Trump I know tells me that.
Oh, everyone tells you the truth?
I'm just saying. I don't know the details of it, man. I'm not up in his books, man. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if like shit happens in business in New York City. I really don't know. I don't know
If
what
you were
the.
an honest capitalist and you built an entire skyscraper for someone and he didn't pay you, that would make them a piece of shit, yes.
Well, I don't know if there was technicalities. I don't know. I don't know the deal, but I'm not trying to argue on behalf of the union or against the fucking union, dude. But I'm saying, like, what it looks like right now is pretty interesting. That's the interesting part. I got my popcorn, man. That's all. I just think it's part of the conspiracy show, man. Like, and how I don't know how people wouldn't love that these bastards hate him, man. He like went and shut down. Dude, when he was talking about like Boeing and fucking NASA, he's like, they get far too much money for what they do. And fucking I don't know, man. Like, he's also one of the only people to talk about the idea that there were bombs in the building on 9/11. Brought up 9/11. Doesn't like, what I mean? Thought that
Yep. And one of
there's
the
all
only anti-V people ever to run for presidency.
you know what I'm
But
saying? Like,
really
I just don't.
one of the only presidents to actually fast track a V. Kind of funny,
I mean, I guess the irony isn't lost on me, but I also look at it like if he's also taken out like this guy Fauci, who like allegedly like ran game on the whole HIV community back in the 80s. Like, it's interesting where all these people that have kind of popped up are from. And I think they're popping up because they have to, because their ass is on the line. I mean, shit, like that fucking Ghislaine shit. I wonder if that's not all being used by our intelligence agencies. Do you know what I mean? Over these other people, or you know what I mean? Whose hand are that information in? How many people are compromised? You know what I mean? I think, like, by their actions, you kind of know who it is, because they
If
are
I
just
may,
adamantly against Trump. But that's the soap opera. I get that. You know what I mean? But I don't know, man. I don't know what's people are weird, bro. Shit happens in the real world. Like, people are weird.
I would say like the point of controlled opposition is that whoever is part of the controlled opposition, they're there to say all the right things, but in reality, he really hasn't done anything about anything he's really said. It's
Right.
sort of like
He's saying it though, man. He's saying it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think, like, I think just the ideal itself, even like as like the president as like an archetype, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think Trump is beneficial for that. You know what I mean? I think he's a beneficial businessman. You know what I mean? And I think the corporation that he's good at running whatever corporation he's into. You know what I mean? He might like, I don't know. And he's only dealing with the international politics. So, the federal government is just the international face of the 50 states, man. So it's like he's just dealing with how we manage our shit. And right now, we need somebody that's gonna fucking take our shit back and not, you know what I mean, know how to not pay a bunch of fucking foreign state contractors and like do good for America, maybe. Because, like, I don't know, we could
No,
probably use
listen,
some of that.
I get his
That's not taking
economic.
place. You realize, like I talked about before, the consolidation of everything. It's not just money into specific places. It's literally transitioning the way that we operate with like real estate and things like that to where the average person will own less and less, so they have more control over what people are paying on a monthly basis as far as their bills are concerned. Once people start to slowly get transitioned into non-ownership roles, even more so than their non-ownership of what they think is their mortgage, right? It's even worse than that. It's not even
Right.
this
And dude,
illusion of ownership.
and the only political opposition to that World Economic Forum ideology on the stage of the drama show is Trump, dude.
By his lips only. That's my point.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I don't know. I don't think so, because I think what he's done is he's activated a fucking group of people to be aware of these even these
Who?
ideas, these names, like people who were
Who?
watching football before any of this shit ever came into mind. I know a lot of people, and personally, that have become more aware of politics and political names and the rest of it simply because they were fucking told they couldn't go to work and this, that, the other thing. Now I don't know what and I'm not trying. I'm saying it's like, I don't know what's
Here's
going on. I'm just saying
here.
it's really fucking interesting, and I think there's something better at the end, personally.
Well, there's a
That's just how I feel.
consolidation that's taking place, right? They're going to shift everybody over to where the average person who's like what you would consider middle class or upper middle class is basically going to become poor, right? Everybody's going to be knocked down to a very similar level. There's going to be an equalization that takes place. It's going to take some time to do it, but that's what's taking place, right? And then you're going to get a decent amount of people that may be resistant to a lot of this change, so poor, but they're also disillusioned with the government, that by the time it all starts to come into play, there is going to be an institution of uh, completely different monetary policy, right? You're going to have to passively accept it because you're under the thumb of the government as far as what you're concerned with your rent, your utilities, and all that shit, right? So you're going to have to passively accept that. But this dissolution of government, there's going to come in some sort of quote unquote savior governmentally that all people are going to look to be like, yeah, the government's been so corrupt, blah, blah, blah. We need to look to these people in order to institute new ways of governance because people are going to get so disillusioned with the current form of governance. There's some of us that have been disillusioned with it for a long time, but we've also figured out the game. Most of these new people are just going to be disillusioned. They're not going to figure out the game to begin with, so they're not going to realize that the newcomer is completely flipping the game, and there's going to be no recourse for the average person that we actually currently have through a lot of our current systems. Just my opinion.
Well, that's why wisdom is so valuable, right? Because, like, and that's why even like the whole notion of, that's why I often talked about the discharge of the national debt. Like, because like people are under the impression that they owe the United States, and it's only because they've identified with the name card that the United States gave them. And like, when you identify exclusively as the property of the United States, that's when you're fucked. But that's what's cool is we have this ecclesiastical backdrop that is ever present, i.e. they like recognize that you're like a spirit within a fucking body kind of a thing. And I think there is this innate presence of that within our system. What these other bastards want to do is destroy that entirely and take it into a mechanical, anti-spiritual type of government system. And people will call that efficient, but it's not fucking efficient really in the nature of like what man is. Because we still have at our fingertips the ability to like, to control our destiny. It's like, wearing the masks or something like that. Like when everyone was, I didn't wear no fucking mask. And anytime, you know what I mean, I had a, like, and I've told my story a couple times about what I would say and how I dealt with it. I.e., like, you know what I mean? Are you a medical professional and all the rest of it? Like, and they don't have any grounds, and you just go in the store and there's no problem because you have the unlimited right for the individual to walk this, despite all these mandates, despite all the whatevers they fucking try to impose. Is that wisdom? I think is so going to be what we could learn. Part of that is first understanding and cherishing what this system has provided. Otherwise, people are just going to reject it, hate it, be dismissive, like you said. It's the only game in town that provides you with the base understanding of ecclesiastical nature that you're a spirit in a body, and that's fucking huge. Because they don't know if you're a child of God. And they can't just persecute you. You have to agree to it. And they want to get rid of that system entirely so they can just come in and fucking mow everything down. We're not there yet, is the point. They want us to think we're there yet, so we just act like we're there yet, and we acquiesce every fucking time. There's still a lot of fight to be had. That's why I fucking think like the whole Americanism, fuck the world kind of thing is awesome. Because it's fucking legit. It's godly. Death to tyrants and shit, Because like, you're like, what you're proposing is like saying is some inevitability is the wet dream of the World Economic Forum, and then you're here visualizing it. Is how I feel about that. Like, I don't think they have enough. I think they're so weak. They can't get away with doing that. Like
No, I'm watching
globalism.
it all take place, right? Because the way that they're going to pull it off is not necessarily through the rhetoric, right? Through the soap opera. They'll control the reactions that way for sure. But what's actually taking place monetarily, I do have insight to that, and I don't know. You tell me how that aspect of it changes.
Well, I look at it like this: what care I, man?
Right.
What care I?
you
Hold on, take it like
when
this. What care
somebody
I?
when
what care
somebody
I?
comes in and says, "Guess what? Your rent is now 4 times what it is."
Well, I mean, and I'm not going to go down that street with you, but I think there's remedies for those kind of things too. Um, aside from that, though, I think and you're right in that pressing nature, but I think that's why
Right now there is.
that's why there's a clear distinction between, let's say, someone in the political realm, like a Trump versus a Biden or whatever it is, because these Bidenites apparently don't give a fuck about, you know what I mean, like what's going on with like people or whatever. They're just, and whereas like Trump wants to like use our oil, use our resources, bring American industry back to America. Like I don't see what the fuck anyone could argue about any of those things with. Like if we want to make sneakers, like if we want to have sneakers, we should be able to make them. We used to. You know what I mean? Like it's all these evil bastards that have sent all our jobs over to fucking China and the rest of it for cheap labor. You know what I mean? So like there's actually like mechanisms that have been played out over the years to slow frog boil. And like there's a
Yep.
way to nip it in the bud. And that the only freaking person I'm seeing talking about it is Trump. I don't know how anyone could talk otherwise. Now granted,
No, no,
whether or
no.
not you
Well,
vote, whether or not you vote,
what
this, that, the other thing, the motherfucker's the only one standing there talking about it.
the what's like I said before, what I think is being proposed is that this new form of governance isn't just, oh, another party's coming in or anything like that. No, it's going to be a transition into a dissolution of the current ways that we have recourse, right? Like you said before, like what care I? I've got a way to, legally come from the backside with the ecclesiastical aspect of it to avoid the harm towards me to begin with. But I think that's where the change is ultimately going to be taking place. But it's going to be proposed to us in a way that's going to be, and I say us, but I don't think I'll actually be alive by the time this comes to fruition. But it's going to be proposed to the people in a way that they think that they are going to literally agree, right? So they're going to have consent. It's going to be informed consent, allegedly, to a new system that completely does away with the pathways that we currently have for remedy.
Well, I mean, I hear you. I hear that that's what they want. You know what I mean? I hear you on that. I just happen to think like, nope. Like, I don't know, and I think that like in the same sense, like they already have that in essence for like the US citizenship, like the 13th Amendment, there shall be no involuntary servitude. You know what I mean? But that means you can volunteer. So it's like they get you with that one, you know what I mean? It's a good one they got. Like you gotta just sit back and clap at the wordplay. But like they're like, it's just interesting how they do it. It's already in there though. And that's where I just don't see it going anywhere. Like, you know what I mean? I really don't. As hardcore as they try to come with it, I think there has to be a perseverance of what is the spirit of man over this technocracy, man. I really do. And I think we're going to win. I know everyone's doomed about it, but I don't give
Right.
a
No,
fuck.
no, no. It's not like just doom and gloom, right? Like what I'm saying is this is what's going to take place, right? Ultimately, everybody has the choice. You're given the choice. The problem is, do you think the average person realizes the choice that they're going to make, even though they're going to make the choice?
Right.
That's
And
kind
it's
of my
like,
point.
right. No, and I get it. I just look at it like, it's like no one will save their brother on the day of judgment, dude. You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. I don't know. But that's why I know, like, it's our job to at least espouse, like, you know, seeds to the fertile ground, if you will. You know what I mean? Like people that will take it. You know. But I hear
Yeah,
you,
but I
man.
mean, like,
It's concerning as fuck, dude. I get you, man.
no, it's,
And I see the angle
I'm
where it's
not
like,
just trying to say it's concerning. It's like I'm seeing it happening, but then I have people that are aware of a ton of shit like yourself that are just like, nah, man, like that's not really what's. It's like I'm. I look at the shit. I see exactly what's happening. I can't necessarily be forthright with everything that I know, but there's a consolidation taking place, and then people will tell me to my face that you're just crazy. There is no. It's like no. I literally have insight to it. I see it taking place. There's a consolidation taking place. Yeah, but this person's saying this and this person's saying that. I'm like, I don't care what people are fucking saying. The money moves to these places. I see it happen. You know?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I think, I think there are these institutions at work, etc. You know what I mean? Call me naive or whatever like that. I just think like, no weapon formed against me, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
I know.
I
I
just feel like,
get it.
but like at
But
the
the
same time,
frustrating
like,
part is when even somebody like yourself will come at me and be like, "Yeah, no, not really," and just kind of like try to hand wave it as if like somebody that has insight that you kind of know
well,
at
yo,
least on
here's my
some
issue with
sort
it,
of
brother.
level is giving you information with I have nothing to gain from at least giving you very generalized information as to what's taking place. I have zero to gain from that, right? If anything, I have everything to lose.
Well, yeah, this is my position.
But then you want to watch the soap opera and be like, yeah, but this person's saying that's not going to happen. So,
Well, yeah,
you know,
what my thing is like this, like in regards to like what money is, right? Like money, right, is the physical currency that is evidence for the fact that the United States owes the creditor. The creditor is the person who started the agreement. I gave them the first deed, something of value. So, being the one who gave over to the United States this piece of paper that allowed them to go and print money from the Federal Reserve branches, that has the number on the back of my Social Security card on a dollar bill and on a whole bunch of dollar bills because they printed it off the back of
mm-hmm.
my instrument, right? As the creditor, what care I, an institution of a debtor that owes me, bro?
Where do you think you're going to get your recourse? Where do you think you're going to
Well,
get your payment?
the point being is when they come to me. So like you said before, and this is why I said to you, what care I? Because it's only what care I until it comes to my doorstep. And then when it comes to my doorstep, that's where it cares to me, and that's where I would hope that I would have the ability to nip it in the bud. Much like
Right.
much
But
like
it's never going to come to your door. It's the whole credit and debit system that you understand is taking place right now. If that goes away and they propose something else, where is your recourse?
they can't. Well, first off, it can't go anywhere else. I don't think, because the only place that it's going to go it still cannot, unless they're going to discharge the obligation.
100% they are.
Okay, so if they're going to discharge the obligation and then move it into a new type of currency, then that is something completely different in that way.
Yeah,
Now,
that's what I'm
first,
talking
hold on though, but first they need to discharge it, and that discharge releases a lot of shit, man. That
True.
discharge releases so much pressure that we're under that it would be almost like completely reasonable to go along maybe with what they would propose. I wonder, because
And that's how it's going to
if
be
that
sold to us,
pressure,
right?
listen, until the
This
discharge
releasing
happens,
of pressure, but the new system that if 99.9999% of all the people that you know get on board with the new system, regardless of the obligations that come along with it, it's going to be very tough for you to operate. That's all I'm saying is that you need to be thinking about these things, bro. That's all
well,
I'm
I
saying.
also look at it like this though, and this is where it's like the technocracy has fascinated me to some extent, having learned kind of the idea and this kind of whacked out philosophy to some people, but at the same time, it's technically true. But it's the idea of like, like again, you are not this person, right? You're the priority security interest holder, right? So any offense, let's say, that would be brought to that, you might be able to discharge it because you would have, let's say, requested a charging instrument. And should anyone fail to provide that instrument, not knowing or otherwise, they may have denied equal protection, and therefore you would motion for a dismissal. Like, there's these technicalities that are really cool in our system that, if one understands also, it's like when these bastards come, it becomes, oh, wait a minute, they're liable. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you thought this. Like, and I think, like, that's the cool part about it, is being the little old grandma that can wield the biggest stick in the world, dude. You know what I mean? Because you don't need to appear like you're badass. That's why I think it's interesting what's going on with our country, and that's why the soap opera is so fascinating.
Yeah, no. I get it. There's just, like I said, I
I'm
think
not
there's
missing
going
what
to
you're putting
be.
down, and I'm not missing that part of the soap opera. Because remember, that's part of the soap opera too, bro.
Yeah, no, I get it. I
You know what I
understand.
mean?
Yep.
Like you're getting vested in one part of the soap opera, I'm vested in another part, and that's why we're here, man.
But see, all I'm saying is I have insight to some of this shit that's backstage. That's not. It may be tied to the soap opera, but it's the production. It's the financing of the production.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know details, but I like gotta kind of an
Well, I can't
idea.
give you details, but
I'm not asking you, but
Yeah.
like the I'm saying like I don't, I couldn't know details, right? But I get an idea of like what's kind of happening, and like these takeovers. That's why I think like it's more like like there's that line from Socrates. You may not take an interest in politics, but politics takes an interest in you. And I just think the overall theme of certain politics, you know what I mean, is what like kind of is going to characterize how far we go down this rabbit hole and how quick. And I think when you have this concept of the Americana, and like there's still people out there that are like, "Fuck you, I'm not getting a bank account, I'm not using a cell phone," and you know what I mean. There's still people out there that are American motherfuckers that are just not having that, maybe. And I just think that uh, I root for that. I root for the Americanism. I'm not gonna, and I'm not gonna just sit by and let it get shit on. Because
it's
at some
gonna
point,
it's
it
it's
becomes
getting
Eeyore, man. It becomes like
it's
Eeyore
it,
type shit.
me
Well, like any of this, like, well, they all
for
hang out
pointing it out.
anyway, and they're all friends, and they're in the same businesses, and they're just all together. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, like you're left like feeling like there's nothing for
Oh,
you to
so
do. It's like,
stating the fact of the matter is
well, I'm saying, like, I mean, I'm not like, it's like, I don't know if Hillary, like, I don't know, bro. My point is that, like, I think when you have that mindset of like, again, it's like that defeated mindset of like, we're all
that's not the
just
mindset I have.
slaves. I'm not saying it to you, bro, but I'm saying like, we have it like, it's like that, like, we're all just slaves. We're all da 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 da. It's just like defeated mindset. And it's like, that's not it, man. I don't know.
But
Like, that's
on
not.
the other side of things, though, is you have to know your enemy, right? So if what Napalm's saying is true, and I agree with him actually, mostly on this, you have to know your enemy. There's no like you can't fight like a ghost enemy that doesn't exist because you're just going to lose anyway, right? So I don't really know what your solution would be other than knowing your enemy first.
Well, yeah, but like, in what way is defeatism knowing your enemy?
Yeah, but
How am I proposing defeatism?
yeah, you're characterizing knowing your enemy as defeatism. That's my point, but it isn't.
Well, I'm just saying, like, when people, like, if we just presume that, like, everything's already preordained and, like, everything is,
No.
Like, they're already just, they're conglomerating. Oh, God. Oh,
Think of it
God.
no, but think of it as like
Like,
think of it as the like art of war or your commander and whatever, and you intercept what the enemy's doing, right? Where they're going to advance their troops, where their production facilities are for their tanks and how they're consolidating those into one specific area and blah 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 and all these things that can take place. Is that defeatism to try to understand what their plan is and to fully
well, I mean, like,
realize their
what
plan
makes you
through
think that
factual information?
what makes you think I don't understand that plan?
Because the way that you're kind of painting me is as some like defeatist Eeyore, like, oh, it's inevitable. This is what's no. I'm just saying, don't turn your eye to the fact that these consolidations and certain things are taking place monetarily that the average person doesn't have an insight to. Right? I can't give you details. All I can give you is a generalization of these things are taking place. And guess what? On the backside of this, the people who you're watching the soap opera, who are spouting the rhetoric, are literally in bed with one another financially. That's all I'm saying. It's like knowing your enemy, understanding your enemy's plan. Like if you understand their overarching tactics and their plan going into a battle, that's not defeatism. That's actually the opposite, at least in my opinion. I don't know.
Right. That's why it's like seeing, let's say, somebody like Trump on the battlefield of the political arena and then not to support him when he's going up against the very people that have been like, so together in this totalitarian tiptoe. You know what I mean? To just paint what he's talking about and who he's calling out, and to just label him as like, oh, well, that's just because it's more totalitarian tiptoe, and this is just to,
No.
just to
It's
bring
like
everybody into the fold, and like, I just think, I mean, I get it, and like I thought I clarified, like I get the concept.
No, but what you don't understand, let me give you an analogy. It's like Trump is standing up against Lockheed Martin, but promoting Boeing. But you're the one on the end of the missile that's being launched by whichever plane, right? And being like, yeah, but Trump's against Lockheed Martin though, bro. So, it's good. And it's like, yeah, but you don't understand. Whether it's Lockheed Martin or it's Boeing, those fighter jets are fucking bombing me.
Well, I think I don't know, it's like what? Does he own stocks? I mean, I don't know. Did he let him make a Trump plane? I mean, just because
No,
he
I was
gets
just
an
giving you an
airplane from
analogy.
Boeing that makes a killer whatever Trump plane he wanted, does that mean all of a sudden he were because you rented a car from Hertz? Does that mean
No,
now
I
that you
think
and Hertz are in fucking,
I think you missed the analogy, bro.
are in a
Can I
relationship?
get a word in here?
I
Can I
mean,
get a
bro,
word in here?
I just think it's far more complicated. And I just think the idea that they're all in bed together and it doesn't matter and da 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 da. I think it's just it
It's
sounds like
not that it doesn't matter, dude. I'm just pointing it out.
I
Let me get a
know.
word,
Well, I
please.
mean, I'm not really trying to attack you with it particularly. I'm just saying when anyone goes there and it's is adamant that everything is all connected behind the scenes and that there's no difference. Not one news article is legit because everything's from the Illuminati. I just think it's just very defeated sounding. And I just think
Issa,
there's
listen,
more to it than that.
listen. It depends how deep.
Despite that, I'm aware of the idea that everyone's all together over here. I just, from even knowing that, I tend to, let it play out. You know what I mean? Because it's irrelevant anyway, and it's going to happen anyway. You know what I mean? But when it comes to my doorstep, then God willing, you have individual liberty, and that's where you get into the rest of the stuff that's fun to talk about.
But Issa, listen. Trump, and this is from somebody who voted the last two elections.
But yeah,
Now,
we were just switching up topics. We were talking about what Maui earlier.
but
We
hear me
don't
out
have
real
to
quick.
belabor
Hear me
Trump.
out,
I was just bringing up something else.
right? Trump is being protected, and the Yahudim, right? The J people love him, right? His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is part of the cabal, and by default, Trump is part of the cabal. There's a reason why there's a group of the Yahudim in Israel that love Trump. They love Jared Kushner. He's part of the modern day Sanhedrin over there. Apparently, he converted over to Judaism. Right? Trump's buddies. He's trying to get up there, buddies with the with the with the people at the top of the pyramid. Now you don't have to, right? We don't have to act crazy, but that is the reality of it. That there's a group of people at the top, right, that run the world. You can call them the elite, whatever, but it's a fact. And he's part of that family, bro. And he this anomaly, he's for the people. He don't even understand the average person. See, I felt for the first time around 2016. I voted for him. 2020, and then the last election I voted for him. 2020, and that was a big mistake. People already mentioned warp speed and this and that, but Trump is not our buddy, bro. And he's part of the paradigm. This is back to the Hermetic doctrine, right? The duality, left and right paradigms, checkerboard symbolism, black and white, good and evil, yin yang. This idea that Trump's a good guy, bro, clearly he's not. He doesn't even believe in a creator, and he actually blasphemes by saying that he doesn't have to ask for forgiveness. He just can do whatever he wants and be who he wants to be, and he doesn't have to ask for forgiveness. And that's on tape. That's on videotape. Him saying that. Yeah, he claims to be this believer. One second he's a Christian, the next second he's a Jew. He's at the wall praying for the. He's at the praying. Trump's just he's a polarizing figure, but he's nobody good. He's not good for the nation. He's just part of he's controlled opposition.
Control opposition to what?
He's basically a mascot, right, for a stereotype of people and they use him to rally up the population and to cause division and to distractions. Meanwhile, he's actually getting together with the cabal, scheming on what their next move is going to be and how they're going to implement this new world order.
I don't think they need Trump for that. I mean, like I said, they already divide the people regardless whether Trump is there or not. So I don't understand what you're saying. That, like I said, I believe they're all working together. So I don't really care. But you're saying he's control opposition, but control opposition to what?
To control the opposition to the people, right? Because of the people, the republic, there is some truth to the idea of a republic, a true republic with a
Yeah,
free
Elbow, was that to
economy.
me? I totally missed it.
No, because he just said that Trump is control opposition. So I was asking him to control opposition to what? And he was just mentioning the republic, I guess.
There's truth to the idea of a republic, and
But most Democrats don't
republics
even
seem to
think that
hold
this is a
well.
republic,
There,
though.
there ha- it's not
Sorry,
anymore. But there have
but
been
we are.
republics in history that have lasted
Yeah, right.
1,000 years.
We are motherfuckers.
We are a republic. We're not
We are.
a democracy.
Yeah.
They want to say we're a
The
democracy, but we're not.
Yeah, even
the
like when it gets
Venetian
like,
Republic
even like
had
after,
1,000 years.
like it's always a republic. Even after the whole like Lincoln thing, it's fucking republic. Like, you know, and even it's so interesting. Like, you know, republic is just another word for private. So you have public and republic. That's what like the chambers is with like a courtroom. You know, that's when you enter into like what people refer to as the republic, because it's the where the democracy's rules don't apply. That's why it's necessary, though, if you do handle anything to do with court, you have to handle the democracy side, i.e., the paperwork, financial side, and the republic side, the morality side. It's a dual system. It's beautiful.
Nah, democracy is bullshit, bro. What are you talking about? This is a republic. It's supposed to be a republic, not a It's become a democratic republic, but it used to be just a republic, right? The main fundamental
Yo,
difference
check
between
out
a
that video.
democracy and a republic is a democracy is you can have 51% of the population decide a matter, where a republic, it's more than 50%. It has to be at least, it varies, but around 3/4 of the population has to agree on a matter before it is established.
Hey,
That's
Lion.
the big difference. Yo,
Lion, he said, check out that video I just posted. This guy does a nice little demonstration about how the sunset in pretty much enough. So what he did, he put two string grids, one above and one below, and puts a camera practically in between. He has a laser leveled and hitting a wall, and so the laser is directly just parallel to the string, and he starts pulling the wall back, and the further it goes, the lower the little laser light looks like it's going on the horizon until it sets. Pretty cool demonstration. If you want to check it out. Ever heard of this guy? I'm buying your mind. He just posted that.
Yeah, actually, I was just watching it. It's really cool. I hope Donald Trump makes the sunrise, right? Stuck for a lot.
Trump's a scumbag.
It's so funny
Dirtbag.
how it's so triggering. Like Trump is like, I don't know what it is. I just fucking find it fascinating.
When I get to like the 50 seconds or so, that's when he starts using putting the board back.
But yeah, it's clear what their plan is. What they,
Yeah, North. Did
Bitcoin
you
and
literally take
crypto.
offense to me using the biblical, no weapon formed against me shall prosper?
Yo, this ain't North.
North was there, yeah. Though I think he was addressing North or something.
Yeah, I'd seen something in the chat a minute ago.
Or you brought up Event 201 earlier, Issa, right? And this is all goes back to Agenda 2020, and that turned into Agenda 2030 because they weren't able to accomplish their mission by Agenda 2020. And you can find the PDFs online. This is public knowledge. But Lockstep is another PDF. Look into Lockstep. I expect flat earthers to be aware of this stuff. Operation Northwoods PDF, that one's nuts. That's about pretext to war. It's a pretext for war against Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Soviet Union, and that one's nuts. But yeah, man, Agenda 2030. Look, read that. Crazy. Kyle Schwab, United Nations, ecofascism. They use morality, right? And they say that because we gotta save the planet, we have to. It's our duty to save the planet from destruction, and we're using too much fossil fuels. So let's stop production of oil and do this and that. Meanwhile, there's billionaires in the making selling a facade to the people. The solar panels, all these renewables do not actually um, protect the environment. To the contrary, they hurt the environment because either way, you're mining for rare earth minerals, and then the efficiency is way low compared to oil. Even the windmills require oil for lubrication and constant maintenance. Solar panels require manufacturing that costs fossil fuels, and it's crazy. Their plan is to enslave us using ecofascism alongside a bunch of other methods. But it's all written for you to read. It's insane. Making gasoline engines obsolete by 2030. You'll be considering a universal basic income and a limited amount of cash withdrawal per day. So you can only withdraw $20, $50 per day because the government said so. That's your limit for the day from an ATM. And if you want to stack up, you got to stack up. You got to hustle and they won't allow you to hustle because everything's going to be tracked unless there's some way to hustle currency, bypassing the system. This is something that we're all going to have to consider we're all going to have to go black market if you want to not get away with not paying your dues. They're going to be taxing us up the ass. Excuse my French. Kid, I can't believe how expensive rent is in the East Coast right now. It's nuts. At least where I'm from right now, it's like $1,800 for a 1-bedroom apartment. And then if you're in New York, it's like 25.
Yeah, I
In
was just
Boston, it's like 24. That's crazy. Go ahead.
New York City and Manhattan. I think it hit an all-time high for average rent in Manhattan. I don't even know. I think like 4,000 or some shit like that. Maybe even more. It was like 5,000 actually. Insane.
Inflation. Yeah, inflation is nuts. And then mortgages are like, you're buying a $200,000 house, but by the time you're done paying it, the interest rate's so high, the APR is like, dude, you're paying like $1 million, $800,000 for a $200,000 house.
Crazy. Yeah, I just wanted to add a line. I know you were talking about the whole climate change thing. They want to stop oil production, and I was gonna say, have you heard about that? They wanted to turn Hawaii into like smart cities.
Yeah, I keep hearing that it's basically current
Right.
news. Yeah.
So they now have the opportunity to rebuild town that burned down in Hawaii. Now they have the opportunity to rebuild it into a smart city. So it's crazy how it happened like that. Really not a coincidence.
We'll see what happens.
I believe a couple years when they rebuild that town, it's going to be known as a smart destination. I'll actually drop an article. There's an article in let me see if I can find it. It was an article that came out in 2020, and it said how want to make Hawaii into a smart destination, smart technology, and all that shit, like green technology and all that.
Yeah, you got visionaries that are coming together, right? Part of the elite. And their plans for that island seem to be more important than the natives that have been living there for generations, right? So they need to displace these people, right? This is the idea. I don't know if this is legit, but this is a theory. They started these fires. Now it's unfortunate. Oh well, now let's rebuild it into our vision, right? And apparently they want to build all kinds of crazy stuff, futuristic stuff on it. I don't know. We'll see. Imagine they start putting up towers in every street.
Now, like you said, we're gonna see exactly how they plan on rebuilding that town, incorporating whatever type of technology they want.
But yeah, somebody brought up BlackRock earlier. Who was that? But BlackRock keeps ringing bells. Like it's just that name keeps popping up all over the place. BlackRock, BlackRock. And then they're trying to find out who owns BlackRock, and it's like extremely secretive and like preserved because nobody can really track exactly who the owners are. But there's a lot of like definitely Illuminati people in BlackRock, and it's just so interesting that the Masons probably started that stuff. But BlackRock, are they talking about like the navel of the earth, the center, the North Pole, the city of the great king that lies northward, lofty in elevation? And there's supposed to be like a magnetic mountain or a black rock. There's some ancient maps that's call it Niagara or something like that. Piedra Negra.
I have some knowledge of what you're talking about in terms of the maps of the North Pole that show quite literally a black rock in the middle. And here we have the company BlackRock.
It's like they know, and they're like trolling us. For those that understand, that name resonates to the idea that at the North Pole there's a magnetic mountain, according to the natives that actually were able to track there at one point in time. And this is consistent with the Inuit. I think it is the name, the Inuit. And the native Inuit talk about there being some magnetic mountain there. But then all the ancient cultures, the Hebrews, the Hindus, the Muslims, they all talk about the same thing, that at the North Pole lies, like there's some weird stuff there.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why we don't have any flights that go over the North Pole. What's the reason why again? They say it's just too cold to fly over the North Pole.
I don't know, dude.
Some BS excuse, but they don't want us knowing what's there.
Oh, Rupes Negra, something like that in the Latin.
I think there was a video, a guy named ODDTV. He had a really good couple videos about the North Pole and what the ancients said about it, and journals from like the 1500s of people exploring it, and things like that. Yo, guys, by the way, I'm pretty sure y'all know that there's a chat called the Asylum, and I think Jaren and Nathan are gonna like be debating something. We're talking about like scientific method or some shit like that.
Yeah, I think it's at in like an hour or two, an hour, 30 minutes or so.
Something like that. Yeah, I believe so. I think 3:30 Eastern time. I've actually never heard of a debate with two flat earthers. It's pretty interesting.
Damn. I just looked down the whole list and saw a shutout. Everybody's on mute. What's up, Earth Awakenings? YouTube, hope all is well, folks.
Yo, yo, yo! What it
Yo,
do,
what's
player?
up? Is that guy still here that was talking about BlackRock or asking about
Yo,
BlackRock? No, he's gone.
that was I'm right here. Flying.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. I
man,
mean,
go ahead.
yeah, BlackRock has been like they're influential in many other ways other than just the financial aspect of what BlackRock is, right? Like they came up with ESG. This is how it's being uh, implemented across most of the financial sector. This whole concept of ESG, which is environmental, social, and corporate governance. This whole framework that large corporations are buying into. It has to deal with um, climate change agenda, social agendas, all this stuff, and the corporate governance aspect of it is very similar to like the Klaus Schwab stakeholder um, stakeholder economy and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, they're at the center of so much. And funny enough, I'm pretty sure that the term BlackRock does come from the center, the black magnetic mountain at the center of the earth. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, dude. Land of the Four Rivers. The I forgot the region name, but yeah, the exact Black Rock, the magnetic. And the interesting thing is, I believe that they're the number one quote mortgage holder for mortgages around the world. Like they lend out the most amount for the death note on your very own residence.
Yep. It all connects, man. That's basically so full circle back to what I was saying. This whole usury, mortgage rates, all these
Mm-hmm.
loans, these companies, the ones, but it's not just BlackRock, right? It's the whole bankers and banksters, some call them, right? Banksters. And you got DARPA and Boston Dynamics and SpaceX and NASA and the
Yeah,
NSA and the T. Go ahead.
it's a tangled web, man, and a lot of it does flow through BlackRock. Like certain funding or investments allows for the profits for certain companies to come in and swoop up a ton of real estate. Like there's just so much involved in it, and it's such a tangled web. Like I don't know. But they're so big and they're so large and there's so many different hands in the pie, I guess you could say, that they're literally they have influence just outside of monetary influence. I mean, they're involved in everything. They're the go-to guys that the Federal Reserve uses to like manage, how are we going to dissolve these companies and redistribute this stuff. Like BlackRock is the company that the Federal Reserve calls in to do the handling of dissolution of companies and redistribution of their funds and all that kind of stuff. It's
Wow.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, they are known as the cleanup committee within the financial sector for the quote banksters, the bad guys. BlackRock, they ain't nothing to mess with, man. Evil folk.
Yep.
They're pretty creepy, but DARPA's pretty creepy too, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, DARPA is just another like arm of political R&D, or I'm sorry, governmental R&D for weapons. A lot of black budget ops. I think there's so much money being filtered around on the backside, right? You have quasi-governmental companies and companies that get government contracts that start, laundering all this money around, and it eventually gets into places that it needs to, and goes into paths that it needs to help sustain programs that aren't necessarily subject to freedom of information and shit like that. Like, there's a ton of shit going on.
So back to the main point that elections and voting, and does it matter if you vote? Is it rigged? These things are all things that we have to consider. Like, that's why I will never vote again. I told myself I will never ever vote again. After the last 2 elections, I'm done. I'm all set. There's no point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't participate in any of that shit. I mean, all this stuff is taking place, right? It's what do the people have? What recourse do the people have, and what can the people do to get together and like try to deal with this siphoning of money from the people? Because it's not just, I mean, it's coming from so many different directions. Like, we have this illusion that the money that we're saving on taxation now so we can invest it is growing so that we have the ability to retire based off of our investments in 401ks and stuff like that. But the amount of money that gets siphoned off of us through management fees and all that kind of shit within these investments and these investment groups is ridiculous. Like, most people have no idea. You just see, oh, well, I gained a little bit of money from the money that I put in year over year, so I'm coming out ahead. But all the while, there's just money being stripped off of us, left, right, and center.
Well,
They did. Sorry, go ahead.
Just one second. The main way they do that is through inflation, though. They don't even need to really tax you. They inflate the money, so the money you've already got is worth less.
Yeah,
that's the main way.
Yeah, but they're also, like, if you want to call it, physically taking it off of you. Not only are they decreasing the value through inflation, they're also siphoning what you've been given to begin with, right? So if your gains stand to be 10%, but you're paying 5% in management fees, but all you see on your paper every year is, oh, well, I gained 5% on my money, I'm coming out ahead. It's like, yeah, but half of your gains you aren't even going to see because that got siphoned off by the companies that you're giving to manage your money to begin with.
But it's actually amazing how anyone ends up with any money, because they actually take your money at 4 different places, or 5 if you think about it, right? The first one is they'll take money directly from your wage. They'll then take man or a truck or whatever for business. Well, that'll be taxed. Okay, so they took money off of you originally. They took money off of the stuff you buy, and now you're in this inflation game. So the inflation comes at the end, actually. Now you're in this management game where they're taxing the money that you've all of all of the money that have tried to steal from you. You've still got some left. Okay, well, we'll steal some more from you through management fees and all the rest, and then they'll take it. Let's just say that you get money from. Let's say you manage to amass some money and then you want to pass it to your children. Well, they're going to tax that as well, inheritance tax. So at that point, it's been taxed 4 times, and then you've got inflation on top. So it's actually taxed 5 times.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and the money you're dumping into an asset like a house, right? Let's say you're paying a mortgage and you're dumping money into an asset. Well, they're siphoning some money off of that in terms of interest, right? And they're siphoning money off of that in form of property tax. And even after you pay that loan off, you're still subject to the property tax to begin with. So once you've purchased the asset, you own it outright, you're still owing an annual fee for the privilege to own something.
Yeah, you factor in all the licenses and permits and insurance, and I mean it's just a continuous siphon.
Yep. Oh, and you want water? Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and charge you for that water too. But since you're gonna be using that water and you're gonna need to get rid of the waste, we're gonna charge you for that as well.
Yeah, sewage, water, sewage, everything is taxed.
Have you guys
And
Want to get
taken?
married? Got to pay a marriage license fee. You want to go fishing? Well, got to buy a license. Want to drive
annually.
on the road? Permit. Yeah, it's crazy.
Annual. Yep.
Have you guys ever taken in on a standard mortgage rate how much you actually end up paying? It's like 300% or something like that.
It's almost 3 times. It's actually more than 3 times depending. It depends on your interest rate, but yeah.
Yeah, when I heard the 300%, like they just threw it out to say like by the time you're done free and clear, it's an average of about 300% of the price of the house. That put an amount of just wow in
And
my
then
head. So I could
when
only
you
come
get
up with
done
that.
dealing with that, you're still gonna have to pay an annual fee.
Wow, what do they call that? The paperwork fee?
No. It's just your property tax.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it, right? You get this piece of paper in the mail that says you owe us for owning your house on our land, basically.
It's
Well, you do have a choice to rent, right? So you pay about the same amount, but you never own anything. But there is a choice there, but it's the choice of two evils almost.
Yep.
And that's the thing that looking at what's happening right now, like I just went from renting a condominium like apartment to now renting from an actual management company of like they own the building and there's literally an apartment building. And would I want to own anything right now in the real estate market and be caught up in that where I'm even renting from an owner? Absolutely not. Because seeing what's happening, I mean, I'm only speaking for here in Canada right now, but the rate change, the variable rate change, what's happening there, like people are catching their asses. So anybody listening to this right now, shout out to you for owning anything right now and keeping up with what's going on, man, because shit ain't easy for nobody right now.
Yeah, the rent is so freaking ridiculous here in the States right now. The cost of homes is ridiculous, and the interest rates just keep going up month after month too. So, I mean, effectively, the generations below me who aren't even in the position quite yet to own, some of them are, but even the ones just younger than them don't even consider that they'll ever own a home in their life. They've already written off actually owning property. Most of them.
Yep. My son he'll be 17 in October. We had the discussion the other day and he's like, dude, I'm going to be moving back home after university. I'm like, I don't even know if you're going to leave home during university. What are you talking about? Because it's nuts out there. It is absolutely insane. And you're right. The generation that is like one or two removed from us, they're definitely going to be in a position of, as Schwab said, you will own nothing and be happy.
See, but there is some truth to that statement that can be beneficial for the individual if you honestly think about it in the way that the wealthy people do structure their lives. But for the average person, it doesn't mean what it would mean to somebody who structures their life that way, if that makes sense.
It really does. It really does. From a standpoint of being aware of how much is too much. Do I have enough? Have I seen it in a year? Do I still need it? right? There's that whole, if I haven't touched it in a year or haven't even seen it in a year, do I need it? No, get rid of it, throw it away. That whole minimalist, reduce, reuse,
Yeah.
recycle if you want. But taking that concept on and realizing that you don't have to put everything into what you own from a standpoint of that I guess psychology in a way, but being
But
aware, just as you said, is huge. Sorry, please, Napalm, go ahead.
well, what I was trying to say with that is like you will own nothing and be happy is a horrible idea for the average person, right? But it is the way that the wealthy actually become and stay wealthy is they actually own nothing and they are happy because they control everything. The problem is the average person is going to own nothing but also control nothing. The wealthy own nothing but they control everything. And I'll just give you an example of a family member of mine who's a multi millionaire, right? He owns nothing except companies that own a lot of things that he controls and many different trusts and things like that. He doesn't own any of it. He controls all of it. And he avoids a lot of the crap we were just talking about as far as individual taxation and all that stuff, structuring his life that way. So he owns nothing and he's very happy, but he controls a lot.
No, I got you. I'm catching what you're putting down now. I got you. Well stated.
Yeah, there's ways to not own a property, but control a property because you have a company that you're in control of that manages a bunch of properties that you can certainly utilize for your own personal benefit. But there's also a few things that take place within those properties that have to do with the business.
Management companies would be my first thought, like condo management companies. You know, they may manage the buildings themselves. Then you've got those individual owners, operators that work within the different sects of those management companies. But
Yeah, so say I don't know where would you like to vacation, Killian?
we're gonna go to Jamaica.
Jamaica. Let's do it somewhere within your country.
Oh snap! Within my
Like
country, I'm gonna go
I don't know,
to
like the
Toronto.
beach or the lake.
Well, I'll go downtown Toronto. So have your choice.
Okay, so downtown Toronto. So you have a downtown Toronto condo,
Right.
right? Now you don't live there. This is your quote unquote vacation home, but actually it's not your vacation home. You own a property company that owns that condominium. And you also own a business that utilizes the property company to entertain business clients when you're downtown or put up business clients that are coming into town, right?
Okay.
So you have 100% access to this. You control everything about it, but you don't actually own it. The property management company owns it, and the property management company is getting paid from your other company to house clients and all that kind of stuff. There's many different things you can do. Not saying to do that, that's not financial advice. Don't know the laws and the rules and the regulations of your country. I'm just saying thinking in terms like these can be beneficial.
Well, I like where you put me. I'd like to action this business plan and start making cash. Dat.
Unfortunately, it takes capital to get it started. You do have to have let's just say you have to be rich first before you become wealthy.
What can a smile get me?
A smile back, and actually that's more beneficial than anything money can buy.
I'll take my smile, the job that pays my rent, and the roof that I got over my head. Thank God. I'm good. And I got a community of people to talk to with level-headed minds like mine. Level.
Yep.
You have to find a way. You have to find a way to stop paying rent, dude. Otherwise, you'll never be happy. I promise you.
Yep.
That's my thing. It's like, okay, you're going to own a property, and I look at ownership, and literally just what Nate, Paul, and I were talking about, what's happening with ownership right now. Like, if you can own something outright and it's yours, cool. I think property taxes and the things that you're going to pay are within controllable. Like, let's say you're literally living by the perfect margin means. I believe they say you shouldn't be spending more than 25% of your gross income monthly on your residence. That's when you're not house broke. And so that 25% rule, you're putting that towards your place of residence. If you're in that portion, awesome. My hat off to you. But then owning something outright where you don't have to put anything towards, that would be absolutely fantastic. The only thing that
it's not even you owning it, right? It's finding a way to where the ownership is not necessarily on you to begin with. Because let's say you own that condo that you're living in, or townhouse or whatever. You, in order to pay your mortgage payment, typically you're paying your mortgage payment with money that you have received from your job that has already been taxed before it came to you. If you owned a property management company that owned that, right, that asset is now something that is being managed by that company. So that company's revenues, meaning the money that it takes in, that property's mortgage is an expense. So the revenues that come in pay the expenses, and what's left over gets taxed. Whereas in an individual, the revenue that comes in, they call that your income, and you get taxed on that income. And then anything that goes out, typically it's going to get taxed again on that to begin with. But within the idea of a company, the revenues come in, the expenses go out, and the taxation is only on the profit that you have left over from that.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. Reduce your taxable income.
And does anybody know the URL for the YouTube for product funds?
I don't know if they have a YouTube. Actually, I'm going to dip over there and check that out.
Because they're showing it now, and it's super bad quality. But this is being streamed, so it's like real bad quality.
I know he threw up the link to his server in the Livestream 2 yesterday. But the YouTube stream, no, I don't know that link, dude.
Is there anything on like Jaren or Nathan Oakley's that's streaming it? Let me check.
Yeah, I'm trying to check out Jarian.
I don't see anything live right now on his.
It's really bad. It's like super bad quality. It's so horrendous.
Is it? I'm gonna jump over there and check it out. Obviously.
Yeah.
know. Anybody here?
No, you sound like Alex Jones.
Roy.
Can you say they're turning the freaking frogs gay?
Of course I can say they're tearing the freaking frogs gay, because they are.
I appreciate that.
So I just received new documentation showing that the moon is flat.
Thank you very much. Do you want to stop using your voice changer though, so we can hear your actual voice?
Listen here, brother. We're in the middle of a war.
Well, that was the shortest troll I've ever seen.
I've had my Oakley fill for the day.
Is it nap time?
Oh, that was hard to listen to.
Yo, 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 what's going on?
James Yo, I just saw the DM about trivia night. I thought that was supposed to be next Wednesday. I thought for sure she said the 23rd. I hope. I feel bad now. Sorry to everyone. Nobody really cared about the trivia. Okay, well, I'm looking at Glatt's meme. Level is curved. Double think. It's not double think. So there's that also. The Realm says Jim Panda is Oakley. I think they're from similar parts of the UK. We're not really the same person. Sanic, if you're there, by the way, I said happy birthday the other day. I really wasn't sure if it was your birthday, but you had said you were a Leo. I figured your birthday would have been around this time. If I got it exactly right, then props to me on that one, but Jesus. I'm trying to get something going here because I'm about to cut my hair. I was going to listen for a little bit, but just watching porn or something.
Oh gosh.
What do you think, Elbow? Level is level curved or the same thing?
Is level curve?
Well, yeah, I was looking at Glatt's meme, and he's saying that's double think basically. Saying level is curved. I don't think it's a double think. I think something can be level and curved.
What's the definition of level?
That's a good question. And you might appreciate this, Elbow, but the definition I like is the one that comes up when you just Google it. You Google level definition. It'll say a line. What will it say? It'll say a line or plane, a plane or a line that is equally distant above a. No. It says that's right. It says a line that is equally distant above a line or a point, a given line or a given point. And so if you use a line as a reference, then I agree that level will be also a line, a straight line. If straight line is the reference or a plane is the reference, the level will be a plane that's flat. However, if level is referencing a point, it purely three dimensions, level would end up being a sphere in that case. But that's how I understand it.
Well, I mean, that will be a definition, right? Yeah. A point, right? But a point can't be a level because then you wouldn't have nothing to compare it with.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, okay, the way I'm thinking about it is if the point that you're referencing is the center of mass or the center of Earth or something like that, or the gravitational potential based on the center of mass, if you make
You're making
equal distances above that point, that's going to create a sphere around that point.
you're making it far too difficult. I think my explanation is probably the most complete,
I,
unambiguous,
I,
and
I,
solid. It is
Go
a
ahead, just go ahead, Zadig.
orientation perpendicular to plumb. Period. That's all you need to know. And
I
everything
mean,
else falls right
I
into
asked
play.
for a
Hey, you're
definition
interrupting
though.
me. Stop doing that, or I'll come after you. Thank you. And thank you, by the way, for that birthday wish. It was right on time. I think it might have only been.
So, I mean, when I asked for a definition, he actually gave me a definition. Then you gave your explanation of it.
No,
But,
definition. Definition is an orientate level is an orientation. Orientation, you know what that word means, right? Perpendicular to plumb. Period. End of story. No more discussion needed.
well, I mean, when you say Google it, and what I did was Google
Google
it.
does not give you the
Hold on.
answers. Google's would tell you that girls can
Why
be
are you
boys.
interrupting me, man? You told
Because
me
it's
not to
because
interrupt you,
you
but
didn't
if you
know.
interrupt me, I'm going
I'm
after
getting
you.
you back. I'm getting you back.
So it says a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
Hogwash.
So and
Orientation.
then the other one with the adjective one says having a flat and even surface without slopes or bumps. Right.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
then part two of
I,
that is at the
For the
same height
context
as
which you're
some
asking, I gave you the
at
answer.
the same height as someone or something else.
Now, for the answer you're looking for, you have been given the
Hold on, I'm
answer.
not done.
You don't have to be.
For
You are done. No,
verb
I'm saying
like
you're done. You're done. You didn't finish where you
verb
started. Because
the
you know what
verb
your problem was? You went to Google, and
the
Google will look up
verb
Boise can be the
this is
same as
Oxford.
girls.
Oxford long
No,
this is
no,
Oxford.
Oxford is nothing. That's like kindergarten for people.
Right.
For
So
kindergarten for
then
retards.
it's the definition of the word, right? So then the verb one is give a flat and even surface to.
You're going to level something. You know what a verb is, right? So no, we're not talking about verbs. We're talking about a noun. We're talking about a description of what it is. You want to know what it means.
Right. So
It
the
means
noun
an
version of it is
orientation.
horizontal
Noun.
plane.
It's an orientation perpendicular to plumb. End of story. It has other meanings that do not concern you because we're not talking about those. We're talking about the context for which you're using that word. That word's
What was
context,
the
no matter how you're using
context
it,
that he
is
asked? What was the context that that Kosho asked?
no. You're asking about
Oh, I
what
didn't ask him.
level
He asked
means
me
as
first.
far as the surface qualities of the earth, for example.
No, he asked me a question. What was the question he asked me first?
Forgot.
Kosho, what was your question?
I was addressing Black's meme, and the meme asks, or it says level is curved, and it says it's double speak, and so I asked him, is level curved? And so that listen, I agree with Zanuck. I agree with what you're saying, and I want you to understand um, my reasoning. Okay, I'm being biased when I choose that specific definition
Right.
because if somebody asks the definition, I feel like that definition uh, applies to the question: can level be curved? Because level, just like the Xanax description is perfectly fair, but um, but when people are asking what is level, in general, it's usually referencing. There's usually a reference that you're going off of in which other things are going to be the same elevation above it. So if the reference is a sea level, or if the reference is a flat plane, or if the reference is a point, that definition that was there in Google will address all of those. And so in the case of, I agree that it will display itself as a sphere, the way that Zanuck described.
Well,
But yeah,
well, in the context you gave me, you asked me can level be curved, right? But and I'm envisioning an area, not a point, right? At a point, yeah, sure. The plumb line is definitely perfect for a point in a sphere. That point is definitely level. Now, for an area, when you said, can something be curved? And I'm thinking of a surface being curved and also being level. Like you're asking from one distance to another, having a curve. I don't think so. I mean, that in that aspect, I think the area has to be flat.
If that's what I mean. If you're talking about an area, so level is really gonna make sense when you're talking about multiple points, but you're referencing either a single point, a plane, a surface, whatever, and you're describing uh, another set of points that is our level in reference to that. So, yeah, if you're talking about a surface or an area, depending on what you're comparing that area, that specific area to, like, oh, this area is all level in reference to the surface beneath it, in reference to the point at the center of the earth. There's tons of ways you can answer that question.
Right. And you asked me, can what was your question? Your question was, can
Is level curved and level?
is
Yeah.
level curved? And it wouldn't be. Now, can that curve at a point be level? Yes. But if you're gonna take the whole curve, then no, it wouldn't be level. That surface is curving. And definition of curve, definition of level is a horizontal plane or a line with respect to the distance above or equal, the respect to the distance above or below a given point. Right. So in other words, it's even without any curves, without any elevation.
Well, it depends on what you're using as point. Because if you're using point generally, and you're saying like a point, like a surface area, it's not really a point. It's like a plane.
Right.
But if you're being actual literal, and you're actually referencing a single point, and you're saying it's equal distant above or below that given point. Well, if you have a given point and you have 5 feet from that point in multiple places, that is going to make a curve. It's going to make a if you extend that all around that point, it'll make a sphere, all 5 feet away from that center point. So that's what it means that the term level indeed does reference planes and flat surfaces. That's fine, but it also can reference a curved surface depending on what you're using as your reference.
I don't think so. I mean, when you say level, and if you're making it as an adjective, it's definitely saying that having a flat and even surface without slopes or bumps.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitions can be confusing, not confusing, but misleading because
Brother,
they'll contradict themselves. They'll contradict.
definitions cannot be malleable. I'm sorry. Stop trying to make that a reality.
It's a contextual point. It's very relevant
Yeah.
and
No,
applicable.
no,
Absolutely.
and no concern
If
trolling
you're
either.
using flat, hold on. I'm in the middle of
Come on,
talking.
Nancy.
You get me
No
fired
more
up when you start
concern
talking over me. Let
trolling,
me finish. Let me finish.
Nancy.
If you said I want to level something, make this level. This board has to be level. I want it leveled. You'd use a thing called a level, and you would level it. It means something completely different than an orientation perpendicular to plumb, which is equally as valid for the definition of the word, but completely different in meaning. What is wrong with you people?
I can see that the truth gets you worked up, but you need to calm down. Blood pressure
It
can't
does get me
handle it.
worked up because grown men, should not be having this discussion. Words
I
have
agree.
meanings, and their context
That's exactly
tells
what
them
I'm
what
saying. No, it's not
the.
contextual. It's
Yes,
a
they are.
definition is a
Is the level?
definition.
If I said
A
level, if I said
definition is a definition.
no, there's multiple definitions of word based on context. You fuckwit.
Please stop getting angry at your own misinterpretation of
It's not
reality.
an
Stop
misinterpretation.
it.
It is exactly the
Stop it.
answer you're looking for.
yeah, we shouldn't yell at each other. But I mean, most of the time, I take it as all in good fun because you feel
It
like
was
you're just
fun.
trying to help me out. I feel like I'm just trying to help you out. So I guess that's where we just leave it, right?
Right. No, it was fun. It was all about fun.
The truth is, though, definitions are malleable completely. Which is why they usually. This is what my point is, that you can read 5 different definitions of level and they'll contradict each other. Just like the definition of literal, you can read 3 different definitions of the word literally, and they'll contradict each other because language has changed and people have different definitions for a single word. So yeah, the context does matter. And actually, the point is that level can mean curved, just like it can mean flat in certain contexts. So
Yeah,
this
well, I
this the
think
problem.
that
It's not that it only means curved. It's that it can also mean curved.
I think
Not as an
Xanax half
attribute.
right. Xanax half right. Like he missed out one important factor though. He said it's perpendicular to plumb, right? But you need to make sure that those 2 plumb lines are parallel, and then you're going to be correct.
That's not true. I left out one word in your recanted
Because
what I said.
if you've got a 2 meter yards like a 2 meter pole and you have it perpendicular to plumb, both ends of that pole need to be plumb, but those plumb lines need to be parallel so that otherwise it can't be level.
No, that's not what it means at all. What I'm saying is that if you need to have something level, and your definition for level in our context is an orientation perpendicular to plumb, we want the
Yeah.
top of we might want the top of the pole to be level. If you want the top of the pole to be level, well then the entire surface will have to be perpendicular. But that's really impossible because there's going to be an orientation that's perpendicular. Only the center of that pole will be perpendicular to plumb. The edges technically will not be, but that's okay. They can live with a little bit of a point not being level on that surface, not having an orientation perpendicular to
Or
plumb.
you could have a bowed piece of lumber, and you could make it level with the ground using a spirit level. But you need to know that doesn't matter the shape of that piece of timber, as long as it's balanced and that both ends of that timber are parallel, they're equidistant from the surface, and they also have parallel plumb lines.
But they won't be. You never get
Otherwise,
that.
it's not going to be balanced.
It will be balanced. That's exactly what we're saying. It will be balanced, and that's the center will be level. The
So
edge will not be.
you can use a curved line, just like you said. Yeah,
Why do you
you
keep
can.
on? Yeah, you
As
can use a
we
curved
got to
line.
be careful.
Yeah, so there's
Careful.
structures that are very long that you can this error is going to be much more pronounced. So the ends of slack, for example, are not level. That straight structure inside there that runs the entire length of the structure, 2 miles long, it's only level at one point. Everywhere else, that straight line, that straight structure inside and the roof itself as well, for the most part, is not level, but at one point. Because the only point that it is level is the one where there's perpendicular in orientation of that structure where it's perpendicular to plumb, and it only happens at one spot. So you're wrong.
But level has to have the word balance in its meaning. You know, the word balance
No,
has to fit somewhere in there because,
no
and the
balance.
only way to have balance is to have 2 sides.
Nope, there's no balance needed.
Two
You can
points.
have the level could be at one part that's a third down the length of the structure, and so it would not be balanced. But all we're
How
saying
do
is
you
that
make something level? How
because
do you
it
make
has an
something level?
because at a point it's an
What
orientation.
tool do you use?
At some point, you're going to get on that point. If you're an ant, you're looking out on top of that structure, a little tube, 130 millimeters in diameter. So you
It
got
doesn't matter. What tool do you use
hold
to
on.
make
You're at
something
that one.
level?
Let me finish. The one point, and you say, "Am I level? Am I level at this point?" And you say, "Well, what's the orientation of this structure?" Well, I see the straight line going off in infinity, okay, and I see the structure going off the other direction in infinity. I don't even know how long it is. And is this orientation of the straight object, perfectly straight, meaning what the definition of straight is that perpendicular to plumb where I am right now? And your answer will be yes. I move 10 feet further in any direction, get the same measurement. that plumb line is not perpendicular to the
You don't
orientation.
get level with a 90 degrees. That's not how you get level. You're just talking about a 90 degrees angle. But what you need to
From
do is understand
from
that
the orientation.
level needs to include the word balance, and to have
Nope,
the word balance, it
nope,
needs to have 2 points.
nope, not true. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about an orientation. This is a point 90 degrees to the orientation. First plumb. You have plumb. We know plumb straight
I
line.
can
Hold on.
get at
Let me
one
finish this thought.
Zanuck. Hang
Let me.
on,
I'm gonna.
Zanuck.
Carlos, I'm stopping. Carlos, I'm stopping after this one sentence. You have plumb. We know what plumb means. Line straight down. It's where the bubble level will be in the center if you place it on top of a platform, a straight platform on top of that straight pipe or stick or whatever you're measuring. That plumb line will be parallel to that object that's pointing downward. Only at one point, though, however, but
Uh,
it's relatively.
that bubble
Hold
that
on, let me
you
just finish. Let me finish. So it says relatively encompassing the entire structure that's going straight down. It'll be that whole structure, pipe, stick, whatever, is plumb. And an orientation perpendicular to plumb would be something that would be level. That would be the definition of a level. So if you point it off into it with a laser pointer in an opposite direction, that laser would be level at that point with that structure which is pointing straight down. If you made a structure
Zanuck,
that was built around that level point would be right at that top of that pole, and it will go out into infinity. Now, at any other point on that structure that you've just built, following the level, any point on that would not be level. That structure would not be level because it would not be perpendicular to plumb. It couldn't be because
Zanuck,
plumb is always moving as you move across the surface of the earth.
there are two different things here. You're confusing a plumb, like a plumb bob on a string, which creates a 90 degrees angle. Yeah. Uh, and then you have to inspect the elements of a spirit level, that bubble. It's got the only way that it can have that bubble in the center is it has to have balance. It has to have 2 points on either side of that center point, which is the bubble.
Right. And that spirit level is an orientation from the center outward, orientation that is perpendicular to plumb only at that center point. If you move a spirit level along a straight structure that has been leveled at one point, it will never be level again, only at that one point. It's only level at one spot. That's the interesting
So you,
part about the structures that I'm talking about. Now, in reality, we don't build structures like that. We don't want things to be straight. We want them to follow the constantly converging plumb lines. So all objects, the larger they become, the more curved they become because they're following and paralleling the surface of the earth. They are parallel, meaning they are equal distance to the surface of the earth, which is curved.
so you're
Yeah, okay,
saying,
hold on.
are
Can
you
I?
saying that the
Right.
concept of forced align doesn't work?
No, I just forced the line. It doesn't work, and it's
It,
not going to
it,
be. It's only level at once. When you force the line, it will only be level at one spot, and the ends of this structure will be higher from the surface than the center where it was level. Yes, that is something that's demonstrable and calculable,
Can I,
quantifiable, and is true.
the only way that
can
you've
I
got
add
that
something to
concept
this
in
one?
your mind is because you're working on optics purely. You haven't done it physically with
Yeah,
tangible
I've been to SLAC.
elements.
I've seen the divergent plumb lines. They've shown it to me. I've seen it. Makes total sense. The plumb lines move in.
Zanik, in a second, yeah, I have two questions for you, Zanik, in a second. But first, I want to just go back to the bubble, to the spirit level, because it's a real good point actually that like a water level with a long tube and two verticals or whatever, and the water is level, or the water is level at both ends, right? Um, if you were to talk about that in reference of a spirit level, like a meter long spirit level with a little tiny tube in the center, and in that tube is the liquid, the spirit, whatever it is, alcohol, and in that tube is a bubble, a buoyant bubble, right? The only what you're trying to do is you're trying to find the orientation of that spirit level such that the bubble is at the highest point, because
Right.
the bubble is only going to be it's not that the water on either side is balanced. What's happening is the bubble is finding the highest point because it's the most buoyant thing in that um, container,
Right.
and so that's how you know that actually the water is lower than the bubble, even in that small bubble level. not all parts of it are level, because the highest point is the center where the bubble is. So even in that description of what's going on, you can already see that the spirit level at all other points in it, except for that center point, it's not even level anywhere else. It's not. They're not equal